Hello everyone. Hi here. Welcome in. You speak in the word of my people, so I have to return in favor. Wazzaaaaap! Wazzaaaaap! Sorry. What's up, my guy? How are you doing? Today, technically today's a collab day, but we start a little bit earlier, so we're gonna be working on, since y'all passed through the 50% mark, we have a handful of things that need to be done, but your boy, Wazzaaaaap! Sorry, your boy, it was tired yesterday, so we're gonna do a little bit today. It's just chill, relax, do some art, do some stuff, you know, do what we need to do, and then in about like an hour or so we'll be collabing. So hell yeah! Picked up Monster Stories 1 and 2 and playing through the first hour. Yeah, how's that going for you? Said it's a monster collector game, right? Which sounds based as hell, really. Welcome in, Ratty. Welcome in, Astrala. How are y'all doing on this fine day? Hopefully well. I'm thinking, so this is what I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking little Sailor Mama Dodo, Sailor Dodo on the left, and then on the right we'll have like the usual, right? Not usual, but like, hold on. Let's do this. Because I always feel a little weird doing screen capture. Do that there, and then we remove that. There we go. Okay, now it's just the thing, and I can open stuff up without doxing myself. Yeah, it's a Pokemon but Monster Hunter, exactly, which sounds awesome as hell. Not too bad. Playing Sunken Engine. Which one's that one? Isn't it Aromantic Week? Is it Aromantic Week? If true, whoa, really? Bring it back. Bring it back! Bring it back! Okay, I did not know. Hell yeah, good for y'all. Is it you week? Yeah, congrats to all my aromantic peeps out there. I like nudged the thing and it was just like, actually, okay, so it just straight up broke. My capture card broke. Let me just unbreak it real quick. You know, when you're as busy a man as I am. ChatGPT, fix my computer. Go ahead and ruin the entire human culture real quick for me, if you wouldn't mind so much. If you would be so kind. Similar advice to Dredge, but you run a shipyard to fix boats. How have I not heard of this? I love Dredge! And Dredge is already, like, Lovecraftian. Violently eating a biscuit is really the only way you should be eating a biscuit. As long as you have, like, an appropriate thing. No, we don't want you. Why do I have 9+ things? What's going on here? Everyone's... there's a... Oh, right. I was also gonna meet... They're talking about where they want to meet. Yeah, okay, cool. We're just gonna meet over in Ella's channel. Sweet! Okay. Yay! Alright. I'm just gonna chill in here. Just gonna chill in your Discord then. When y'all are ready. Yeah! Hey, Scallion, welcome in. Why is this still black? Don't take that out of context. 4K, what happened? You were working just fine. You were working literally just fine, and then you're just like, actually, I just noticed that my paycheck did not go through, so I refuse to work. Okay, why? What's wrong with you? You're not overheating. Everything looks good. The light is white. This is becoming more and more problematic the more I keep talking about it. Come on. So what was it called? Hold on. What was it called again? I'm gonna look it up. Playing Sunken Engine. Sunken Engine. What? How? What? How did I do this? Oh my! What is wrong with what? I somehow like did a half and half screen. What is wrong with my computer today? Okay, today is just one of those days. Today's one of those days. All right. Sunken Engine. Sunken Engine. Oh, let's just do it on Steam. What am I doing? Sunken Engine. Here you are. Here, let me show y'all. Boop. Oh. Okay, okay. You kind of cleaning up the deck. Uh-huh. Lock picking. Uh-huh. It is like Dredge. Is it made by the same people? Is this just Dredge? Wait. Hold on. Who's the developer? No. But that was literally just Dredge. That was literally, hold on. This little fishing, that's just Dredge. That's literally, even that image. I remember fish with that image. That's just Dredge. Oh my gosh. I'm adding that to my wish list because damn. Hell yeah. Let's go. Dude, I love the Lovecraftian stuff. What was that doctor game that we played? Like Peak. Not Peak, but it is Peak. Alright, cool. This is what I'm dealing with right now. Whatever reason, this isn't working. Hey, Pappy, welcome in. How are you doing on this fine day? I'm trying to get my graphics card to work because for whatever reason, it wasn't. It's not. It's not working. I don't know why. We're just gonna, you know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna unplug the LDAP and then plug it back in. Sailor Dealist, yeah. Apparently, my capture card doesn't want to work. It worked for like 5 minutes, and then just crapped the bed. It just crapped. It crapped itself. It pooped on stream. And for clarification, Twitch, that did not happen. Is that against TOS? I don't know. Oh my god! What? What is wrong with my capture card? Did you see the green? All right, okay. Look, is it? All right, okay. We're at least we're here. I guess we got it. Why is it like 3 seconds ahead of me? I've also noticed that there are some like streams out there where like I'm watching the same stream as everyone else in the Discord call, but they get it before me, and it's a stream from Discord. And I'm like, how am I getting a delay? Some of y'all live close to me, and other across the country. Why do I have a delay? Which also made me think, like, that's what oh, hold on, I'm reaching the ECRB. This is not rated M. This is not a rated M stream right now. Boop, 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 boop. That's for later, for when we do collabs, because some of them are, well, we are playing with the self-proclaimed Queen of Gooning, so, like, what are we gonna... What else can I put on there? Which reminds me, I do need... It's not the connection that you think it is. It reminds me that I need to make... Yeah. You knew exactly who I was talking about, Babby. I need to make an ECRB that is specific for each person that we play with, that can collab with. It's just a warning. I know I want to have Kit be... What was it? It was like Was it arachnophobia? No, it was like little goblin mode or something. It was like little goblin warning. I'm trying to think of like really good ones. Babby, what do you want yours to be when we collab? What warning should the people be warned of when you arrive on stream? Because Ella is gooning. Like, that's a goon warning. So that's what's gonna happen. But what about yours? What do you want yours to be? I'm trying to be good and eat some peanut butter crackers. So if you hear me munching and or crunching, there we go. All right. A pizza warning? All right. Oh, Bappy, you weren't here during the conversation about the monstrosities that I do to pizzas, have you? That's actually a pretty good one for me, actually. My food take warning. I have just awful food takes. Between the texture issues and just vaguely pointing to the rest of my life. Okay. Alright. For those that may not know, I take cheese off my pizza. Which is, as I understand it, absolute heinous and deserving of some form of, like, religious persecution. People have suffered much worse for much less heinous crimes than taking the cheese off pizza. Hey Buff, how you doing? Yeah, okay, alright. Full explanation. I love going down this rabbit hole again. So I take cheese off my pizza because when I was... Hey, Barbaric, welcome in! Welcome to just a horrible food take. Because when I was growing up, I had a... I used to eat pizza all the time with the family. And then one day, I got really sick because of it. Like, something it wasn't cooked properly, something was put on it that didn't... Anyway, I got very, like, physically ill. And because of that, I just wrote off pizza. We'll get to rice. You know what? Listen, one at a time. One. We don't need to list all my crimes all at once. So I wrote off pizza completely. Years went by, still wrote off pizza. We visited a family friend's house. We forgot to mention that I don't eat pizza. They provided pizza because they have guests. They provide pizza. And then my mom was like, look, it's been years. Can you at least try the pizza? And I said, okay, fine, but can I at least take the cheese off? And she said yes. And then I took the cheese off, I ate it, and I was fine. So what I will clarify is pizza with cheese tastes fine. It tastes okay. It's fine. It's whatever. It's all right. But if my brain registers that this is pizza cheese on pizza, I get sick to my stomach. Like, I get queasy. So it's just not a fun experience. It's just not a fun experience for me to be like, I'm gonna eat this food. It wants to go back outside of my body. Like, that's not fun. So, and I can't just have 0 cheese on my pizza, because then the sauce gets cooked directly in the oven and then it becomes bitter. It changes the flavor profile of the sauce. So it needs to be just light enough on the cheese to protect the sauce, but not so much cheese that when I take it off, it removes the sauce. Yeah. So should my warning be food takes? Because that doesn't even, we didn't even discuss the whole rice thing, which is arguably more heinous. But also kind of more understanding. It's more heinous because it's rice, because everyone loves rice. Your warning is ketchup. I do put ketchup on everything. This is true. Out of everything, see, that's the thing too. Is like that's what I'm saying. Food takes, because at this point, the allegations are rising. You're mixing ketchup into rice. Oh no, ketchup is a amplifier of taste. Ketchup on rice would just taste like ketchup. That sounds like a way for me to. It sounds like a way for me to hate ketchup. Because the texture, it wouldn't fix the texture issue, so it would be squirming little bugs in my mouth that taste like ketchup. That sounds like a bad way to make me not want to ever eat ketchup again. Oh no, you got food poisoning? No. Well, hopefully it didn't ruin a food for you. The only other time that I've ever had like food poisoning, I still have no idea what it was, but I stayed up all night throwing up. Yeah, I ate expired boba. Did it taste weird? We're gonna save this as Dodo Valentine's graphic. Oh crap. Actually, we need to open up the actual. Boop, boop, boop. Insert into idealist braid is good food, values true cheese on pizza. If you could do that for all my food stuff, that'd be great. Because I can't enjoy so much strictly because of the fact that, like, I have texture issues. And or, like, just past stuff. You know? And it sucks. Because I want to be able to enjoy food. I really do. But, like, I can't enjoy mushrooms or beans because the mushy texture causes issues. I can't enjoy rice unless I have enough texture variants. I can't enjoy... What other texture issues do I have? But what it does do is it really does allow me to enjoy udon noodles. Udon noodles have incredible mouthfeel. It's so good. It's so actually good. Let's go ahead and get this so that my iPad doesn't explode. Speaking of explosions, hey Shadow, welcome in. Perfect timing. Now we're gonna save this as graphic. We're killing some time before the collab, so we're just doing some art. Some art! Same with the texture issues things. Onions, peppers, mushrooms, fish. I want to like them, but I can't. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. First of all, mouthfeel is very much a thing, even if you're outside of that. I wouldn't say range, but if you're outside, if, like, you don't really have issues with texture, mouthfeel is a thing. And that's also, like, but then we also get into, like, the usual kind of thing where it's, like, slimy stuff. I don't like slimy stuff all that much. So I'm not a huge fan of octopi and oysters. But I also feel like that's a fairly normal texture issue. This time I couldn't eat noodles because the texture made me think of eating worms. Thanks for the 2 noodles. Hell yeah. Let me know what tricks you put your brain through to make you not think of eating bugs. Because, yeah, that would go really swimmingly for me, actually. Let's do boop boop. Perfect. Now let's hope that doesn't break it. I get that. I kind of like eggplant tans, but the feel, yeah. I think all that it really needs to be, though, is just like... What's a good way of putting it? It's kind of like... I want to say... If we do... I think it means if there's texture issues, you just need to find a way to change the texture. Or combine it with enough different variants of textures where you can kind of get over it. That's how I got to eat rice again. Or start eating rice. It was specifically because I was able to mix enough stuff to change the texture where I actually got to enjoy rice. But sushi's still a no-go. Now, seaweed sushi, where there isn't a whole lot of rice with it, but it's instead wrapped with seaweed, I've only managed to have like a couple of it, so there weren't any that were like super amazing, but they were doable. But I did try sushi, and it was just a mouthful of rice, and I'm like, cool, my mouth is moving. I don't like this. You just don't think of bugs. Remind yourself that you're eating wheat or mixture with dough. Just think of flour and water. I really try, Ratty. I really do. I really, really do. I don't like the taste that much either, so it's completely something I'm worried about. Yeah. Well, that's good. That is very good indeed. Okay, so, how are we gonna get this? Because here's the thing. This is the... How... That's unfortunate. I was hoping this would just be the background, but I wasn't very good at this. Okay, let's see here. I think it was you, and then you, and then we're just gonna paint over this here. Oh. Let's make this a little bigger. Just a touch bigger. So how are y'all doing today? I know we were talking about food stuff, so no worries about that. And we have about like 30 minutes before people start being ready, so feel free to talk about it. How are y'all doing? Especially, granted, like a lot of you that I've only seen you with like a day, the difference of like a day. But you know, who knows? Something could be different. Bruh. I need a new tip for this pen. I have an extra tip somewhere, but I don't remember after the move where I put it, so we're struggling. There we go. I was wondering. Gonna eat another biscuit? Hell yeah. If I don't like eating something because of texture, gonna blend it. If it's a vegetable, put it over rice. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, for me, chicken. I like the chicken texture a lot, so that's fine. Okay, and then we airbrushed this, except make it, you know, big. Oh, let's do this. Let's do this. Boom. There we go. And then now it needs a little bigger. Yeah. Too big. This one is just right. It was perfect before. Close enough. Doing alright playing cassette beats because I needed something to play. Yeah. Hell yeah. Cassette beats. Why does that sound familiar? Went to the zoo. Yes. How was the zoo? I remember you telling me about it. Dog was holding my hand. Oh, your dog was holding your hand. It's so cute. Also, I always forget how big polar bears are. Yeah, polar bears are like apex fucking predators. Do you just something? I remember going to a zoo and they were like, yeah, polar bears utilize the height of certain areas to like jump down on prey, and I'm like, can you imagine? Can you imagine walking around and then you get ambushed from the sky by a 9-foot 6-inch giant bear of muscle and ferocity? Wild. Day's been alright. Take ADHD. Yeah, finish an assignment. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. What is Rocky? Hold your. That is. Yeah. Seriously, they are big. They are big. Oh, have you ever looked up? I think it was the short-nosed bear is the name of it. It's the prehistoric bear that was the apex predator way back when. They are big and wild looking. They make polar bears look like nothing. They use the raptor hunting method. Kinda, yeah. Yeah, hold on, let's see. Let's see if I can find it. Because I'm getting distracted, because of course I am. I wouldn't be me if I wasn't distracting. It would be short-nosed bear. Short-faced bear, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Crazy. Crazy apex predator. We need to make that a summon. We just need to figure out what group to put that into. It's huge. Like these things without standing up are taller than you. On all fours, bigger than you. This thing is a megafauna. Emphasis on mega. Distracted every 2 seconds. Are you really living? True. True. What was it? 1.8. So compared to a 1.8 meter tall person. So this guy is like 3 meters tall. 3.5 meters tall. What is that in feet? I only know freedom units. Oh my god, look at this one. Obviously, artistic rendition, but like, maybe not. 9-10 feet? So they were essentially as big as a polar bear. Okay. Okay. Well, at least they're not that much bigger than a polar bear. Not that that's a problem, or that's a, you know, good thing. But like in my brain, it was just like, it made polar bears look small, and I'm like, oh no, please. They're already so big. 3 or 5 is like 11-ish feet? Oh, so it does. It's like a 2 whole more feet to a polar bear? That's crazy. But yeah, short-faced bears, dude, are terrifying. Just something about this one in particular, it's the lack of fur, too. It's the lack of fur on this, where you get to see just, like, how muscled these things are. Like, short-faced bear versus a Gigantopithecus. Who do you think you would win? Yeah. Where's that one? Where's that one image? I love seeing it. Because it really gives that feeling of just like, oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Where are you? I don't see it! Damn it, I don't see it anywhere. Maybe it's over here. No. No. But he'd be big. He'd be big. Granted, honestly, I think it might be the short-faced bear. It's even. They're about the same size. They're about the same size. He's got the reach, though. If you looked at the arms, like he has the reach of like. So it's kind of like sword versus spear kind of deal, where it's like, if they can get inside the range to hit them, then you're good. Maybe here. No, I want to see that one image, but I can't find it anywhere. It's fine. So we understand how muscly animals are, like a hippo. Oh yeah, no, the hippo has like killed so many people. It's so like, you do not mess with the hippo. You do not mess with the hippo. Gigantopithecus. Gigantopithecus, which by the way, free little lore bit, is the leader of one of the arms of Nardilis Armada. His name is Giga. Pretty much the arm of like construction. He's part of the stuff that like is part of the prehistoric creatures that help make things, like build things, which has been very helpful. Okay. So, let's go ahead and import. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. And we're gonna get Oh my gosh, really? Authentication, why are you telling me to require it? Is it because I'm sharing it? Oh my gosh, fine. I'm not unplugging this again. It took forever to get this thing to work. But if you're gonna make me do this, fine. Import, no, we'll just do this. Open. We're just gonna have you. We'll have the closed mouth one. I wanted to do something more with the open mouth, by the way. I wanted to have it so that she was running, and then, like, the cat was holding on, and then the little twin tails were, like, flying, like, behind her. But, at that point, it was already pretty late, and I was like, oh, we should probably just artistically compromise to something that's complete versus what I had envisioned. And it was sad. It made me sad. Alright, PNG. And we're gonna put that just here. There we go. What do you mean the animal that weighed tons can run at 22 miles an hour? Right? Did you hear about the relatively, I don't know if it's relatively recent, but the belief that the T-Rex's feet were padded in a way where essentially their footsteps were silent? It is pretty much just like a car, but here's the difference, Shadow. They can run up to 22 miles an hour, but not for long. They're like, most animals are meant for sprint. They're not meant for endurance. It's what's really separated humans from a lot of other animals, is that we're built for endurance. We are stalking predators, I think is the term. It's not the right term, but it's the we essentially follow animals until they, like, collapse from exhaustion, and then we kill them. We're terrifying. We're actually terrifying. Like, it's like actually very scary. I considered making a horror game based off that, where you were an animal trying to run away from people, and then they just kept on getting closer and closer and closer, and you kept on running out of stamina, and then you will slowly, like, you need to, like, hopefully get some food in the meantime, and then eventually you would die from it. And yeah, but I didn't move forward with it, obviously. Oh, let's see here. Edit, transform. Mama Dodo too big. All right, I'm thinking like right here, maybe a little bit. Nah, we could do that. We could do it like right here. And then we're gonna flip it. Flip it horizontal. She looks so weird the other way. I guess we could just do it. Ooh. I guess we could just do it this way. It's not what I envisioned, but it's fine. Oh yeah, but it's insane that it can even get up to that speed. Yeah. Yeah. Wolves with a pointy stick. Wolves are more ambush predators than endurance predators, as far as I'm aware. Like, wolves will still use tactic. They utilize tactics more. Like, humans will just, like, walk at you. Like, we'll still use tools and tactics and traps and all that other kind of fun stuff, which is, you know, whatever. But, like, imagine this. Imagine an animal where what happens is that you didn't see where you were walking, you got your foot stabbed into, and then now that animal's gonna follow you until you collapse. Like, you can't rest your feet, you can barely bandage it up before it just continue. Like, the longer you stay, the more it's gonna catch up. It's not running at you, it's not like sprinting at you, it's just leisurely, like quickly but leisurely walking towards you. Like the movie, what's that movie called? It's a horror movie, and it was a comparison to STDs, or STIs is what they like to call them now. It Follows, I think, is the name of the movie. It's like It Follows, but like actually real. There were more endurance. Tism time. Yeah, no, seriously. Like, by the way, feel free to fact check my ass. If I start spouting nonsense and you're like, hey, you misunderstood, let me know. Like, I can be wrong. In fact, I'm probably wrong more than I would like to be. So feel free to double check me. Be like, actually, idealist, apparently, the parents of the Tyrannosaurus would have made at least some sound. And I'm like, cool, thanks. Anyway. They do endurance, but it's more efficient to ambush. It is. It is more efficient to ambush. And I think the strategies vary depending. So when I'm thinking of like the stalking kind of hunting strategy, I'm thinking like the open fields of a savanna, not in a dense forest. Dense forest, it would make less sense to try to do a stalk like a chase kind of deal of endurance versus just ambushing with traps and tools is a lot more effective in a forest. But in an open field or like a long stretch of land, the endurance is the way to go, right? So humans are very good at like adapting their strategies, etc., especially at night with a large group. Yeah, and yeah, exactly. Very tactical. Yeah, completely agree. I also think that's they're very smart. Okay, what is all this? Just making just looking at all the stuff. Just looking at all the stuff, dude. Oh, I also need to change up my reactive. I need to add the current model to the reactive stuff. Let's see here. We want speaking to be you. You want inactive to be when we're not speaking. Good job, idealist. You really know how to talk. We want downloads. There we are. Now, what kind of funny, what do y'all recommend as a muted, deafened image if I mute and or deafen? Like, what weird thing pops up? Because I have a couple. Here, hold on. This will be Sailor Dodo. So this is what I have. As you can see, this is what shows up in other people's stuff, right? So we did it like normal, then here's other people's stuff. And then here we have the Heliocrion. I know I said that wrong. When we deafen. And then we have this when we deafen. You know what? Let's do the Gigantopithecus. Just like this. That just like shows up. It's just like, why does that guy kind of look like Elon Musk? Doesn't he? Kinda? Like, yeah, you do Vietotube. I do Vietotube Mini for my model. Let's see. What would be a good gigantic? This is sweet. That's great. I'm hesitant to use other people's arts. So I don't want to like a full art, even though this is technically doing just that. Because Elon has a very rectangle head. That is very true. That is true. Let's do... I don't want to do paleo stock. I don't want to use stock images without the permission. Let's do this. Let's do this. Because it's funny. So we're just gonna save it. Giga. Save. E. And then we're gonna go back. Add it. And then for the muted, have that, muted that. Perfect. Sailor Dodo. You can filter by public domain and Creative Commons. Oh! I forgot that you could do that. Thank you. Tools, type, no, usage rights. Creative Commons. Okay. Okay. There's not really any of them here that I see that I'm like. Well, that would be funny, but we're gonna hold off on that. Oh wait, is he giving a thumbs up? Oh, if he was giving a thumbs up, I would totally do it. That's just AI. I think we're just gonna run with what we got. Okay, cool. All right. Well, we got the active one set, so at the very least, we're gonna be Sailor Dodo for in other people's streams. Yay! All right. So now, what I want with this is kind of use these as like a thing for it. For those that have no idea what we're even working on, oh no, the message didn't stay pinned. Uh-oh. I need to fix that. I need to fix that right now. I thought it was gonna stay pinned. It said it was gonna stay until I take it off. I assumed it was gonna remember. I thought that was the whole point of it. All right, well, shit. Let's see here. We're gonna go ahead and and with the link, copy link. /pin. I have to lean away because my desk is so small that my keyboard is like to the side, like way to the side. All right, let's just move this over. If you want to know more about donating to the charity, click the link here. Boom. There we go. Manually unpinned or end of stream. Damn it. It does say until end of stream. All right. And then make sure that works. The infographic that I have currently is an Excel sheet. But at $15, it gets upgraded to a like graphic, right? Like one that we hand draw. So that's what we're doing now, is that we're hand drawing that graphic. So now that that's pinned, lovely. So we need to transfer that information over. Move my legs, you got it. Oh. Alrighty. Alright, got that. And then what we want, actually we'll probably want isn't even on there. It's probably this, right? We'll hold off on that. So what we're gonna do is on this one. Nope. Where is the one where it's like the title? Title screen, go! Oh, it's part of this. Okay, well, shit. There it is. All right, so instead of Week of Trans Love, we're gonna have Week of Trans Love. Actually, infographic. I know how to spell. Shut up. There we go. Perfect. And then we just we center it all. Yeah. And then this one. Where is the 1 p.m. nonsense? There you are. Get that out of here. Boop. Easy. And then we want to copy over the description and all that other kind of stuff. What would be the easiest way to do it? Typing it off manually would suck. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, hopefully y'all have eaten food and you have your water and taking care of yourselves. I myself have peanut butter crackers to satiate my hunger. Nothing crazy. But I'm excited. I am excited to get, for those that missed out on the previous RV there yet, we got pretty far. But granted, I think this is a new map from last time. So it's been a hot minute. Oh, one thing I did want to mention. I did try to find out if there was a way to, like, fix the donation page for phones. I couldn't find a lick of it. I couldn't find anything anywhere. It seemed that people just weren't having issues. And I didn't know how to go about it where I could see it, because I'm on a PC. I don't have Twitch on the phone. Maybe I should get Twitch on the phone specifically to check and make sure everything is good.
Hello, everything is good.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, living the dream. How are you?
Good. That bad, huh?
No, things are good. I'm happy to be back. No,
the only person that I know that uses the term living the dream is the kind of person where the more positive the response, the worse he is, and the more negative the response, the better he is. So it's like, not bad. That means he's doing great, like super well. Living the dream is struggling.
I'm good. How are you?
Listen, you don't need to live by their rules. It is fine. I'm glad you're doing well.
I've given up on rules at this
point.
You know,
it feels like it's been forever. How have you been?
It has. I'm struggling to remember how to stream. If I'm being honest, I'm fumbling in front of chat right now. So you know, like that's why I'm living the dream.
The usual. Got it.
Oh fuck. Okay. All right. I missed you too, buddy. I missed you too. I'm booting up RV there.
Okay.
Oh, there's the music. Didn't we do it on Melon's?
I honestly don't remember.
I think Melon has the save file for it because we joined her.
Gotcha. All right, let's see here.
What are you up to?
I am doing. We crossed one of the thresholds for the charity where I upgrade the infographic to like one that's hand drawn and not just like from an Excel sheet. So I was working on that while I was just kind of waiting for people to be ready. But yeah.
Heck yeah.
Oh. And of course, thank you for your. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I'm very excited about your charity. I think it's rad.
Yeah.
We're gonna share a little. I think when everyone's in, if that's okay. I want to do a little like, look what my friend's doing. I'm
okay,
proud.
that is absolutely fine. This is for a good cause, so I feel much less embarrassed about being in the spotlight for it because it's not for me.
Also, the Sailor Moon outfit.
You like her?
So hard. I love it.
You like her?
I'm a big Moonie.
Oh really? Listen. As long as the Mooninites or whatever y'all call yourselves approve of it, that means I've done a good job. Now, what What I will say is what I wanted to do is that when I was talking, she was going to look like she was running and the cat was like holding on and then the pigtails was just like flying behind her. But I made the creative compromise of it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you need to go to bed. So I did
It's so good.
it's fine. But I'm glad it turned out well. I'm glad you like it.
I love, big fan. It killed me yesterday when I joined your stream, and I was like, what is happening? You were doing, for context chat, he was playing Date Anything, and we'll talk about it a little, I want to hype up a little charity stream happening right now, but, I just, so much fun watching you play that.
Good. I'm glad. I'll be playing more of it next Saturday, so feel free to join us for that.
Yeah, I think, we have a collab on Friday, you and I, right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about it?
Sure.
You?
Yeah. Yes. Either or. Yeah, we're gonna be playing co-op Resident Evil 5. I want to mod it a little bit. There are a particular aspect. There's one that I know you're gonna love, and then there's another.
Just make them shirtless.
Well, we might change some characters around a little bit.
Idealist, I love you, buddy. Oh, God. I'm very excited for our collab, which is next Friday. I'm very excited. Same time as right now.
Yeah, exactly. Resident Evil 5 is a game that I have played before, but it was like on like Xbox 360. Like we're talking old.
Ooh.
So it's been a hot minute since I've played it, so it's going to be fun. Plus, it's only like $5 on Steam right now. So for people that don't know, it's super cheap.
All the Resident Evil games are on sale right now. I think Capcom is doing...
Oh, did they release something?
Whoa! Hello? What just happened? Retro! Oh, whoa! Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the bits. Hi, Fanta. Oh my god. I'm sorry, guys. I was locked in. I was not. I'm sorry. Hi, guys.
They're so excited that you're back. Yeah, let's merch.
I miss streaming.
I missed you streaming too, honestly.
I missed hanging out with you, and
exactly.
It always is a delight.
Yes.
Today's gonna be fun. We're gonna love a little Melon. Jesus, Retro.
Is Retro just dumping their wallet for you?
Yeah,
hell yeah, Retro.
10 subs, dude.
Let's go, Retro.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You want to see how hard I can cry? Oh no. Dude, politely and as kindly as I can. What the fuck? Fuck. Thank you. That's very sweet. I'm fine. You're great.
Living the dream, apparently.
Fanta. Okay.
Where is it? It's
Fanta, what the heck for the 5 gifted subs? You guys, what the fuck?
Y'all are trying to start a train over there.
They already did. There's already been one train. We already had a tier 1 for just like the homies resubbing, and now.
What's better than one train?
God, thank you guys.
Oh crap! They sent it to my phone. Of course they did.
What? Fanta. Retro. Okay. Missed you guys too. I promise I won't disappear for another 2 months. I promise.
Which is just like, we sent a little thing to your phone as a way to make it work. You have 30 seconds. Go. And I'm like, oh.
Gotta run.
And my phone was charging by my bed, so I was just like, oh, where is it? One of the things I did get on Christmas was like a wireless charger thing, because the port on my phone doesn't like like, yeah. So I got one where I could just put it on there, so it's luckily just propped up. All right, I think I can do knock on this. There we go.
Okay, I'm going to accept.
Okay, and then I'm going to... Hold on, let's make sure it goes through first before I start inviting other people. Okay, alright, I see you. Perfect. And then I'm gonna knock with Melon.
Perfect.
And then I'm gonna knock
Hold on, I gotta
Aelarion.
yell at my chat. I'm gonna mute myself. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. Hello, hello. How are
Hi.
you?
I'm good. I've been connected for a minute. I think
Oh.
it just was connecting to the wrong because I'm still logged in on browser. But hi.
Hi. So, normal scuff. Got it.
Yeah.
I sent you a knock request. Or a combined chat request. I don't know what to call it. Alright, there we go. Now that you accepted. You can only have one active collab request for channels that favorited you. Are you sure you want to swap your request?
What?
If I cancel your request, does it kick you?
Oh.
Doesn't look like it. Perfect. Ah! Why is the charity thing just all the white screen? There's no dark mode. Alright. So, now that this is going, I'm just gonna go ahead and... Goodbye, iPad. It was a good time. And by
Goodbye,
that, I mean,
iPad.
the capture card was broken for like half the stream.
No.
It worked for 5 seconds and it was just like, no. Actually, no. Let's go ahead and open up. Did I put this on watch list? I did. Okay, good. Are we there yet?
I am live on my end. Oh, is that enough?
Hello,
That?
Aelarion. I sent you a knock.
He is deafened.
Ah.
Probably also being good and saying hi to his chat. Hi, chat.
Hello. Are we all in? Is the question? Because I have the.
Shared viewers and then it left.
Let's see. Start sharing chat. Hold on. Boom. Okay. There we go. I think I needed to do it on my end to start it.
Share chat started. Yippee wahoo!
Ella is rightfully being showered with praise by her community, so I think
I love that.
I love that too. A reminder that she always has people here. Even though she's being a boss. Girl bossing.
Girl bossing.
Girl bossing!
Thank you for the follow. An artist does things. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, this is Melon, Ella, and Aelarion. They're friends of mine.
Ideally, we'd like to stream more together, but that's apparently really hard.
Hello, I'm back after screaming at my chat.
Ella!
Aelarion.
He's deafened, so you can just like trash talk him all you want.
This motherfucker. No, I'm just kidding.
Stinky poo poo doo doo head. Haha.
Language!
Whoa, can't drive the RV, man. Doesn't know how to drive. Ooh. Go smoke your cigarettes and eat your weird, what is it, chicken nuggets in a can? Is that what we eat in this?
Yeah,
I think
no,
we, like,
you
slurp up chicken nuggets.
No, you
Oh,
got
I
it.
forgot about the slurping. Oh. Well, hello. How are you guys?
I'm good. I hope your 2-month hiatus was fruitful.
Thank you.
And good to you.
Thank you, and congrats on debut. You have debuted. I believe. Maybe you debuted before that, but I'm just gonna let everyone know. Melon's got a fucking rad AF model. You guys should go check it out.
That's actually true.
Just saying.
Can confirm.
It was good.
Yeah.
I missed y'all. I missed stream. I missed Twitch. So it's
I know. I'm so
fun to be
happy to
back.
be streaming with you guys again.
Yeah. And we're finally gonna beat this game. Finally,
Sure.
maybe.
Beat it.
Sure. Yeah.
Because we got what, like three-ish hours today from like here on out, right?
So it's gonna be raining today. So there's not a time limit because I cannot take the big guys out on a walk in the rain. It will be miserable.
That's
So,
understandable.
I am here.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, then
quick
I
ad break.
think once Aelarian's back, I think last time, Melon, you're the one that hosted it, so I don't know if the save file is under yours. I double checked.
Boat goes binted. That sounds right.
Yep, boat goes binted.
By the way, I think the map is different.
Yeah, I think they did Christmas.
Happy Crumbus.
Am I?
Merry,
There we
months
go.
later. Merry Chrysler.
Uh-oh. Mama Dodo is lagging. Why? Oh, we have...
So here's a fun thing. It loaded me in the starting area.
Hello, Aelarion.
Hi, Aelarion.
Hello.
Aelarion.
Coding overloaded.
There he is.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I was having some PC. Okay, who's saying emerge already, bro? I was having some PC issues. I connect. So I have a tablet, and I use it as a second monitor now, so that I can have my OBS on my other monitor while I have my laptop on. I have so many screens around me. I have 4 screens around me. I'm all over the place.
Congrats.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
So,
Welcome back,
so when
Merlin.
I connected my tablet, my laptop flipped upside down the screen, and I couldn't. It was rough.
Oh no.
Oh. We're settled? We're good now? Or
Yeah. We Gucci now.
Hell yeah.
I also
Hell yeah.
kind of fixed my mouth syncing issues. So my mouth wouldn't be moving, so we're good now. We're good.
Okay.
Okay, I think. How are we looking?
Okay.
So I
Alright.
loaded up my save and it put us right at the beginning section. So maybe you guys
Okay.
double check if you have a save.
I think
Otherwise,
it's
we're starting from the beginning.
Idealist.
Okay.
I have no
Oh, God.
save files.
All
I
right.
think it was Idealist who had that.
I thought it was Melon.
Let's see here. I got G Mobile, and we're playing RV game. No, I think it's G Mobile. I think that's it. Yeah, playtime almost 5 hours. Let's see.
There we
Okay.
go. That sounds
I was like, oh no, we're starting over.
Cheeky
We worked so
nuggies.
hard.
I know.
Oh yeah, no,
Pretty
this is
far.
definitely it. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so
Yay.
join on
Okay,
me.
so then join.
And then Aelarion, I need to send you a knock, I believe.
Oh yeah, please do.
There you
Thank you.
go. Sent.
I forgot.
Get it.
I'm simultaneously repulsed but interested
Dude,
by
my
Shepard.
screen is having a stroke.
I had to switch to to the lowest setting because for whatever reason it's the only one that wasn't like bottlenecking my computer.
What's in my hand?
I think you have item?
Why is my PC beeping?
It
Yeah,
sounds like
that's
it's gonna
scary.
explode, dude.
Yeah, are you checking out? Are you at the grocery store right now? What are you doing?
Yeah.
We
Is that
told
a supermarket simulator? Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yes.
told you to get food, not to go buy food. Like we like to eat. We wanted you to eat the food, not go buy it.
Oh yeah, we have to go.
Oh god, what are any of the controls?
I don't remember
Right.
anything. Oh no.
I got the remote in my hand. That's all I know. So I'm also almost dead. So that's super
Vines,
cool.
Okay, jump before that.
So we should probably.
interact,
I
react,
recommend.
secondary. Left, right.
My shit's breaking today.
Oh, I actually missed a cigarette.
No.
Don't do this, kids.
No,
Counting
wait,
is
hold on.
difficult.
I think I have
For
it.
real, though.
Why is my game? Okay, yeah, things are.
Yeah. What is this? What are you?
How do I? Where are you?
Meow, 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 meow.
What are the keybinds? There we go. Jump.
We all looking.
Yeah, we're
Interact. We're
Wait a
like,
minute.
we spent like 8 hours on this game.
Yeah.
3
Wait,
months
so did you
ago.
guys send an invite already?
To what?
I just right-clicked on Steam and
Yeah.
just clicked join game.
Yeah,
If
I
you're
joined
friends with
through
me on Steam, you could just join us.
If you're a real friend, if you're a real bro,
Yeah.
let's do this together, bro.
If you're a real ideal head, like us.
Whoa!
A deal head is
Ideal
wild.
head is amazing. You have to call your chat that now.
Oh no.
That's amazing.
No.
That's so good.
Wait,
Melon, you're iconic.
I'm at the place where we left off. Oh yeah, no, there we were here. Why am I so
Okay,
short?
light over here.
Your name above your head is also shaded. It's not like just
yeah,
white.
It's all like I don't remember. Hold on. How the heck do I get in this thing? Why is it so dark?
Why did
That's
you
why
leave
I'm
it
trying to
unliked
remember
it?
how to
Bros
activate
pick each other up, bro.
Bro.
Has anyone played the most recent raid tier in Final Fantasy? Because they literally say, "Let's do this together, bro."
Sorry,
I
who killed me?
love
I'm like about to die.
the fight.
It's so fun. Well, dude, I could talk about FF for years.
Nuggets can.
Oh, none of
Perfect.
my things are working. Interesting.
Engine.
I'm gonna
Oh, that's so good.
exit and rejoin.
Okay.
'Cause none of my keybinds were working. It was very
What?
cool. Let's do it together, bro.
She dropped a flare.
Reverse.
Reminds me of
I
her.
think me.
There, we have light.
Who's Oh,
Me. I'm just trying to remember.
hey, maybe turn on the lights. I recommend turning
How?
on your headlights.
Oh, L. Yeah. Oh.
Hi.
Guys, I don't know if my shits are working. Hold on. What are my keybinds?
Hold on. How does this look?
Yeah, I
I
can't
f- I
pick
threw up.
anyone.
Yeah, same.
Oh no.
You might have to reload because I pressed Q and lifted up Melon like immediately.
Q? Mine's E to pick up.
Yeah,
E
mine's
to, no, it's Q to throw
there-
after picking up.
There we go.
Oh.
You did it! Let's
Yay.
go!
Okay, we got lights.
All right,
Beep, beep.
everyone in there.
Okay.
All right.
Oh god. we have
All
to
ready
go
for
through all
chaos.
I call
this is
sh-
gonna
I-
go so bad.
I call
can
shotgun.
bad.
But there's also so many things I have to play. Sorry.
Would anyone else like to drive before I just
Me!
Besides Aelarion, anyone else?
What? Read
No one's
my
interested?
title, bro.
No one's interested? 12 diamonds is what your title says.
No, my stream.
Oh, that's so true.
Oh, your
Foxy.
stream title?
Hold on.
Nah, I'm driving a car, dude. I can't
got you.
watch Twitch and drive. That's like against the law, I think.
Have you seen
Whoa, look at
people be
this.
driving and streaming and then they keep getting into accidents?
Yeah, because they're
Here we go.
dumb and stupid.
I thought that's
That's
just
bad.
Euro
Yeah.
Truck Simulator.
No. My
I'm
my
terrified of
stream
this.
title is literally "We are finishing our trip and I'm driving." So come on, hop off.
Nah.
Oh, I forgot about snakes in this game.
Oh, that's right.
I don't think I can get over this.
Not with that attitude.
We did
All right.
at one point.
I
Ella!
don't think we can get over this.
Ella!
You
Last
said no to that
time.
attitude, and I said let's go.
Well,
I
you
said
needed
no.
to have a
Too slow,
better
you're too slow, you're
attitude.
too slow.
That attitude also didn't work. Now did it?
Okay, I'm just gonna go cry in the back.
Welcome back to streaming.
Someone
Welcome
else can
back. Love to have
Yeah,
you.
so we
Not
gotta pick
Aelarion.
these out.
Okay,
What? No,
before
I'm driving.
no, hold on. Before y'all do your crazy shit, let's pull the RV in and repair it
It does
before we
need to
get
be
started.
repaired.
Oh,
Oh.
I forgot about that part. Aelarion, do you know how to reverse? It's the R. Think you can
It's
do
the
that, buddy?
R.
Think
Have you
can,
tried? Do you
set
know
it
what the
up?
R button is?
Do you know
Where
you
is the
can
R
say
button?
R?
Is this on?
I already put it up, Foxy. Don't you worry.
Wait, hold on. How do I change gears again? Oh, there it is.
Let's do it together, bro.
We
Free
got
my
you,
son.
bro.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in this room, like safely away from.
Welcome, an otaku kid. Welcome.
Welcome
Welcome
back.
to the madness.
We
I
love
forgot how to do
Otaku.
this.
Yeah.
My brain is not okay. I'm not gonna lie. I
We
just woke
knew
up.
that though.
Oh, yeah.
Hey!
Manga.
Hey.
Okay. You don't get to
We're
complain
We're
about
on this.
you don't get to complain about not being able to drive and then give reasons why you're doing poorly at driving. That's not how that works.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Hey, 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 hey. Not too bad.
No!
Not my fault. Yeah,
I'm gonna be under
Catch
here.
me when I'm actually racing, bro.
Start driving then.
This is not a racing
Why is
game.
Driving
This is a
not the same.
What is happening? Okay, if you're gonna hit me, at least hit me in here.
yeah. I'm gonna we're get in the hole. We'll be safe in the
actually,
hole.
Get in the
Hey,
What?
hole.
first
How
and
ominous!
last time I
Don't put the
heard that
red
one.
lights like it's gonna kill us.
You what?
There.
All right, hold on. Oh, no.
Park. I'm here.
Alright.
I'm alive.
Step row. Oh,
What?
I'm stuck.
All right,
Yeah,
looks
I
like
can re-download it.
the
Because
wheels
that shit is 100 gigs.
the wheels look like they need a little bit of work too.
Already stuck.
Why do your knees look like that? First off,
You can't just ask that.
look
Yeah,
down.
what-
Look at your knees. Why are they jiggling like that?
Why are you so mean?
No, no. Look at your knees.
You could just put a flare.
Look at your knees. Hey, whoa, whoa. Oh, thank you. You freed me. Oh, goodbye.
You're turning things on
No,
fire.
get me.
You need to get out.
Don't worry about it. No.
Okay, grab
Thank you.
and then-
Hey.
You beast.
Whee! My knees!
Oh, look at them.
Why do they look like that? You broke
It's-
them.
No, they're soft and
Wait a
squishy.
minute.
Your knees aren't soft and squishy? Whoa, 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 whoa. Where am I going? Where am I going?
I'm fixing the
Oh,
wheels.
Wait.
I'm doing
Your
my
knees look
damn
squishy.
job.
Thank
Is
you,
everyone
somebody.
dressed how they're... Yeah, I still got one watermelon head.
Yeah, no,
Wait,
you
do
got
you?
the watermelon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you do.
All right,
I don't
one
think I might
little.
I'm so disorientated right
E.
now. I don't know what's happening.
I don't. We
And
just dove
flare.
right in. It's been so long since we
We-
played, and we're like, all right, let's just raw dog it.
Yup.
Let's
Yup.
go. Gamers be gaming.
I like how it's just like, oh, there's a new map. We're under the ground. We do not know.
We're like, is it? Okay.
What year is it?
Need to figure out where I was. Remember, I
Lit.
was like, guys, I'm lost, and I'm like super far away in checkpoints. I need to
Yeah,
figure
you were,
out
like,
how
a
far I
million
was.
miles away.
Oh, that's just the. Oh, that's the ground line. Got you.
Yeah,
I
I
was-
was looking at that too.
I was like, wait, don't
I'm
tell me
like
one of
almost
us.
Dead.
Well, have
Oh,
you
no,
tried
I've
like?
seen this. This has been a thing for a while.
Backing up. Backing up.
I just want to make sure.
Don't.
You might want to turn on the lights.
Fixin'.
We don't need lights where we. Oh,
It's
yeah,
a
I'm
cave.
right,
What do you
right.
mean you don't need lights where we're going? It's a
I don't know
literal
lights where we're
cave.
You
going.
remember how fucking dark it was?
It's fucking
No.
dark. I don't know if you've ever been cave diving. If you have, what's wrong with you? But then
Nope.
also follow up, like, it's dark. All right, so we need to do something, right?
Yes.
That's generally what games need.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
All
Wait,
right,
you
I'm
can
gonna.
just go through.
Sure.
Yeah,
That's what I
it's not
tried
broken
before.
anymore.
No, this one we went through fine. Oh, you
dead.
fell down, go boom.
This one I can't get over.
Ow.
Oh wait, is there
Wait.
fall damage?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh no! Yeah, we have to
Making
like
my way
feed them.
downtown, revive Aelarion, and maybe also die.
I'm already dead.
Have you tried not being dead
Well,
though?
Sucks
Ooh, a
both.
flare.
I
Oh,
just
hey,
stabbed
hey,
an EpiPen
My
into your butt.
flare. Oh.
Oh, I found a flare. It's mine now because I
What?
found it.
I tossed it over here.
I instill the law
Ah,
of
here's the
finders
thingy.
keepers and losers
Oh, yeah.
weepers.
Oh, you're not dead.
Wait.
I came down here for nothing. Okay.
I
Well, I
stuck
was
the
revived.
EpiPen in his ass and he rose.
Okay, so no
Yeah,
one's
yeah,
driving
yeah,
right
apparently.
now. Got it. Okay, I'm gonna
Wait,
I'm
head
going,
out.
I'm
Wait,
going, I'm
drive.
going, I'm going.
Wait.
Wait.
Wait, wait, wait. We're getting there, we're getting there. We're brushing the dust off.
Sure.
Dude,
That's
do I need to
uh-huh.
put up my mouth multiplier higher, bro?
Your mouth multiple. Oh, your
Don't-
animation.
Don't worry about
Got
it. Don't
you.
worry about it. Don't worry
Gotcha.
about it. Don't
Okay,
worry
I'm
about
gonna
it.
go forward. I'm going
What
forward.
game are we playing?
Okay, I'm on. I'm not on.
You're not on. You're not
Oh,
on.
shit,
You're
shit,
not
shit,
on.
shit, shit.
You're not on. Okay.
I'm the bad driver.
Okay, now you're on.
Uh-oh.
Now you're on. Okay,
Okay,
now go ahead.
I am
Yeah.
the greatest driver in RV that's
Uh-huh.
drive.
It's true.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Somebody
Please
believes in me.
go.
Sure. Uh-huh. Whatever you
All I'm
go
saying
strong.
is
Whatever you
I
say.
would like for Ella to survive my car in the
No.
winter.
No. Okay,
You're-
I'm at the next one.
You
And
drive a
Yeah.
death trap, don't you?
keep going forward.
No, I don't drive a
Am I safe
We'll-
on
we'll-
this
we'll-
one?
kind of.
Hold on. No,
Okay,
you're not. And
okay,
then now stop,
okay.
stop.
Stopping. I remember
me-
this part. We did this
I
part.
can't look up, so I can't guide you. But
Okay, I'm on.
when-
I'm on the next part.
okay,
You're good.
Now floor it.
You're good.
Now
do
floor
not
it.
floor it.
Never
not floor it.
listen to Aelarion.
Yeah, just don't. Whatever he says, don't do. Like that's
Breathe.
Oh my god.
why.
Well.
Huh.
Dude, I look away for 1 second.
I
Why?
thought it was safe to go.
Why did you? None of us said that. Not even Aelarion said
No.
that.
Yeah.
for it, so I thought, oh, the bridge is over here. Oh, that's my bad.
Pick up already. Oh, what's this?
Where- I'll go.
Oh, I think I found a hat.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there's some hats and some sunglasses over here in this little cave.
We got this.
Is this a
Why
Yeah.
does
hole?
it look like a mushroom?
Because you are a mushroom? I don't know.
Okay. These are fighting words, first off.
Oh.
But yeah,
Can I-
my car is not a death trap. It's a rear-wheel drive sedan with 400
Hey, guys.
horsepower in the wintertime in
I might have-
Canada.
I might have stuck myself.
Where
bro?
are you?
Where is he?
I don't see him.
I'm in a. There's. How do I say this? Near the button to put the bridge down, there's a little space behind there with a hat, and then I saw another hat in a hole, not realizing that that hat
Oh,
was my
shit.
old hat. So then I jumped down
No.
into the hole, switched it, and now I'm stuck in a hole.
What?
Uh-oh.
I'm not gonna lie, my ADHD kind of.
Got you. I'm stuck in a hole.
Yeah, but where?
Well, if you listened.
Yeah, I know. My ADHD didn't let me listen.
Okay. Step 1: find the button.
That was
There was a red button.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Shit.
Why? We're both
I
in here
wasn't-
now.
You think I did this on purpose?
Oh, by the way,
button.
here's caveat. There's the hat. If you want to pick it up, replace it again, you always have the option.
Yeah, I found the button. So lost.
Here. If
I got
Do-
it. I'm the greatest. Nope. Guess what?
I
Guess
love
what?
watching the health go down.
But guess what?
All right. Now,
How did you
Thank
do
you.
that?
Okay, because I'm the great. Remember, there's a winch thing on it.
Not see.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say,
I had to remember.
one
how to
sec.
do
Hey,
it.
Melon, wait. Let's get our flares. I'm gonna throw the flares up. We'll do the same thing again.
I wonder if I release.
Wait, is
All
that?
right. Now pick me up. Uppies. Thank you.
Oh,
Hey.
here. How are
Hey.
you stuck? You could just come out here.
No,
No, there's
there's
a hole.
there's an extra hole. Why don't you go down? Go down, check.
What
Go ahead and
is
see.
your damage?
I think I got it.
I hate him.
No.
Come on, Melon.
Beat him up.
No. Okay.
You have to say the magic
Oh.
word.
Oh.
No.
I got it.
What's the
Oh,
magic
snap.
word?
Chicken.
Yeah.
What? Why would that be the magic word? What's the magic word?
I don't know.
I said it like.
Special.
We know.
Well, that's close enough. All right, jump.
Get to the
Why did you grab me? I'm the one up there. What are you?
What's the special word?
The magic word was uppies, by the way.
Okay. Appease.
There you go. There we go. Now get
I
out
just
of here.
need to, threaten. What the hell is this? Guys, I found a lotion.
Oh well.
Put that back. That's mine.
Huh.
Oh God, I'm gonna
Well,
burn.
I
this now.
see that we've made
Whoa,
what could be described as progress.
We're getting there.
This is a-
Potentially.
It's not stuck where it was anymore.
Guys.
Sure.
I found the lotion.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what
Hey,
does it
this. Can I mess with this winch hook because it is definitely going to cause problems.
No.
Hey, Melon, can you wait?
Watch this.
What?
What? I broke the
Okay.
game.
Hey guys, if you want to get a good view,
I
watch on my screen.
Oh, am I dead?
No. I applied the lotion, and now the option won't go away.
Oh.
Oh no, it's good now.
You think
This
it's
car
gonna
is. No,
Going up.
it's gonna
up, up,
explode.
go there
Well,
we
you know,
go.
you know when I
Alright,
know when
are
I
you guys-
said, you know when I said that hey, this winch is going to cause issues because it was tied around the bridge and then into a rock.
No,
I
I
like
just
how we're already raging.
now I am now deciding we should play. Guys, you ready to play Are We There Yet for the first time ever? First time in, going in right now. We definitely know everything going on. We know there's wenches. We know how this game works.
We need to repair. Found motor oil. Where's the fryer?
Listen, we got this. We got it. We're see.
I found the grill and I found the motor oil. It's all over.
He's done that for 5 minutes and the car is destroyed.
Where is?
I love it here. I missed Strem.
Wait, there's
You know
a
what
cup.
I missed? This.
No.
I'm just reminding you. Just reminding you.
There we go.
Come here. Come here.
Nope.
Okay. And then clutch.
I didn't throw you into the ravine. I didn't throw you there. This is okay. Whoa! Oh!
Okay.
Oh, nice!
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
Wait,
Anything up there?
there's this. There's a little propeller hat. Here, take this.
Wait, send it.
Yeah, that's gonna happen a lot, artist.
Is that Smitty? Oh, switch.
Wait,
Now we
that's
look all cute.
That's
Oh,
cute.
this might be a good time. By the way, I'm doing a charity.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah! Can we
Wait,
post this?
someone link it so that I can link it.
Okay.
Drop it in chat. Drop it in chat. Wenches!
Wait, I gotta
where?
snooze the ad.
Fanta,
Ugh.
you wench.
Snooze.
Fanta.
Dude, I
There
feel
y'all
so
are
official.
for the link. So basically, it's a charity that I'm doing for the week after Valentine's Day, in which it's to it's in collaboration with Stream for a Cause, and it's to help
I pinned it on
people
my
get
chat.
access to people who don't have access to gender affirming care to get to places where they have access to gender affirming care. So it's just
Woo!
getting
Zoella,
people where
this
they
is for
need
you.
to go, and it's
Hell
great.
I
So-
also pinned it on my chat.
Thank you,
Yeah.
you. Very
How
much
do I
appreciated.
pin? How do I pin?
Slash pin.
Pin.
Or you could just click it. You click on the comment, like hover over the comment, and it'll say like pinned.
It has like a little like.
Yay! I
push
did
pin.
it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So thank
It's
you.
a super fucking rad thing that you're doing. I do
Thank
this.
you.
I'm proud.
I love this shit.
I love helping in the ways that I can.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was excited.
No,
Is that
that's
a
fine.
troll?
Sometimes you just gotta jubilate
What?
Whoa.
I learned a
On
word.
stream?
on stream.
You.
Oh. Jubilating on stream, guys.
English is
Just a little,
hard.
like,
Okay.
woohoo.
I don't know what that means.
Woo.
So I'm gonna steal this drill.
Oh, I should probably also
I forgot
mention
about
that there's like rewards for donating. I'm good at this.
No, you
Um,
do it for good cause.
I don't
Yeah.
know what's happening. I'm
But
just here. I just
There's
woke up.
also extra stuff that you can get on my stream. I have it pinned. I don't know if I should also send that in the chat as well, but I have a. Sure. Okay. Ooh.
It's very easy to donate. I donated
For
yesterday. and
yeah.
there's some cool things.
Well,
to
there's
do.
there has been some issues with people on their phone, unfortunately. PC it
Oh,
works
I
fine.
know.
Phone people have been having issues. I tried to find a solution to it. Everyone was just like, "What issue?" So I have no idea.
Yeah.
For
I mean, I would if I could. That's my problem.
Hey, you,
No, it's
you
fine.
Only do what you can. There's no pressure. You just
yeah,
do
Yeah.
exactly.
it if you
Y'all
can.
being here, giving us your attention and time is more than enough support in of itself. So do not feel any kind of pressure to
Yeah, like just
fork over
spreading
monetary.
The word that helps a lot, and that's just
Exactly.
a lot of good you're doing.
Yeah.
Do I
The more eyes on it,
sabotage
the
this
better.
RV.
No.
This is why
But
we don't
on-
have you drive.
Hey,
And
put the wheel back.
Or draw.
That's the wrong way.
speaking of draw, where's the gun?
Me first, buddy. Me first.
This is America, right? There's gotta be one around here
You're
somewhere.
so right.
There's no way there is canned chicken nuggets and not a gun. We need to figure out
Listen,
this-
we got
You
burger
see this?
wrapped in
Why am I
plastic.
here? Just to suffer?
Yeah,
a little. Yeah, a little bit.
listen,
All right.
Aren't we all just
Well,
here to suffer?
Ella, last time you nosedived into a cave, so we can give it
Yeah.
to someone else.
I'm gonna just kind of walk over here now. I'm done.
Aelarion, you want a second chance?
I do want a flare.
No.
Oh,
I'll try
okay.
driving.
Oh!
It's been
Okay.
So long.
All right.
You got it, Melon.
All right. Melon will try this time. I will try next time.
So, I brought my steering wheel setup
Uh-huh.
to my dorm,
Uh-huh.
and then I opened it up all excited, and then I'm like, "Where's the power supply?"
Oh, no.
Oh.
So I'm depressed.
I'm so sorry.
I've been playing like racing sims with a controller, and I've never had my hands cramped that hard before.
No.
I
Oh, I saw
Somehow
the
I'm
wheel
still
thing.
doing well with. Oh, you just ran over a hard hat. How could you?
Safety first.
That's funny. Yeah, the hat is fine.
I
What
can't
was
see
that?
Aelarion. Am I gonna hit him?
No.
Okay, I've never
Okay.
pranked it before on stream. so
You
definitely
You
not.
What?
never what on stream before?
You.
I've never. I'm cranking
clip
it
it.
right now.
Oh,
Someone clip it.
I need to add
my.
something to the ECRBs on my stream.
Alright.
1 second.
How long do you crank it?
So
Theo?
you kind
I
of
don't
just
know.
have to like look
When
up
you
and
feel
see,
better?
or have someone else.
No,
like,
yeah, I will look up for you if you want to. You can crank and I can
I'm over
watch.
here.
Oh, are you watching me crank it? That's kind of
A little bit, yeah.
Well,
All right.
for free?
So,
You're the
first
one
of all,
who said
hold
it,
off
bro.
on the cranking. I'll tell you when. All right.
Okay.
No, don't crank.
I'm not
oh.
cranking. It's
Oh,
less
it was the
crank.
other way around. Good thing that worked out. Okay, go ahead. No, don't do anything. Don't do
Keep-
anything.
You just said go ahead.
Yeah, I
I'm
thought it was
fine.
the other way
We're
around.
good.
That's my
We're
bad.
good.
Yeah.
Melon did a good job.
I'm
Thanks.
dead.
Oh!
Good job, Melon.
And you dead.
How did
Yeah, we
Aelarion
did.
die?
I don't know, dude.
He
He fell from the sky like an angel, like a fallen angel.
No, not a fallen angel. I am an angel. Okay. Okay.
I thought you were an elf.
I'm an elf angel.
Hold on, you're crooked, Melon.
How fixed?
Story of my life.
Back up.
Guys, I'm stuck. Step bro.
Have you? Are you trying to back up? Okay, okay.
There you go. It's
Keep
just
ba-
that like that shifting takes a second.
Back
if
up.
you're doing it with
Yeah,
phones.
yeah. Back. You keep backing up.
I need my
back it
shifter.
up,
This would have
back
been
it
so
up.
easy.
Now go a little bit to your left to straighten out.
Your left or his, her left.
I said her left.
She's got it. She's got it.
Okay,
I
now
didn't
you're
hear.
straight now.
There.
No, you're good. You're good.
Is there a prank somewhere?
I'm
Yeah,
on
no,
it.
there is.
Crank it.
Yeah, yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
How long?
What were the buttons?
Okay, now you can go, Melon. You're good. All right. Now we have the bridge on the right. On your right, Melon.
Okay.
Wait. Oh!
Oh,
I saw that. 12.
I heard a thump.
No, you didn't. Don't worry about it.
I don't think
No,
there's
we're-
any more cranking that we need. I think it's mostly
I think
just
I'm
you now,
stuck.
Melon.
Step bro.
Hmm.
There's a
No,
button.
you're fine. Whoa,
What's
whoa,
this
whoa,
button?
whoa, 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 whoa. You might want to reverse.
What is?
I
There's
can't
a
see
button down
shit.
there?
I'm too small.
Keep going. Keep going. Okay, now
Okay.
turn right.
Yeah.
No, like go forward and turn right. I meant.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep. Head towards.
Keep going. Keep turning right. Keep turning right. Keep turning
No,
right.
no. I mean it's fine. It's fine enough. And then now
She got it.
left,
She got it.
left.
Melon's the
Ow, my
greatest
neck.
Melon.
You might hit the
Oh,
wall,
stop.
so you might want to
I saw that.
correct.
You hitting a wall?
In case you didn't know.
Yeah.
All right. And
I'm gonna
okay.
chug this coffee. Does anyone want coffee? I don't
No.
drink coffee actually. That's a bad idea if I have coffee. Turn left.
You're good.
left.
You're good. You're good.
Yay! Good job.
You're good. You're good.
Go straight.
Hello?
Your wheel. There's like a little gap that you fell in between. Let's see.
We could. Hold on. Don't move. Oh. Here, have the
Oh,
coffee.
I see.
Thanks. Yes.
Hey, can you throw me up on the roof or
Up,
the
up,
the
up,
thing?
everybody. Ain't a little bit.
Wait, why can't I attach it? I'm dead.
Hey, in case you forgot, you can attach to rocks without a little spigot.
Oh yeah. Oh. What? Hello? Where am I?
Hi, welcome back to reality.
Also,
Oops, there goes gravity.
the
Oops.
winch is
fall
Did I-
down?
It fell. It's fallen.
Reset. Okay, there you go. Did you just throw the coffee away?
It was empty.
Oh damn, you chugged it.
Just
Not
do
me.
that. Simple. Oh, actually,
You
hold
got a
on.
higher elevation though. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily. I mean, do
Try
we?
it.
Hey, we need to pull it up a little bit.
See, it's going up a little bit.
It'll pull. It'll pull. So then
Okay,
now we
okay,
need to
okay.
grab the remote.
Someone needs
We're-
a remote. Yeah.
We're not. We're not
Are we
there yet. No,
No, we're not.
we are not.
Oh,
We're on our way. But hey, if
We're
you
going
ask,
on a
if you
trip.
keep on asking, we're gonna have to turn this RV around, and that would be
No!
problematic.
Please no. Let's
Please
Okay,
no,
so
please.
Goblins-
Guys, I think it's gonna blow up. Guys.
No, it's fine. It's
Oh
fine.
my god.
See, didn't even take damage.
All right, that's it. We did it.
Yeah, but this is the worst part.
No, you need to keep going because the wheels are floating.
Oh, that was it.
Yep. Uh huh.
Oh, there it is.
Should not be on here.
Okay.
Okay, now all your wheels are there, but you don't have too much room, so you need to kind of.
Can we reset this
Take
winch?
the winch
yeah,
off.
yeah.
Take it off.
There you go. Oh,
Reset
dare you.
winch. There you
Hang
go.
out in here with you, Melon.
We got this.
You look so fun. Melon hat in your glasses.
You may be stuck. You might have
No,
to reverse.
They got it. They
And
got it.
I'm
proud.
doing like a little.
Turn. There you go. You got this. You're totally
yeah.
scratching. up
You're a
the front,
very
but
good
that's fine.
driver, Melon. I want you to know that.
I feel called out, and I don't like it.
I mean,
Yeah,
this
yeah, this
wasn't.
is
Not
bad
everything
on
is
you.
about you, you know.
Melon's just good.
We
Praise
might
the
have to
mic.
go backwards, by the way, because the back.
Yeah, honestly,
We'll
I
have
think
to
that is.
reverse it.
Yeah, because your butt's big,
Whoa.
and your
Goddamn.
your lobster's too
Rude.
buttery, and your
Girl,
take is
go
too
listen to your
juicy.
friend.
Hey, what did I do?
I said what I said.
I
Oh,
didn't
forgot
do
about the
shit.
lava.
Yeah,
There's a lava?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
You want
That's
a
what we
closer
I
got.
thought
look?
we were further ahead than this, but
You want a closer
what just
look
happened? No,
at the
No.
lava? You sure?
no, I'm good.
Oh.
I'm good. I already had this last time. But
Okay.
you should.
Oh, you want to? Okay,
Wait, whoa,
fine.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
I mean, if you
whoa,
threaten
whoa,
me,
whoa,
I'll
whoa,
throw you
whoa.
off a cliff. Hey, can you check?
Can you let me go so we don't?
Wait, what were
There
you
you go.
saying, Idealist? I missed what you said.
That steak too juicy, lobster too buttery, or that you have a fat ass?
Okay, never mind. I don't want to hear anything ever.
Someone ban him. Ban him. Ban him.
Melon, what do we do, bud?
You're
winch
Am I
it.
pressing the
Reverse.
button?
Can we? What? What's
I'm
happening?
just trying to advance.
Oh, there you go. Okay, now you might have to make a UE.
Yeah. Now I'm just gonna reset the winch.
Released.
There you go.
You can see me.
Well, it's up to us to get out of the way of them. They cannot
No,
look
I'm
out
saying
for
you
us.
can
Right
see me as in I'm trying to tell her how far. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Aelarion, I'm gonna beat your ass.
What the heck? Keep
I'm
going.
gonna
He's,
fight
he's
you.
actually being helpful right now.
No.
Keep going.
No.
I'm just over here watching.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Don't keep going. I guess. Wait, I'm not there. Keep going.
She
Oh, no,
kinda
you
keeps
can't.
bumping.
She
Okay.
literally
She's
can't?
Yeah,
bumping.
you're good. You're good.
Like, she's
Now
up
go.
against the thing.
Yeah. Now go straight forward. A little bit to your right, but go straight forward. Okay, turn right a little bit.
This is fun.
I'm
Ew, she's
sweating
doing
bullets,
great.
man.
I know.
Go
I know.
Straight.
It feels great, like not driving.
Driving. Yeah, I'm right there with you, buddy.
Okay. I'm
I'm
stuck
like, oh
now.
yeah, this game is fun.
Okay,
You're not
now this might be an issue. Oh, I have an idea. Hold on, don't do anything.
Okay. I'm in park.
Oh, I'll grab the winch.
Someone pull the winch.
Go ahead and just put it in one, I think, because we're gonna do the back one, right? Did you
Yep,
do the
back
rear
one.
one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the rear one.
Okay, then toggle.
I have the flare in case that a Rex shows up.
Oh, what shows up? Oh,
A T-Rex. It's a Jurassic Park reference. You wouldn't get it.
Oh,
Potato pea,
but-
good tip.
I'm uncultured.
Like one of the most popular dinosaur movies
Alright,
ever.
this
You wouldn't
one?
get it.
Toggle.
You wouldn't get it.
You wouldn't get it.
Okay, there we go.
Now it should start sliding eventually. Why is it not sliding?
They'll get there.
It is.
There it is.
It's just slow.
Yeah, like me.
No.
Okay. Just stop for a second. Okay, give me 1 second. Go forward and left a bit. Keep going. Keep going.
This
I'm
is
not,
working.
no longer turning left if I try.
Yeah.
I can only
Just-
go forward.
Why?
All right. All right.
That's
Pull.
weird.
Just pull the back. At this
Yeah,
point.
pull the back. Why is it not? Hello? Slide? Slide
It
to
will.
the right.
It will.
There you go.
But it just might do it all at once if we're not careful.
Yep.
Are we pushed
That's
up
how we
against? Oh no,
slow.
we're not.
Not yet.
Nope.
We're gonna get. We want those wheels to kind of get up a bit.
Yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
now hold the brakes. Good.
I think at this point they could just drive. Well, bye. I'm gonna go ahead and reset.
Yeah, reset that.
Yeah.
Who put a hole there, bro?
Okay,
That was being useful for once.
You're going to want to reverse with the wheel being left. You want to correct yourself a little bit.
Okay, so reverse.
I think I used too much of my brain power. I need some rest down here. Don't mind me.
Wheels. Wait, by wheels being left.
So
you mean,
turn left. So you'll be back. You'll be going backward. Yeah, yeah, perfect. Straighten out a little bit.
I have
You're
a great
good.
view of this.
There we go. Had to fix something on the stream.
Okay,
Did
keep
you ban
going.
me?
No.
Damn it.
Oh.
Not everything's about you, Aelarion.
Oh,
Something happened.
yeah.
Yeah,
the
your
the
wheels
planks moved out from your wheels, unfortunately.
Stupid plankton. Get it?
That's funny.
Yeah, it's all plankton's fault.
I was thinking plank.
Plank.
Oh,
Plank.
oh. I mean, it kind of worked for a split.
Don't move.
It worked for a split second, and then it didn't.
Yeah, but it's also getting the other planks moved, so she might fall
Yeah.
over.
Yeah. I think what we're gonna do.
Do we need to go forward a bit?
You're not gonna be able to, but I will
Okay.
help you. I will do so.
I forgot
At
we
the
can
second-
repair in here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Now, can we repair me?
No.
You
That's
need
not
a
possible.
therapist.
That's called therapy, both of you. I love you guys.
I hate chat
Oh,
fandom.
Idealist!
We're fine. They're snakes.
What else is missing?
Speaking of snakes,
What?
guys, I've been
Yeah.
my ADHD was super high, and I've been watching videos, and next thing you know, I've been watching reptile pet videos, and now
Oh,
I
yeah.
either want a snake or a lizard.
Both are good.
Yeah. both are
All
good.
right. Go ahead and
Yeah.
pull forward.
It would be funny because my mom is absolutely terrified
The
of
wench
reptiles.
Yes.
Oh, not
I
me.
can't get back in.
Here, I'll help you.
Never mind. I'm not gonna say
Thank
anything.
you, thank you. Okay, now I can. Okay, here. Is it the front or the back?
Front.
This one.
Perfect. Okay, so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna reset. Go ahead and drive forward. Now. All right, stop. What we're gonna do is that we're gonna fix this, and essentially what's gonna happen, unfortunately, Melon, is that you're going to drive, very confidently, and just essentially let your momentum carry you onto the thing. Because if you move your
Okay.
wheels, it pushes the planks.
Or tap the buttons, I guess.
Nah, floor it.
Oh well.
Aelarion.
Bye.
Oh, there went one more.
Like, goodbye.
So we're
What if
both
we
down
attach-
here.
Oh my
Alright,
God.
Melon.
Because my brain is
I'll
not
tell you when to
braining.
stop
I
backing
have.
up. Ready?
Oh hey.
Ball pythons are
Do your
so
best.
cute.
Gambate, go, go, go.
So my
Everything's
mom
gonna be
is
fine.
scared of
Everything's gonna be
snakes,
fine.
Yeah.
Everything's gonna be. Keep going.
and
keep going.
No,
it's
you're
gonna
not
be
gonna be
hilarious
fine.
if I get a.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Stop. Stop.
Uh
Stop.
oh.
All right, press the button. Press the button.
That's
I
gonna.
have to press the button. It's upstairs.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, what part of we're both at the bottom of a cliff didn't you
All
quite
right,
understand?
All right.
She's also gonna
All right.
fall over. She's going to tilt.
Well, listen. I'm gonna put the wench right here, and
Ball pythons make great pets. They do. They're just puppy dogs as snakes. Oh,
They
Lordy
are?
Lou!
I'm gonna
I told
die.
you, guys. We're about to be squished. Especially.
Oh!
the wench.
That
Haha.
kind of
Okay.
works. That kind of works.
It worked well enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, here's the problem.
Actually, yes.
Yes.
The wench is attached up top.
You reset it.
Yeah, you can come down here and reset it.
Oh, I
Yeah.
can.
If you go to where the winch is, like the starting
The
point,
front
you
one is. Oh, reset. There it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Now
You
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 can go
did
back
it.
up. Thank you.
Crowley
You have a
and
ball
it's-
python.
That's
Oh,
they're so
I've been looking at the
Oh, I'm
Cape
trying.
House
Hi.
snakes. They're like little
Thank you.
tiny ones.
And then-
I want like a tiny one, and then I can
Can I
freak
do
out my mom because
this?
I'm
No.
evil.
That's me.
Did you guys? Oh, no,
Hey, Ella,
I thought you guys forgot about me.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
right here, where I'm standing.
Where'd you do that? Where did you? This one?
Piton.
It's all just red. It was green for a second.
Oh, no, it's not piton. It's a winch hole.
You could only do it with wood
Oh.
There's a
or
wood right here. Wait.
or piton. Yeah, there's also wood up there. So
How did
let me.
you
I
get
think
up
that's a
there?
glitch one. We
No,
yeet
here.
you over there.
Okay. Ready. Ah!
Hell yeah, jump down. I'll grab you.
Oh, ow. You lied to me.
Well,
Someone
you did
grab
hug the
other
wall.
Okay. Melon, can you grab the little button to use the wench? It's inside.
No, it's okay. I'll throw you up there.
Okay, never mind. I got it.
Okay.
Wait, catch these too. Oh,
Catch
These
these
what?
nuts.
Yeah. Okay. Reverse.
We didn't need that
Uh,
silly Aelarion.
I mean, just in case, watch it explode. Watch it explode.
Why would you wish that upon us?
Tell me when. Tell me when. Tell me when.
Tell me what?
What's
When?
happening?
Okay. Released. Release it from the back.
All right, now
You guys are clipping through the wood.
you
or-
should be able to drive at least somewhat. See if you can kind of
Yeah. Try
correct yourself.
reversing.
Please, no, don't do that. Okay,
I would move-
Fine, Jesus, dude. Every
Hi,
time I
Buddha.
sing, Buddha just like destroys me. You
Okay. Oh, we're
bully.
stuck on a plank on the front. Yeah.
Oh wait, okay. No,
Got
fully
it.
back up.
Okay.
Just back up. Just back
Okay,
up. You're good.
Back it up. Back it up.
Hold on. Don't go too crazy. There is magma, but you are.
We're
Fully
okay.
back it up. What the fuck are
Why
you
don't
doing?
you magma
Okay,
these
all right.
nuts in your mouth?
All right,
What?
go ahead. You should be
Wait.
good.
Wanna-
I'll tell you when to
So
stop.
Keep reversing?
Yeah. I'll tell you
Wait.
when. I'll tell you when it's no longer
There
safe.
you go. Okay, now you can do it.
Hey, do you wanna have her face
Stop.
forward so she can drive forward?
Okay.
No, it's fine.
No. We
I'm
do
not
when
listening
we
to you, Aelarion.
we need. I recommend turning around. Yes.
That's what I was.
So
we
going
should just
going
give
your
the space now
right
to
and
do
then
it.
back up that way is probably the best way.
I'm leaving,
go.
guys. You
Bye.
Okay. Have fun.
Good
Didn't
luck.
even care. All right, bro.
Listen, you're your own man. You do what you want. I'm not gonna stop you.
Mhm. You're strong
I'll
and
tell you what I
independent.
want. What I relate with. Sorry.
No.
I'm gonna what?
I wanna.
Unmedicated, so unhinged
stop.
than usual. So good luck.
Oh, we
That's as much back as you're gonna get. So if you go, fully this way, and then you're gonna. This could be a multi-point turn, unfortunately.
If you hold control and then right click, you can move.
Oh, you're about to get hit.
That's okay. I'm used to it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh. Hmm.
See?
Maybe therapy is good.
Keep going. Keep going. Wait.
it's not-
Okay,
Wait,
yeah.
I can
Now
do this.
I think we're good. I think you're good to go move forward.
Okay, did you guys just jump off a cliff?
No.
As long as you hug towards more
Like a little
your
dip.
right.
If you keep going straight.
Follow,
go a
follow my
little-
little arms.
Yep.
There.
See,
she can't
you're good.
see. There you go.
You're good. You're good. No,
What?
up. You're gonna. Yep. Keep following us here.
Oh.
Oh!
You guys.
Almost went into that.
You're gonna want to turn a little bit
Okay.
left.
Follow my arms.
I think
Okay,
you
keep
want.
going.
Do we want straight here?
I think
so.
straight.
Okay, yeah.
Straight.
You're gonna want to build a little momentum. Yep.
Yeah, and then you're gonna want to go a little left. after
Little
this
left,
next rock.
like kind of like
Yeah,
you're
looks
essentially
good.
following our footsteps. Oh, hold on. This
middle
one,
here.
you're going to want the
Stay on
wheels
the-
to be on these
so
rocks.
she knows where. Okay, fine. I'll go here, so she knows where the other one is.
Yeah, you want your
The
wheels to
other
line up to
flank.
us.
Yeah.
Melon, you're doing great.
You are doing. You really are
Not
doing great.
You're doing amazing, girly pop. I'm so proud of you.
I feel like
You want a
should
little
probably
bit-
turn right,
Okay,
left
you're good.
a
You're
li-
good. You're good. You're good.
Oh,
You're
never
good.
The
and
back is
you want-
a bit sus.
Probably right here.
I think this is where
Oh.
we died last time.
No,
I'm stuck.
we would never. I knew it.
It's just I think the back.
It's okay. I have a winch hole inside that you guys refuse to get. I have 2 of them. Look at this.
Nice.
Whoa.
Hmm.
Got a load of this
I'm
winch.
good at picking holes.
Look at that.
I mean,
that
what?
wench hole.
Hmm.
Hi, Pepper.
Do I
Hmm.
put this here?
I
I mean, we could just drag
no,
the thing.
yeah,
in
I was
here.
gonna say more or less. Instead, I would, if we're dragging, we might as
Oh,
well
God.
go whole hog, like over here, and just
That-
drag it across.
Guys, I forgot to
Yeah, I
charge my
think
laptop.
you're right.
Hold on. Oh, thank
Oh
God.
no.
No, it's
What?
okay. It's okay. I have a charger. Hey, comic.
Mm,
Yeah.
Where do you want
Those
me to
have
put the
these.
winch hole?
I'm thinking. First of all, it's just a winch, not a wish hole. Up right
It's
where I'm
literally
standing.
called a winch pole, not a hole.
Oh, I keep on hearing
think I have
hole.
dyslexia.
I heard you say
I
hole.
did say hole.
I did too.
I think
I read it wrong. I think this happened to me last time too.
I'm thinking right where we're standing here is what we want. Well,
I feel like we should like go
how
the
is this
long
board
route.
okay?
Oh
Well,
my
the
God,
thing,
thank you for the. Wait.
I think I don't think that's gonna hold. That's the problem. With the winch pole, we don't think we need any of the fire. I mean these planks here because we're just gonna drag
Yeah,
it.
we don't. Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to go over here.
But I'm
Take the long
thinking
route.
I'm thinking more like here is where you want it. It's like this spot here.
Oh,
Yeah, but if I hit like
there's more winch
an
poles.
angle, then I'm gonna
I'm collecting them.
rocket myself into the lava.
Don't worry about it.
As long as we're winching, you shouldn't TM do that.
TM.
What is TM again? Trademark?
Yes.
Trademark.
All right, I'm grabbing the winch.
Yeah, but what are
Oh.
you doing with the RV though?
Okay. Where's the Aelarion? Where'd you put it?
There's more over here, so I'm gonna grab the extra ones that that I found.
Wait, where's the original one?
I put it back.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, it's right here. Got it. Whoa.
I think we do it a little to the side here. if
To
I'm
the
being
left, to
honest.
the left.
That I think that's gonna just put her directly into
I'm
this
gonna
big little
put it
spot
here.
here.
You guys are in charge of putting that there, because if I do it, I'm gonna get yelled at.
You're gonna
I-
yell that
I-
regardless anyway.
Somebody put
Um,
it down. It doesn't matter.
So why do you want to put it over here at an angle? What's your thought process?
Because how is she gonna drive straight across? She's not. She's gonna get stuck right here in the lava.
Well, that's
Yeah.
She
why.
has to, but
that's
hold
why-
on, 1 second. So she's
Yeah,
gonna
go ahead.
go over
Okay.
this rock and this rock, and she's gonna have nothing right there. So that's why I was putting the planks down, but you said not to put the planks there.
It's true, I did say that. Well,
The
essentially,
other one there.
with this
Hey,
being,
Damn.
with this being, if we're,
Okay.
which we are doing this.
Oh.
We don't have to worry about her driving anywhere. It's just retracting this, and it's just gonna pull her the entire way. She doesn't need momentum or anything.
Okay.
But like
I'm
the
playing
winch
with
also kind
fire.
of depends on the wheels going along. If I get like the wheel stuck in one of those spaces in between, it's just gonna try and pull nothing.
She's gonna get
If we,
stuck.
well, let's put it
Yeah.
this way: this winch idea here is, you're gonna get damaged, one way or another. This is a
True.
treacherous thing. So if you want, instead of doing this, you could just we can just do kind of like the safer method here. Put it like right here to get you unstuck, and then you try to attempt to drive to through the right here, and then we don't need to worry about trying to remove this. But I'm just trying to. Yeah.
Question: there's a winch pole here and here.
Where are you pointing?
Look up. Look behind you. Up.
Oh.
Oh, on the ceiling. Oh.
Let's just use
Also,
that.
question: do we do like a Spider-Man move and we just like launch me up there? And we just like winch pull it up there
Okay, I'm ready.
all the way on the roof?
No, you're not. Hold on. The angle that we are.
So tiny right now. Do you guys see this?
Who's holding me?
I am.
Oh, okay.
I'm kind of getting a gauge here because you're getting resistance from here. So I have a. Okay. I'm trying to get a good angle where you.
It might be too
Okay.
far.
All right.
Let's
Best
just
of luck to
try.
you.
It
Woo.
doesn't hurt just to try. Oh, I missed. Huh, try again.
So close.
Okay.
I'm going to die.
The
on this
reason-
next
the-
wall. I just didn't know you were throwing me. I wasn't
The
ready.
reason. So the reason that you might die is because we're next to lava. If I do this wrong angle, I'm throwing you into
no.
lava.
My health
I'll catch
is
you.
almost dead, is what
That
I'm
too.
saying. Just
And I
throw
can-
me. We're-
I can.
let's
I
just
can
get it.
resurrect you. I can resurrect you.
Look, there we go. There we go.
Oh,
Come on.
why did you get in my way? I was trying to say.
It just
trying to
get-
hugged me. I'm so scared.
You got it. You're safe.
You're fine.
Oh. Oh.
What happened to you? Oh. We want me to. Oh, look at you, parkour.
Listen.
Parkour.
Okay, I got the winch. We're doing the front one.
Yep.
T front. Let's see if this does anything. Yeah!
Okay. Now you should be able to.
Huh?
Whoop.
We're fine.
Whoop,
We're fine.
whoop.
We're
You're
fine.
fine.
We're
You're
fine.
fine.
We're the greatest.
Fine.
We're the
God,
greatest.
you're
Okay. Pull the
speeding.
front. You okay? Okay.
stop.
Oh, hold on.
Do not
Yeah,
move
stop.
anymore.
I'm gonna
released
unleash
park.
it. Be ready for the slap back.
Park. Put it on park.
Okay.
It's on park.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Good job, everybody. I'm so proud of you.
All right, now.
Hugs all around.
Oh my god, I almost fell in.
That was stressful.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a winch over here too. On
Over
the
where?
wall already.
Melon, my love.
Over here.
You are gonna want to try to get
Where I'm going?
over to the left here. Do you see me?
Am I gonna survive this?
Yeah, do I need to go across the lake?
So
Guys.
I think. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
hold
I
on.
see you. I see you over
He's
there.
fine, he's dead.
He's fine. He's taking a
Um,
nap.
He's making choices, man.
We'll do. Let's see.
We have to do the reverse winch.
Yeah. Do you think we?
Also,
Do we want to
I'll
do
grab
reverse?
Aelarion.
Do we want to do reverse wrench? Throw you up there, and then it will kind of like reset the angle.
Yeah.
You get what I'm
Let me
thinking?
grab him though. What are you even doing over there, dude?
There was metal scraps over here.
See.
Let's
he
get
saw a
Melon
collectible.
freed. Here, you want to throw me so I can
Yeah,
grab,
yeah.
do the wrench?
Yeah, I'll throw
Okay,
you.
What is
front one?
happening?
No, you want to grab the back.
Oh,
one.
that's what's happening.
Okay, front one. No, oops.
There you go.
Okay, back one.
Back one. Because we want to
I'm
get the
also on
butt
fire.
angled here so that she could just go straight and then like straighten out. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
You good?
I'm ready.
All right.
I'm ready.
Hold on, I'm trying to see the winch. You're kind of thick. All right.
Thanks, I know. Got it.
How's your health?
It's about the same. That's okay.
Okay.
So then let's switch reverse.
All right. I'm gonna get around you.
You should
Ooh.
check if we have any food or anything in here.
We have so many revives though.
Oh my god, I'm chilling. Look at
Idealist,
me
this is a
vibing over
great
there.
idea. Your brain is huge. Okay. How are we
Alright.
looking front wheels?
Hey, I'm the one who. Okay.
If you, Melon, if you go left and then drive, no, don't drive forward yet. Yeah, now that it's unlocked, drive left, drive
It's
forward
released.
now.
Okay, I'm dropping this right here. I'm gonna go get this.
Uh
guy.
oh.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. All right.
Oh.
Hold on. Stop. Stop.
Stop.
You're good. It's okay.
Ella, you will not make that jump. Or you might. I thought I was gonna make it.
I've never
but-
let a man tell me no ever, so.
Ooh, that.
All right. How did I die
Or
from
you
that?
can't tell
then?
me not
I'm,
to do something.
I'm pissed.
Hmm.
Wait, how
Say
do I?
that.
Hmm. Yeah.
Oh wait,
you
there's
never.
more planks here, guys.
A
Do we need
man's
planks?
never told you no. That's a good
I
one.
meant to say a man could never tell me to do something that I couldn't do.
Breathe.
A man can't tell you what to do.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's. You could reverse it.
We
and
were
it sounds
getting
good.
there.
Yeah, we were getting there.
Eventually.
Okay.
We could use the winch pole
Hmm.
and then go over here and then try to pull it up. You know what I mean?
Kinda.
Over here. Like I could
we're-
probably
No. I say no because there's
No.
a giant pit of lava between where she is and where you're pointing.
to
that
get
if
her
we-
out of the hole. a little
Yeah,
bit?
then let's pick
That's
a
what I'm
different one that
saying.
doesn't have them going above a pit of lava.
No, you don't go all the way to the lava. It's just to shift it. I'm
Yeah,
throwing
I'm
in.
just saying. I think in.
Or we could do it here, but I don't know if it'll reach. Like
I
here.
I think what we could do, yeah, I'm thinking maybe here. It's gonna be tight, but we could do it here. It'll correct it. Then she can continue driving forward.
Is that a repair station like right there?
I'm
No.
looking right now.
Oh yeah, it is a repair station. You're right, but I don't think it's a checkpoint.
Oh. There's a ton of scrap metal in here. I'm just seeing if there's anything in here useful for us.
I'm thinking my vote is pull right where I'm standing. We shift. We have the front be where this is, the back be up where we've been putting it before, and then we lift the back wheels up, then kind of like correct it with the front, and then set back down, and then drive forward.
That's what I was kind of thinking. Yeah.
You know. What do you think?
Right, there's just a bunch of spare parts. There is some winch stuff and motor oil, but it is a safe because
360.
there's an RIP station over there. So if
Oh.
we can get there, we got to the next spot.
Yeah.
Perfect.
360 again. I'm playing with fire, literally.
No, you're playing with
I'm
magma.
gonna-
Look at that.
Where'd the winch go that I gave you when I left?
It might be back there. Hold on. Let's find it.
It might be under the car.
Ooh.
What? I died by lifting up a plank. Okay.
That's
What?
funny.
I
Where
don't
are
know,
you?
dude. It
You're
launched me into
anemic.
the air.
Get some iron in your blood. Damn.
Dude,
Yeah,
I don't
honestly.
know what happened.
Where is your body?
By
Okay,
the
while you guys are setting
bed.
that up and finding Ella, I have to pee real quick.
Okay.
Okay,
Enjoy
fine, don't
my
fall
own.
in.
Go piss, girl.
Hello. Go piss, girl. The one
Oh,
piss is
oh,
real.
oh, there. Did you say one piss?
Yeah. I said the one piss.
One
is
one
real.
piss is real.
The one
Oh,
piss is
I
real.
thought you meant like the show One Piece.
Alright.
But instead of
that was
piece,
the
it's
joke.
one
That was
piss.
the joke.
Okay.
That was the joke.
Okay.
Hey,
Yay.
you
Hey,
coming
whoa,
with
whoa,
me?
whoa, 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 whoa!
All right, I
Oh,
got the thing.
okay.
Is it the front one? It is the front.
Hold on, let me get the winch.
Yeah, go ahead and get the
No,
winch.
dude.
Okay, yeet me.
All right. Hold on. You're also thick, so I just want to get the angle right. All right. Go ahead.
Ow. You didn't bother catching me. What is this?
You didn't even try to go for me. Both of you. Both of you like float away from me when I'm trying to catch you.
I don't want to hear it. He hates me.
I mean,
Is bro drinking? Oh no. No.
I like
Yeah.
Melon's. Melon's so cool.
That was so funny. Well,
Sunglasses, Melon
I
head,
know.
just
The one
vibing.
Yeah, exactly. Meowie gets
Me
it.
hearties.
All right. I guess I will also take a quick go piss girl, since
Go piss, girl. I'm gonna
Melon's also
hydrate.
pissing.
Hydrate check for
I was
everyone.
Yeah,
gonna say,
hydrate
I'm
check.
gonna hydrate because there's not enough water in me to go piss.
Go hydrate, girl. You gotta hydrate.
I'm doing it
before
right
you
now.
hydrate. What else? Oh man, we've been at this for an hour and we're still on the same level. That's so
No
funny.
shot's been an hour. What?
Yup.
Jesus.
Well, we had to like remember how to play the game. That was, I think, the hardest part of like, oh yeah, there's a winch. Oh yeah, we do this. Oh.
Oh yeah.
What a piss in the all blue, mark my territory and all the seas. Is that your one dream for the One Piece? Oh meowie.
Oh.
Oh meowie. Are you playing League? What are you up to?
Oh God, why would you do that to yourself? Welcome back. Did you fall in?
Welcome back.
No, thank
Idealist is also taking a quick bio, and then we'll get back to it.
Wait a minute. I just realized something. This game is unrealistic. What are those wheels attached to? Hopes and dreams?
Yeah.
There's
One
no
piss,
suspension.
One kill. One piss. One kill. That's an Overwatch reference.
I've been playing more. I'm playing Death Stranding. You mean Pure Later Simulator?
He told me recently that there's like a mode in that game. Well, not mode, but a thing. You just pee in the game, and then it makes little mushrooms that people can eat. Why would you eat piss mushrooms?
What are you talking? What did I get back to? What the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, you're making mushrooms right now. Stop pissing.
Is that like? Are you describing like a unique form of UTI? Like, what the actual hell are you talking about?
No, we're talking about Death Stranding. Welcome back.
Back about Death Stranding, obviously.
Where piss becomes mushrooms?
I've never played it. Meowie's playing the second
I've
one
watched
right now,
someone play the entire game.
I highly recommend.
Turns into mushrooms, and you can eat the piss mushrooms.
I
Unless
almost
Meowie's
failed
like.
that. Where's the lava? I'm dying. I'm dying in real life. Let's go.
I don't know what buttons to press. I need you. Come back.
I don't know what buttons to press. I need you. It's really funny.
I don't know.
So you pick up the back first.
Could be replaced with a keybinds menu.
Okay.
That's really funny.
So I have a question. Why didn't we put the pin pole a little bit higher up?
Well, we're going now. So here's the back one.
Okay, stop.
No, it's fine. Now
Is
lift the front.
Is it?
Stop!
Front.
Oh my God!
Let's go!
Front.
It's
Okay.
It's dead.
Well, it
going.
was fine until it decided to spin on its head for no reason.
Both at the same time.
Okay.
You spin me
Right around, baby. Right around, and I reckon, baby.
I was under lava.
Oh no.
Right.
That's it. I'm blowing things up. Motor oil.
Boston Lesson 3 is the cassette. Veda! Oh! The
my God, I
salute!
was flying.
The Emmy salute. No.
Oh, did I go too far? My bad. 1 second.
No, you went into the hole.
Yeah, I know. That's sorry. That's what I meant. Ooh. What are you?
I think you can get out.
What?
Where's the flare?
What am I on? What's?
No way! No way! No way!
Hey guys. Hey guys. I
Oh
you know
my
what?
God.
Maybe I shouldn't drive.
I'm the bad driver.
All right, retribution time.
Oh, that was so funny.
Why did I
Okay,
explode?
while you guys are repairing, I'm gonna be right back. My turn. I'm just gonna grab a
Yeah,
quick
go
snack.
piss, girl.
No, I'm grabbing a
So-
snack.
Go
Grow some
snack, girl.
mushrooms.
Go snack.
Food is for the weak.
How dare you not take care of yourself, my sweet good friend Aelarion?
Don't worry about it. You didn't read what I said in chat the other day. My sugar levels are fine. I totally don't have diabetes. I probably do, or it will get it. I'm causing myself to get diabetes at this point.
Let's not.
And it's funny because I don't eat sweets because my parents are diabetic. It's fun times.
All right, fix.
Dude, what is
What is what?
biting my fucking foot? Ow.
IRL?
Yeah, something is hurting me. Ow, 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 ow. You bitch. What is it? Ow. Oh, there's nothing. It's just fucking phantom pain. I might be going insane.
Probably. You are you wearing? This sounds like a weird question. Are you wearing socks or anything like that?
No, I'm wearing flippies, floppies.
Are you sure it's not just pulling on a hair?
On the underside of my foot?
Oh, then I can't help you.
I don't know why it's stabbing me. It's probably diabetes at this point.
No.
Stop saying that.
Hey,
Drop
it's
me.
genetic, and yes.
Leaving a flare in the RV is probably fine, right?
Yeah.
Huh? Oh god, we gotta do this again.
Yep.
Wait, is there a light source somewhere? Oh, it's that.
Yeah, I'm like just kind of throwing the
There you go.
flares we have along so we can keep
Okay,
cracking them.
where was that snake? Now I don't want a snake anymore. Oh, there's the snake.
No, I
Someone
don't
run
want a
it.
snake in a
There
war.
was
Yeah,
one right
you're
here.
like, oh yeah, these cave snakes convinced me not to have a cute little boa. Yeah, all right.
Realize you can't just ask people if they're wearing socks.
At first I can and I have. Listen, it's not like I spam sniffa in the chat or anything like that. That's not how, like...
Ew.
Alright, there's a flare for y'all. I'll drive this time. This time as long as I don't get caught in the beginning. we'll see how well it goes.
Wait, is there?
Let's see. Okay.
Can someone revive me? I'm gonna off myself. In game. Chill. My health is super low, so might as well reset it. Right.
Probably.
Yeah, we have
360. Oh wait, that's 720. Boom.
Where are you? Oh,
Hi.
I see
I'm at
you.
the first bridge.
Melon?
I don't know what just happened there. I was trying so
I heard
hard to
that.
stay on the ladder, and it wanted
Hi,
me to be
Buddha, I'm
anywhere but
in there.
that.
There's a thingy here. Is that the cranking thing?
Yes, that's for this one up here.
Okay, I'm cranking it.
Yeah, but what are you
Okay.
doing in game? Welcome back. Hey,
Uh,
you wanna make it go
I'm
all the
doing
way?
both.
That'd be great. Oh. I was gonna say if you. Yep.
Crackers and cheese.
Hell yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I was going to eat, but then I woke up late.
You
I'm
should
not
you should
talking
just
to
grab
you.
something. No. Let it go. Thank you.
One of the best little like dream hacks. There's these little like snacker packs, and they have cashews and cheese and cranberries or whatever you want. They
Uh-huh.
just give you a little protein to.
Oh my god, that sounds
Interesting, yeah.
dangerous for me. Because it's not gonna be a stream thing, it's going to be, I'm gonna be snacking on that every day. for the
But they're
rest of
like
my
little
life.
sized in their
Ooh, ooh,
portion.
ooh.
Oh no! Oh no!
Hey guys, I might have missed it.
I'll
I
catch you!
Oh!
well.
I'm inside now, but I caught him.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm
Thank you
bad
for catching.
driver.
Oh yeah, yeah. How many times have I driven exactly? Tell me.
All of the time? What do you mean?
All right.
So
Well,
how are we gonna do this?
They are good. Thank you, Buddha.
well, I'm gonna go ahead and put this into park.
I don't know if that's gonna.
Hmm.
Oh,
Well.
why don't we get
Oh,
a
that's why I
pinnacle-
fell. I fell because the bridge wasn't there. That explains it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it wasn't moved.
It looked like it was close enough. So which is why I was just like,
I-
this
I
might
Be
be.
move
about
it.
that.
Yeah.
It makes you think it
Hmm.
every time. Whoa, whoa!
What was that?
How was that?
I don't know.
Was
Ella
that a
was
s-
flying?
was that one of the
Was that
snakes?
a motor oil plus griddle?
Wait, I think I know. Wait, I know how to make explosions. Hey, Aelarion.
Wait, hold up.
How-
hold up.
why
I
do you-
need to
why do you know
this?
this?
You can... Wait. Hello? Hi. Where? How'd you do
I
this?
figured it out. Okay, so then if I stand right here when this happens.
All right. So
I've
how
done
are we
something
going?
today, boys.
How are you supposed to
See my
fix this
flare?
problem, or is it just?
Yeah.
Wait for it.
I think you just need to wench up one of the cliffs.
Oh my. Well, you killed me, but what did you hit?
I'm dead too. If you're holding a flare and one of those steam things go off, it explode you.
Oh right!
I
Yeah.
did
Thank you
too.
for telling me. Thank you for telling me. This is great
Now
for
we
the
know.
future.
I'm just looking out for our team, man. You know.
Okay. Well, let's see.
This is good for
Um,
the
Fix
future.
wheel.
Where?
Fix the wheel.
Where would it be a
So,
good place
You
to
want to resurrect
witch?
me after you kind of nuked me?
No.
He's like, not really, actually.
Understandable.
I'm just kind of focused on helping Idealist get this RV up. I don't know if we can.
Well, there's a bunch of pin poles over here, so you could probably like put one on the roof, and then we could just do that.
On the roof?
Yeah, like on the roof or the top of the cave, and then
That's a
just pull it
ceiling?
straight up. See, that's the word I was looking
That's
for.
a-
Thank you.
The roof
I was
of
just-
the cave.
I'm like, the roof of the RV? What do you want?
The woof is on fire.
Sorry. You're good.
Hello.
Let's do...
What?
Because on one hand, I can kind of see a way to get up via here, right? But then trying to get on that bridge is going to be an effing nightmare. So a part of me just kind of wants to be like, well, can we just skip all that?
Honestly, there's 2 wench poles up here. And like a wood thing we could attach you to on the wall. But I don't know if you could drive through here. That's the only catch.
Yeah.
Then
There's
you avoid the
also
bridge.
there's this thing over here to my right. Is that what you're talking about?
Where are you?
Yeah, I don't know where you are.
you killed me?
I don't know where that is. Your body got
Where
launched,
you
dude.
explode? No,
I don't
my
know where
body
your
did
body
not
is.
get launched. It's like right here to your left,
Oh, hey.
Oh, see, use your words. We got it.
brother.
Hey.
What is
Body
this? Oh, those are my
absolutely
legs.
got launched. I don't know what you're talking about.
I got launched. I don't know why.
Yeah,
you
she
did
got.
it.
I was saying that. Oh, well. How did I get hurt? Like you could probably.
You
use
fell.
the
I watched you
pole
fall.
How'd
up
that
top,
happen? Who pushed me?
and then let the RV drive. I guess. Never mind. It's not gonna happen. Because there's a thing over there that's gonna mess it up.
Anyway.
Is this that I'm standing on something that could be lifted?
Where are you standing on?
Where you fell?
Oh, that's you.
Melon. That's you.
Let me see. Where's?
Is there a switch and or a?
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Because if we can
Oh,
make this
wait.
flat, you can pull it
Idealist, look
up.
right across from you, there's a wench over,
What is this doing, by the way?
They go back and forth.
Oh, that's that one.
how do you get over to that one?
I
'Cause
forgot
I'm
to
pretty
say.
sure.
Man,
Yes.
I'm down.
Should I just hit? Is there a restart from checkpoint? Yeah. Should we just restart from checkpoint?
Yeah.
I think once it's down, it's done. It's okay.
4th time's the charm, I think.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Whatever you say.
Yeah.
Alright, let me get that EpiPen that I
Grab it
pick
and
up.
Grab
And
the
I
things
don't know.
you've been grabbing.
Since
Yep.
the beginning.
I don't know where the EpiPen went. I picked it up, but I have no idea where it went.
It automatically goes into your pocket. Like the
That was
pocket.
the smoothest backup yet. Good job, Idealist.
Thank you.
I brought you coffee, sir. Here. Oh.
Do I-
Yeah,
is that? What's
the
that
thing
sound?
that I was pointing out, I'm cranking up that bridge that you're like, does this go up?
Crank.
Oh, okay. So I was right in the sense of we back up so that we're essentially vertical on it. Then we crank
Yeah.
it so it goes horizontal, and then we can just back up normally. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good. Then we now
So
we
if
now we
it
know.
happens again.
Yes. Thank you for confirming that.
Don't mind me, I'm
Being
just checking
smart
things.
and hot.
Classic.
It's a talent.
It is. Listen,
I'm just checking things, don't mind me.
all my friends
Yeah.
are hot. Okay, that's just the reality
I
of the
only
situation.
hang out with
Friends are
hotties.
hot.
It's true.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
Hotties, baddies.
oh, I'm stuck.
Hotties,
that
baddies, you name
Oh, where's the chicken nuggies that I eat every time?
There we go. Where? There's one that's
I
not.
don't know.
Because there's a can of chicken nuggies that are in the beginning, because I am always start this area almost dead, and it's a full heal. So
Yeah, me too,
It's
bro.
only
Me
right
too.
here.
Don't worry.
Thank
I'm
you. I
almost
can
dead.
see.
no, it's
Okay,
fine.
we're
I'm gonna be
done.
the one
We're
driving,
repaired.
so why would I care
What
if I
is
get
that
hurt?
supposed to mean?
What?
Ain't
What?
you.
What?
What the heck? That's it.
Yeah, what are you gonna do about it, buddy?
Yes, I'm just gonna sit here, look at myself in the mirror, cry about it.
Oh,
Good
ooh,
for
ooh.
you. That's
You good?
That's the start of therapy, so
You're
you
good.
know we'll take it. I'll shut
Okay.
the door.
Wait, how do I get out? Wait, oh, there.
Same way
Well,
you
the
went
first rule of therapy is you don't talk about therapy. It's true.
Oh!
What is your damage, Aelarion?
All right, I'm ready for the first bridge.
I'm going to do it.
Me ringing the bell.
Oh, I got snaked.
Hey, is my arm sticking out of the front
Bye,
windshield?
Valerian.
What's going on?
Off himself.
I forgot how chaotic this game is.
I didn't know he was over the bridge. I just jumped off.
Okay.
Hey.
You ready for
Yeah.
this? You ready?
I am ready.
Wait, guys, I gotta find the lotion.
I'm cranking. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm cranking.
Oh, oh, oh.
Step bro?
I feel like you would know how to crank by now, but all right, like,
Oh, I'm
listen,
a
everyone
pro.
takes their time. You
There
say
you
that,
go.
and yet the bridge wasn't
No, I'm
moving.
cranking it right now. I'm cranking it so good.
Uh-huh.
I'm cranking it better than
You're
it was cranked
not.
before.
All right.
Never mind.
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
We done cranking?
Yeah, we're done cranking.
Hey, Ella, does this hurt?
Nope. Alright,
It
hold on.
would.
I'm locked in.
Why
I'm
do I
locked
hear
in. I want to
snakes?
clear this map before the 2-hour mark.
Has
No,
the other
I'm gonna
bridge been
make sure we
cranked? Is
don't.
that what's going on right
I'm
now?
cranking next bridge right now.
Perfect. Thank you.
Beautiful.
God
Cranking it.
damn!
Alright, let me know when to
Speed
stop
running
cranking.
I think I fell in my wheel in the same hole as Melon did. I have a sneaking
Oh.
suspicion.
Leave Melon's
Hey,
life
yo.
out of this, dude.
That's true. I'm sorry, Melon.
Let's-
Guys, I found Borgor.
We're gonna need a little bit of
Borgor.
extra.
Was
Winch, do you
last
need to come up
time.
there? What do you need?
Uh-oh.
Idealist.
Yeah, we need witching, and I think I'm glitched, so I need someone to get in here and get me out of this RV because I think I'm like
Where are you?
I became part of the RV. I got hit with the light that shall not be named and or mentioned, or else the universe will end.
Wait,
And now
Melon,
I'm part of the
I
RV.
got glasses for you. I don't know if you have this.
The other two went into a cave, so it's just us right now.
Yeah, I'm distracted. Where's the damn lotion, bro?
That's where the burger was last.
Okay,
the
I see.
Burger is where
I'm
the
depressed.
lotion was
No,
last.
do you mind
no,
coming
no,
in
yeah.
here real
Let's
quick and
do-
sticking
Oh,
me?
your back is broken, dude. What happened?
Yeah. Yeah, well,
What is this button again?
Wait, I'm
What is
trying.
this
That
I'm
just
button
trying.
do
lowers
before
that bridge. So it's once
Oh,
it's
no.
pressed once, it's done.
hold on.
Okay.
I'll drink this
Get
beer.
it.
Ugh.
Oh,
Ugh.
it's
Yeah.
everything we
Happening,
need right
though.
now is that drink.
Ugh.
Drink.
I
Oh, there's the
drank.
ladder. Haha.
Okay, if I hit drive and get out again, does it fix it?
wait.
Nope, nope. I'm
Wait.
even
No,
further
no.
in. I'm further in now.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
I'm now underneath it.
No,
Help!
no, I'm trying to get on top.
Oh,
my
thank God.
Oh,
Thank you.
Oh my God. Sorry.
Woo.
I'm not blinking. I'm
Oh.
blinking.
Oh, I stabbed your
but I'm
butt.
logged in. Okay, I'm in. I'm in. Oh,
How did you
I'm
do
in,
this
I'm in.
already? Come. There.
Thank you. All right. Ow!
I'm here to help you. You're gone.
Ow! There's so many snakes.
You're outside the vehicle.
There's an antidote
Aw.
inside. Never mind.
Hey,
I got revived.
You can't. jump
I-
just here. I got you.
Thank you.
I have half of my health bar is poison.
All right.
Oh.
There's an antidote inside the.
I
Trailer.
have. I'm
RV,
grabbing it
that's the word.
burger.
I'm gonna try to back out and then correct myself.
Okay. Oh, I forgot
So-
there's bears. Here's the antidote.
So
Yeah.
Melon?
good luck, everybody else. Oh.
How do I? Oh,
Are
you can only
you-
take it, so I'm just gonna drop it. You moved.
Oh, dang it! I hit the wrong
Yeah.
button.
It's right next to you, Melon.
Don't you dare, you stupid ass snake, bro. Don't make me get a cobra. I'll do it.
Don't. Oh! Oh! I'm gonna take a seat. Everything's going crazy back here.
You okay? Turn left.
I need to
Or-
back up a little bit.
That way.
Oh, oh.
Yeah, you should be good now. I think.
You
What's the
can't
turning
back
He's
up.
radius
stuck
on
on.
that?
He can't. He's stuck on the.
All right, I recommend you move.
Oh wait! Oh!
Oh
don't
no no no
push
no 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 no
anymore.
no no no
Whee!
Why
We
did you
just-
keep going?
I mean, I couldn't move any. This is gravity. This is not me. I did not turn the wheel
Can't believe
to
you
to
control
turn the
gravity,
the
Idealist.
y-axis of this vehicle.
You did this.
No, that's not gonna work. It's going to go wacky. Where's the pin pole thing that I found like 50,000 times? I need those.
Probably on the roof. Well, now on the side.
Well, yeah. I have the winch controller. Whenever.
Remember, we're gonna need to back up for this one. So when correcting this, keep that in mind.
I found them. Can someone catch these? Because I'm kind of far.
We're trying to get out.
Oh, Melon.
No.
I don't know why we all were so nervous. Driving is the easy part. Fixing the when
Clear
things
this
go
map,
wrong
and
is
then-
the problem.
Then we'll talk.
Where's the
I
other
can-
one?
I-
There it is.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay, I found 2 pin poles, and I found more
out.
planks.
Okay, if we put these like right where we are, maybe it'll pull it
That
left.
I
looks
was
like
gonna put
death.
it over here
Let's not.
and just pull him straight up.
Will you throw me out the hatch?
Sure. Have fun.
Alright,
Just
if
go
I
out
die,
the bathroom. Go out.
Oh.
Go out the bathroom.
Do you see land
What?
anywhere?
You're perfect. No, stop. Let go. Let go. Don't throw me. Don't throw me. Don't. Throw me.
Do not throw you?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh no! Ah, where you
I
had
was-
me. Oh, I'm glitching.
Okay. Do not throw you, just place you?
Just place me. Gently. Caressly. Thank you.
Welcome.
Oh, excuse me?
I'm up. I'm up. I'm up. I'm out. I'm in. I'm out. Haha. Thank you.
Good luck.
Alright.
Why is there a winch down here? Hold on.
So
Why
we
isn't
should
there...
Probably do the back winch first. Oh, well, actually.
I think front is all you'll
Oh,
need.
Hell, and I did the same thing. Ugh. Oh wait, there's a
I'm dead.
Oh no.
what?
What is happening?
Wait, guys.
Oh,
Melon, do you see this?
Oh.
You
Oh,
see
that's-
this?
Yes, I'm gonna revive Ella. That looks like that'll probably be helpful.
Yeah.
The winch is
Hmm.
down here by me, or the remote for it is also down here.
They have names.
Wow, thank you.
They have names? No, they don't.
No. Oh, is it right here? Is this it? Nope, that's a burger pack. Where did you get down here? Oh, glasses.
All right.
There we go.
Yeah, we could use that. I'm so observant. Someone give me a raise.
No.
Nah.
Okay. You know
In
what,
this economy?
bro? Yeah, in this economy, I need it.
Yeah, it's like, if
Open up
anything,
those
yes.
door.
That's it. I'm blowing up the RV. I'm
No!
getting in there.
Not if I do it first.
No.
I'm gonna put this.
Why do we have a ball?
I don't.
That's
know
mine.
anything,
Don't
dude.
you dare. Hello?
It's weighing us
Only
down.
one?
Weighing us down.
You're weighing us down.
No, you bring me up.
Oh, yeah, oh, are we gonna use that? Okay.
I don't know how to get up.
I heard a thump and then
Hello?
just what
There's
probably
a
someone
ladder
dead.
right
Oh, I see
here.
it. I see it. I see it. I see it. It's just dark and scary down here, dude. I'm afraid of the dark.
My shadow
Okay,
is
sorry.
only my helmet and glasses.
As
Hell
it
yeah.
should be.
Hell yeah.
Mine's...
yeah,
Oh
hell,
yeah,
it's two.
it is. That's
Well,
funny.
Oh, I made it.
Well,
yeah.
I don't have the remote
You need-
anymore, so.
I'm noticing a concerning amount of
I got you.
y'all.
Okay.
Yay.
Ah!
That did nothing.
Hmm.
Oh.
Wait. How did you do that?
What?
You wrapped it around.
She's the
it. Hold on.
greatest to ever do it. Is why.
Hey guys.
Go.
Yeah.
Oh, look at me. Look at my throws.
Wow.
Here,
That
I'm
was-
listening
that was
to you,
perfect.
idealist.
No.
So
you.
I'm noticing that y'all are doing the
Nice.
back one. Okay. All right. Okay. I see it. Okay.
There is no forward.
There
that is
is
for
no
sure.
forward. All right. So the forward one
Ah!
is not an option. Got it.
No.
Did you just fucking die again?
No.
Okay,
well, I'm gonna die after the
I'm gonna
snake
just
bit
do
me.
this. No, I'm not.
Oh my god, dude, I have...
Watching y'all in the mirror is really funny. Hey, welcome
I'm
in.
not alive. I have like no HP.
Hi. Goodbye. Okay, I'm ready to pull you. You
Okay.
ready?
I'm ready as I'm gonna be.
We have no clue what'll happen.
Let's find
Time
out.
to explode.
I'm gonna get out.
Well,
It's almost like I knew.
hey guys,
I think,
I'm gonna explode in like 3 seconds.
What if it just kept going?
Yeah,
There's actually
pretty
one
much on the
second.
pretty much on the dot.
Yowie, shut up.
Oh my god.
Yeah? You just watched. Alright, I'm gonna...
Did you just say you just watched? Is that what you just
Yeah.
said?
Yeah. Something... No.
All right, I'll at least back it up into the to get it fixed. Y'all can decide if I'm still driving or not.
I think you're doing great. I just think we've had like 2...
Oh,
flukes.
okay. So
I don't
he
think
blows
gave
up the
yet.
RV 3 times.
Aelarion,
it's fine, but I
shutting
blow
the
it up
door, I'm shutting the
once.
door. Who is that
What
annoying
the heck?
buzzing sound in my ears? Interesting. So
And
interesting.
I blow it up twice, and I'm the bad guy.
You
I failed.
intentionally... I'm not talking to you.
It was not intentional. Wait, there's a
Go
witch
eat some
controller
food.
here.
Go eat some food. Get out of here.
No.
Drink some
That's
water.
not a witch controller.
Go take care of yourself.
I
whatever.
refuse.
You're gonna pull him and he's gonna explode? Meowie, shut up. Meowie, shut up. That's my man.
Bonk
That's my man.
friends.
Yeah. My man.
My
Ow.
man.
Well, I'm gonna die.
Don't do that.
Yeah, that's...
I forgot you could hurt people with this.
You
My
hit me
bad.
twice. What do you
Oh,
mean?
you forgot.
You forgot.
forgot.
There was the
Can you
sound
do
of
me?
it smacking.
Can you do that so I can and then revive me so I can reset my health, please?
Dang it.
No. Let him
There we go.
What do you mean no?
lie. Just let him be. Just
Thank you,
leave
thank
him
you.
alone.
Okay, it doesn't even do that much damage. What are you complaining about? All right, get you. Okay,
It's
damn.
not. It's not good.
You asked for me to reset
being
your health. That's
beaten.
what we're doing.
Alright.
I'm being beaten. Ah!
Yeah.
You asked for this. You asked for me to reset your health, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Gonna
There
do
you go.
this,
You're
and,
welcome.
We're just gonna press that clutch, get into one, and turn on that engine, turn on them lights, and
Beautiful
You're
work.
supposed to turn. You're supposed to turn the engine on first before you press the clutch.
it was already on. Okay, Idealist, I got it all ready for you, Beb.
Oh, thank you. You sure you don't wanna?
And yeet.
No,
Okay.
I just wanted to get us moving.
Oh, okay.
And yeet.
All right.
I'm gonna go
there you go.
down to do cranking. I'm gonna crank. it
FYI,
for
there are
this.
2 light settings. You can do high beams.
Yes, you can.
Whoa.
Okay.
I didn't
You
know
guys
that.
didn't
Yeah.
fully repair the RV.
Alright.
Well, what were you doing? Were you repairing? I think not.
Oh, I was getting beaten
crazy.
by an idealist. By an.
Yeah,
You asked for me to reset your
Excuses,
health, and that's exactly what I did.
Cute boy's right.
Wait.
They're going
All right, I'm ready.
Boys
Alright,
are
hold on.
fighting.
Boys will be
The boys are
boys.
fighting. Hold on,
I
just do it in a
fixed
second.
it.
All right, cranking. Cranking it hard, cranking it slow, however you like it. That's how we go.
Hell yeah.
Damn. Okay.
No,
All right.
me. Ah!
All right. Ready?
I went flying. Hello?
Okay. There she goes. There she blows. Grab the scrap metal from down here.
There's a fat ass in my eyes. I can't see it. All right.
Oh. He has a name.
No, my stuff is falling off the thing. No!
Okay, I'm ready to
it-
crank it again. Let me know when you're
Is
ready.
this bridge okay to get on?
Yes, it's
Okay.
once you're on it, it goes forward. And
Okay,
so
all
once
right,
you're fully
go ahead.
on, and then cranking.
You dropped all the goodies. How dare you?
What
Oh!
are you, a pinata?
No, you did that. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh my god, I
Got
found
it.
pinholes.
Oh,
Pinholes.
yeah?
God damn it.
Okay, he's got it. See, believe in you, the you that I believe. Believe in
the
the me
br-
that believes in you.
This
whatever it is.
this bridge
Alright,
needs to
whoa,
go
so
down,
what-
and I have a feeling my fat butt has made it so I can't move forward, but we'll see.
Well,
I'm
move
not
in
helping. I'm gonna
cheeks.
go find more pinholes.
You pin those poles. All right.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got a wheel just spinning, so we might have to winch him.
Luncheon, beer.
Yeah.
Wheels on the bus go around and
Hot.
round.
But you know what? We're in a better spot than we were last time, so I'll take it.
Yeah, and we got there
can't believe
faster.
Yeah.
The stupid
This whole
RV
stream is gonna be
is
this
only
one level.
rear-wheel drive.
Yeah, it's
Right.
gonna. I hope you're prepared
Ugh.
for that.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my god, I am the collector of pin poles.
So which one is off?
Fear me.
Okay, it's this.
All right,
wheel.
master
oh,
of
it's both
poles.
your back wheels. Okay, so.
I
let's-
recommend forward and attaching to the elevator.
I think that's a great idea. I'm gonna do exactly that. Will someone grab a winch?
I refuse.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm pushing
I
forward.
respect women.
Remember,
Oh,
you
it's
can
working.
push.
Oh, your wheels are on. You're good. You're good.
I
Push by pressing F.
if I
Back
go
up.
forward
That is for
anymore,
friends who do stuff
if I-
together.
if I move forward anymore, I'm going off the edge. So I
Can you
think
back
that
up a little bit? Just like a little.
I'm gonna
like
try,
one
but
little
it's
tap,
gonna.
one
It's,
little tap, gentle.
You can
sweetly.
move forward a little bit and you will be fine. Just like if you do it properly.
Stop.
okay.
There you
Yeah. And now you can pull forward.
go. Turn.
Oh, I keep hitting R instead of Q.
That's okay. It's a little funky dude. Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Perfection.
go.
Keep going. You're gonna lose that
stop,
front.
stop,
Keep going. Keep going.
Oh,
Keep going.
oh.
Keep going. Keep going. Greatest in the game. Greatest to ever do it. Hell yeah.
Oh, is it?
Hell yeah.
Stop turning. Stop.
Okay.
Stop turning your wheels. Okay.
I-
Hold on, hold on,
let's-
hold on,
let's
hold on.
wench it.
Stop.
You're stuck. You're stuck. So we're
Okay,
gonna wench
yeah.
it.
Okay.
I was
I'm
gonna
gonna unhook this and move it higher up. Try a
Smart.
better angle.
Okay.
I can't get in. I need somebody to throw me in. Oh nope.
Oh, you got it.
Okay. Got the controller.
Yeah.
All right.
Front pull.
We just need the winch, so don't. There you go. See?
Okay. Oh. Careful.
You're
All right.
good, you're good, you're good.
Stop. All right. Okay. So
Okay,
I'm gonna
release.
back up and then try to move left to back. I hate keep hitting-
I have a. You're not gonna be able to back up.
No, you're stuck.
I'm stuck again.
Okay, stop moving. I wanna
haven't
try
moved.
something, okay.
Okay. Oh.
Someone pull the winch.
Ooh.
Yeah.
There, wheels on.
Okay,
someone release
now.
Nice.
there
All
you go.
right.
Okay, what I want you guys to do is tap the gas. Also,
keep
before
on hitting
you even go up there, someone throw. Wait, stop. Someone throw me up here, please, for a second.
On top of the.
Yeah, like
Oh.
right here. Thank you. Okay, 1 second before you do anything else.
Okay. I'm waiting with bated breath.
No, keep breathing.
Here. Hello.
Yes.
Why'd you throw a board? Hunter.
I have extra planks, so we could set it up
Ooh.
on the thing to make it better.
Okay,
Yeah.
here, I'm dropping the winch controller. Where'd it go? I see it.
I have an one more.
Here's this one. I'm gonna drop this for you, Melon, and then I'm gonna grab the next one.
Yeet.
Thank you. Oh,
Nice.
that one almost went off the edge.
Almost.
the edge of glass. Sorry, I forgot.
Oh.
We're gonna be
Do that
DMCA'd. You're
HT
too
thing.
good.
I wish.
Lady Gaga, are you here?
Oh my God,
there
Lady
were
Gaga.
wheels up top. Wait, we have a flipatronic up
Wait,
top.
where'd Melon go?
I fell.
No. Okay,
I-
hold on. Let me.
I'm not dead, so you can continue.
Okay, as long as you're
May-
okay.
Okay. Do I have
can't believe
someone?
it, we forgot that there's stuff on the top of this.
I did not
Okay.
forget.
I forgot.
I was trying not to
Forgot.
use our limited supply.
Limited supply, bro. We have so many winches. Pin
Okay.
poles.
First of all, again, they have names. Are we good as far as backing up?
Yeah.
Hold on. Before you start, I want to close this door because
No.
we're losing
Okay.
stuff.
Okay. Let me know when.
Okay,
1 second.
you are good to back it up.
Okay.
Yeah. Make sure you tap it.
Are you
I'll
telling me
let
how to
you
drive?
know. Keep going.
Yes.
Wow. Wait, hold on. Keep going. Gently, lovingly, sweetly. Okay,
Stop.
stop. Right there. Perfect. Press the button.
Let's
Aim.
go.
Oh, that's the greatest ever done.
Hell yeah. Good job, everybody.
Great gaming. Great gamers.
All right.
Good to be back.
Okay, 1 second. Okay.
Flipatronic.
Oh,
is
there's more
excessive.
pinpoles.
What?
There's more pinpoles.
Calm
I'm-
down about the pinpoles. This guy.
You and
No.
poles.
Okay. Why is it
Oh my
so
God.
messy?
I'm okay.
Oh, Melon.
You okay?
Did you die?
Good.
You alright? You okay?
I think she's
Okay,
no,
okay.
that you ran her over.
I did not even see. I don't see you in the mirrors, Melon. I don't
Yeah,
see
no,
you.
Okay.
That was 100% me. I'm
She was
sorry.
Oh,
was
the-
vibing, and then she just kind of flopped over.
Oh
I
no.
was just
Like a little tiny
"Hey,
thunk.
I'm playing games with my friends. And it just went flying.
Whoomp.
All right.
Obsessed with poles.
Am I allowed to move forward?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
seem-
you're pretty good.
Who the hell? My pinpoles. Close the damn door.
He's obsessed with poles. You're right, Cube.
I am.
Okay, this is where you should stop. Is about where we're at. Cause
Okay.
this. Actually,
Let me up.
I think cause yeah, we did this and this, right?
You could theoretically go straight.
Yeah, you should be able to.
Okay, keep it going straight.
Keep going.
Motion
Yeah.
of the ocean. Run over 12.
Okay.
Whoa, 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 whoa. And then. Okay, stop
Yeah,
pushing.
he can't
stop
now. He
Well-
can't now.
No,
I got
it's
the
fine.
winch.
Just stop pushing.
It would have been fine if I kept my momentum,
Yeah.
but you
needed to
kind of
stop.
did kill the
Yeah.
momentum.
I mean, technically, you can go back. I think
Can we
you could
push it?
reverse.
Uh-oh.
Let's see.
Uh-oh.
Where are you?
Who's
Where are you? Are
burning?
you?
Yeah, you can.
So I
And
tried to
then
walk
full
around
speed.
Ella and I slipped and fell.
Oh.
into
Are you
lava.
inside the lava?
I'm about to
sorry.
run you over.
You're
Sorry.
fine,
Sorry.
I'm moving. No, you're good. Just keep that momentum. Sometimes you just gotta.
Is Melon
For it.
inside of the lava?
I'm- yeah, I'm
Something
in
says
between.
yes.
Oh, wait! Don't go! I see her.
Oh, I see her.
I can't pick her up.
I think
Mm.
I'm hella dead. I fucked
Well,
up.
magma would do that.
Are you dead though? Or are you?
Wait,
Um,
I'm gonna go back and revive
May
her.
I make?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
I
No.
have the
Go
sword.
forward and
Alright.
revive her. There's a thing right in
Yeah,
front of us.
It's front of us.
Yeah. The.
Before I do,
Alright.
Yeah.
this is your
These are
reference
two-
point.
Yeah. I see you. I see
So-
both. I see.
Okay, we're
Enough.
moving. I want to give him
Alright.
space because.
Alright, well, I'm going.
Better. Don't go past here. You gotta go that way.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, now we gotta go right.
Yeah.
And there should be winch spots up top.
It's.
Oh, right
There,
here.
yeah,
There's
I
one
see it.
here. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go revive Melon.
Wait, you gotta throw me to get the winch.
Oh yeah. Whoop!
I am not the
360.
priority.
Did
You
you like my
always
360?
are.
You
No.
always are. Dang it! I keep
Throw
hitting
him.
R. Stop it! Stop it,
Oh,
idealist.
this is
Throw,
gonna be
throw,
danger.
throw.
I'm gonna throw you
Throw,
this way.
Throw. No, I wasn't close enough.
Okay, hold on.
Oop, oop.
Just throw me straight up.
What? Okay, bro's just here.
Okay. All right. What do we? What do we
Oh,
do now?
What? No, you need to throw me. I'm gonna take damage. Okay.
What do we? What direction
did
should
you
we
do
go
this?
now?
How about we? Oh. let's
How did I
reset
do
this.
what? How did I get
on,
here?
let me grab-
I drove.
There, I'm gonna see if I can get you this winch. Aelarion, grab me over here.
As long as we
Yeah.
keep momentum, we should be okay. Should be in the keyword here. I think
Okay.
this is an
that's too
th-
far.
this is an
Yeah.
area
This
of
is as far as it
confidence.
goes. Hmm,
He can
Yeah.
probably make it. Can you guide him while I get Melon?
no,
Oompa.
I don't know if he can go forward. Can you go forward?
I think
Um,
he can.
You,
I'm asking him.
I can't see most of what the ground looks. So you're gonna have to. I don't know if I can because I
Okay.
can't see if I can. I can
You see
hop
me at
out
all
real
right
quick.
now?
I
You
can see
me at
you.
all?
Yeah.
This is your safe spot. If you go straight forward, you are straight
Thank
into
you.
lava.
Okay.
Oh,
Cool.
So-
I
Oh,
I thought it wasn't working, and I was like, "What?
I'm gonna release this,
You're just gonna
and I'm
carry
gonna
me?
grab
Where are you?"
this. 'Cause
well,
we don't
Hello?
need to
thank you
use
for
all
the
these.
follow.
You're the greatest.
1313.
And then if you go
Okay.
right here,
Are you
Oh,
on
thanks,
top of it?
Dari.
What?
Welcome
How
in.
did-
I I don't know. I thought
We
you
love
were
Darius.
carrying me.
I'm not.
So I'm thinking,
That's
honestly,
funny.
like, just kind of go right a little bit and just keep moving forward with...
I truly
Because we
think if
have
you get
multiple-
momentum, the biggest thing is, you might want to go up this, but I don't know if you can.
Don't worry, I keep on...
Yeah.
There's a pin pole right there that you could
No, let him go. Let him go.
attach.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Moving. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. No fear.
This might be
no
the wrong
fear,
one.
No fear.
Woo!
Greatest in the game. Greatest in the game. Keep going.
Let's
It's okay,
go!
Wario, greatest. It's okay. It's okay. Everything's okay.
Stop, 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 stop. Don't move anything
He's
else.
fine. He's fine. He's fine.
Okay.
Okay, we have a pin pole over here. Hello, if you need that.
Throw me. Throw me.
Oh, I thought Dari was talking to me. I'm known as the old man.
No, 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 that's me.
I'm
Wait,
old. I'm guaranteed older than you.
Oh, yeah, well,
You
thank for the
are.
follow, Darius.
She's also like -5 years old, and she thinks everyone's
Melon,
old.
Could you use
That's
the
fair.
winch, or the puller inside?
Just sorry.
Were you
It's like
punching
I'm
me?
trying to prepare as
You
much
know,
as I
you're
can.
great. You're
No,
the greatest.
it was
We're
like
almost there.
I'm just hearing funk, funk, funk on my head. Like, hey, is that me?
I just want to make sure
You throw
our
me in,
stuff is
Aelarion.
as solid as possible.
No, that's so smart. You're so
Because I
smart.
know
Yeah,
we're
thank you.
probably gonna explode again.
We're not
Okay,
gonna
I got
explode.
it.
We'll be fine.
Okay.
All right, front. Yep.
I can't believe you guys left my friend, Mr. Pinpole.
All
right.
we did it.
There's 3
Someone
pinballs
reset
the
over
wrench,
here.
reset the
moving.
wrench.
Yeah.
Yeah, reset the thing real quick for me if you don't mind. Thank
I got
you.
it. Oh, you got it. Yeah.
Let's go! All right.
Only took an hour and a half. An hour and 45 minutes. 47 minutes.
We
Yeah, but that was
did
tough.
it. That was hard.
No.
All right, what do we got?
I mean, it
we got,
was.
we got another
That's
EpiPen. What else do we got?
I
What
have
else
a
do we got?
pen. I have an apple.
You got
Put
apples?
them together and do.
Oh, I found a winch controller.
Oh
I'm just carrying
no!
Did you just
Yeah.
see what you're up against?
Yeah, look up. Look up.
Oh no! All right,
Okay,
all right,
this is
everybody.
pretty-
Save? Can we
Woo!
auto save? Does that count?
I think
This-
this is a safe spot.
This is
isn't it?
this is a safe spot. Yeah, this
Okay.
this we saved.
I'm going to pull forward.
Wait, why is
Um,
the engine damaged?
Because
Oh
we
my god.
kinda like hit it a bit.
Here's a little.
They're fine.
Honestly, it's
Sounds
pretty. It's
so-
very manageable currently. So I
Not
don't.
enough poles, you mean?
You and poles. I swear.
Yeah, man.
I'm
this
telling you.
guy.
Success.
Someone.
Oh wait, we have
someone don't
Planks,
tell him
Mr.
about-
Plankton over here, so we could probably carry it up there.
I don't think we need lights
I see the
anymore.
other
So let
one.
me turn that off.
And also, you probably can just make this without,
Watching y'all run around with that giant plate, it gives me like leaf cutter ant energy. It's like y'all are so strong.
I got the other one.
oh my god.
Aelarion. Oh, wrong way.
W.
All right.
W.
That
Alright, I'm gonna
might be
keep
too
going up
wide.
Just to look.
I'll just stance up.
Melon, I see it. You better pick them up.
Do you
All
want-
right.
Well, do you want me to like put them? Is there space?
Oh,
underneath?
there's more pinpoles.
Can I?
Calm down.
I see 5.
I swear, you with poles is like Melon with rare chests in Fortnite. I swear to
Shut
God.
up.
Loot goblins. Loot goblins.
Like you smell it.
There's more planks over here, Mr. Plankton.
There's also some on our
Am
way
I
up
allowed to
if
move
you-
forward, or am I just
You
chilling?
No.
should. I'd start
I mean-
schmoving if you can.
Okay. All right.
You
I'm
could
just kind of gauging up top. Just to see
Gauging?
what we need.
engage. What?
Yeah, gauging.
Gauge it.
There's so many holes here. You might have to like just full throttle this. I feel like you could full throttle this.
All right.
What's happening?
Okay. No one look at me.
Oh, this might
The
be.
very top's gonna be
bit-
funky. So we're on the same page.
Yeah. What the hell is this?
Hey
What
guys.
is this?
Hey guys.
Electronic. Yeah.
Did you already get stuck?
Maybe.
Oh, a welding machine's up here. Cool.
What did you do?
You guys, just,
Oh my god.
What did you do? You haven't even started. I'm too high up.
I'm gonna jump off. Hey, Melon, can you catch me? Thanks.
Oh no.
Where even are you?
So
All the way up top.
there's a lot more of a gap between the road and the wall than I anticipated. And proceeded immediately get stuck.
Up here.
Oh. Hey, Idealist, you want to come down here?
If I leave this RV, I'm
Did
not
you
gonna be
do
able
this?
to get into this RV. We're
I will chuck you in.
coming,
Don't
coming.
worry.
all right. Where are you?
There's a power pole.
Southwest.
I'm coming.
I see you. No, we're
No,
good.
he's here. Yeah, he's.
Okay.
But I appreciate
Oh.
you.
How do I get back out of there?
How did you
Oh.
do this? Like,
Oh, there's a ladder here. We're fine.
hidden pin poles.
My
Jack's
God.
power
Leave that. We
power
do not need that many.
We need to start hiding the poles.
I know, seriously, it's becoming a problem.
No.
Take him to pole therapy. By that, we turn him into a stripper.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
We'll get really fit. That's for sure.
Wait,
Hell
Melon.
yeah.
Here, I found this.
The answers are.
Oh, I
Oh,
just
wait,
threw
we
it
have a-
that way.
Wait, we have a power pole.
I threw it down.
We just. Oh, you threw it down. I thought we found an extra one.
I did.
Oh no, we did. Okay.
I literally just threw it down.
Zero. Oh, that's what you did. Okay.
Oh. Oh, I'm almost dead at the top. That would have sucked.
Why won't you go in, you stupid fucking power pole? What was that noise?
God. I'm
You
throwing down
stupid
stuff.
thing, go in! You know what? I'm tired of this. Ugh.
Manually pushing.
That was genuine.
Hi.
Okay.
We could probably use this power pole to get him out of there. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, I'm no longer stuck. I've unstuck myself. I appreciate it though.
Oh, nice.
Hello. Do you need to get
So
in?
many-
No, I'm gonna keep on foot.
Okay.
Do you want me to release this? The one hook?
Would you
Who
mind
threw
resetting
all
the
my
back?
pin poles from the.
What?
What
Did
me?
you do it? Did you do it? Did you throw out all my pin poles?
I have no idea, honestly.
There were 3 pinholes just on the ground over here, so I
Yeah.
put them in the middle.
I'm upset. I'm gonna throw hands. How dare you?
I didn't do nothing.
You,
If
you
it felt-
sound suspicious.
I just threw you out because I felt like it.
Don't worry, there's
Alright.
3 more at the top. I'm actually at the next
There-
spawn part. I'm just looking to see if there's any items for us there.
What am I? Hold on.
You're
Is my-
still a buddy.
Is my wheel under the thing?
It's
You
not
went
even.
back to being stuck.
Yeah, you're
again.
both
No.
sides of
No, because I. Okay. All right. Go on. As you were saying.
both your right wheels are not on anything.
Yeah.
All right.
Hold on here. I'm gonna winch you from the front to like here
Yeah.
so that we can correct you.
Scrap metal. Oil. Charge.
Is Ella just exploring up there?
No, I
Pretty
just
much.
was seeing if there's anything useful for us. I found that
Yeah, I
wench.
know. Yeah.
Oh, I
It
found a
was
6-pack.
A what?
Beer.
Oh.
What else would it
Can
be?
you tell I don't drink?
What else would be?
All right. How's my wheels now?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I don't drink. Don't ask
Your
questions.
back right is still a little off. I'm trying to give
That
it some
doesn't help
push.
help.
You could no. You could pull it, and then it'll pull him towards the.
All right.
Pull the winch.
Okay, yeah, pull the winch a little more.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
hold on.
Stop trying to drive. Just yeah.
Okay, I'm coming
Well,
back.
don't
Jump.
tell me what to do.
I'll catch you. Probably not.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, both wheels are on now. You're good.
Yeah. Now you can.
I suspect something. 1 second. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. So both wheels are on for y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
my wheel is under everything. So
Oh.
my screen is not your screen.
Oh, we have a desync.
We have a desync issue.
Okay. I'll try driving.
Do you want me to try driving? See if that fixes it.
Well, what I
Actually,
could
someone just winch. Just winch. Try to see if you could pull it.
let's
Because if
see.
you reset, it's like right there.
Let's see.
Oh, it's
Okay.
good now. Pull! Go forward! Oh wait, no, you're still good.
All right,
I
go
think
ahead
the
and
engine is
go ahead
off.
and
That's
drive.
why.
Yep. Yeah, on my screen you should not be able to be driving. So you're the driver now. You do not have a wheel for me. The wheel is gone.
Also, there's a hole there. Just stop. Somewhere there's a
Oh,
okay.
no, that-
Underneath.
Is this happening for anyone
Oh,
else,
that's
or
bad,
is
that's
this
bad,
just
that's
me?
bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's still exploding.
I was literally doing nothing. I was perfectly still on my screen.
It could
So,
have been just desynced.
I think it was a desync issue. I think that's what happened. All right, this time I won't put the wheel under the bridge. Let's
I
go.
love this game.
Let's go.
Hey, I'm gonna go put the thing up there. Someone else grab the other plank.
Wait, where was the plank again?
Tire come from?
In the
Yeah,
center.
where did the tire? Anyone else see that?
Oh, we just stuck down.
How is that already
Oh.
damaged?
I backed up a little bit, and apparently it took off all of our health. So
Wow.
that's super great. I'll
Wow.
fix it while y'all are prepping. Don't worry.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
We have a bunch of scrap metal, so I think we're good.
Yeah. Oh, I do need to. I see one of the wheels does need.
A little fiction.
That's
Anything
terrible.
else?
What did I do here? Hello?
Okay.
There you go.
What else did I? Where? Oh.
That will get launched underneath.
Oh.
That's fine.
Careful. There we go. Easy peasy. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy.
No.
Hey, Melon, when you're done, can I ask
Yes?
a favor?
What's up?
Will you look up and grab me?
Let me put this back.
All right, I'm gonna start driving.
Where are you?
I'm right here.
Ah.
Where are you?
Where are you?
And I'm jumping right now. Oh, you're the greatest to
That was
ever do
beautiful.
it, dude. That was
The way your
incredible.
arms were flapping.
Saw that.
I just like cushion landed in your arms. That was gorgeous.
This is what true friendship is all about.
That was amazing. Thank you. Thank you for my life.
Okay, so at one point you're gonna need to be careful because there's a hole and we put planks there, but you might have to line it up like right now.
These planks
Only
are
one-
not set correctly.
Yeah.
Hold
So,
on, we're moving. We're
This
moving.
is where I got stuck right here. I think this like rock part
You're
was,
hitting a wall also on your
I think
right.
yeah. I
think
think
we're-
like this was tickling the underside of our RV and it broke.
No
Great.
shot, you're stuck, right?
I might be. Let's see. All right.
Oh no, you're good. Oh!
I don't know what you expected.
Oh, keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going.
Keep
Floor
going,
it.
keep going, keep going.
Oh, greatest.
Yes!
You did it.
No,
Thank you.
settle down. We don't know. I forgot what it looks like. There's a hole. Stop.
We need
Suck
those
pillow?
planks.
Well,
There's a plank here.
We need two. Or-
Yeah, I'm
we don't need
thinking.
them behind us. We can just grab our used ones.
I feel like he could just
Right.
make this without
That's-
any
that-
issue.
I don't know how big that
Uh-oh.
lip is, but it
It's not
looks.
very-
It's not bad. Unfortunately, we lost all the momentum that would have potentially helped in this situation, though.
Okay, well, I'm trying to help. Okay, stop blaming me.
And you're not. No, just kidding.
What the hell?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, does that help?
What is
a
this
little
plank?
bit?
Honestly, it might. So I appreciate it. All right,
What's
I'm
this
gonna.
plank rotating like this.
Just grab
That's
it. Oh,
physically
All right, I'm gonna
impossible.
start
Alright,
moving
go
in
for
about
it.
like.
Just
All
go
right.
for it. Hell yeah, that actually worked. Just keep
Let's
going. Just
go.
keep going. Try
Well-
Aelarion, just keep going.
What do you mean?
You're showing him the way. Oh my
Okay.
god, I saw you fall.
Melon.
Oh, you're on the wall. Just keep that momentum. You're the greatest.
I need to turn
Back up
left.
if you need to.
Are
Yeah.
you at the all the way at the bottom?
No. You see how they're up there? Go down
I think
the ladder and then
Ooh,
turn.
hold
yeah,
on.
turn
Over
back.
here.
There you are.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh,
Also,
oh.
there's a thing over
Whoop.
there. There's a
Whoop.
power
Whoop.
anti-flipper thing.
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop real quick.
I just put the winch on real fast because I didn't want you to fall.
No, I appreciate it.
Works. Sorry,
All
I
right.
wasn't paying attention.
Oh, so how much
So
room
this is
in
a
the
weird
back do I
curve.
have?
Oh, it might have not worked. Hold
Your
on.
both left wheels are completely off. You
Well,
have nothing left wheel wise.
Oh my
good news,
I
bad
think
news.
what
This
we're gonna
little
do-
piece of wood is inside the RV, and I think it's stopping me from falling. So that's the good
Yes.
news here.
This little ladder.
This
I think
little
our,
thing
like,
is here. Yeah.
Name, but
Oh, there you go. You go. Oh, okay.
Sorry, wait, give me 1 second.
Why
Okay.
don't we? Okay, I'm gonna move the winch.
Did you know that letting go of the brake makes you fall from gravity? This is the day I learned.
Oh, that's like a.
I let go of S and I fell immediately.
Damn.
I'm gonna try to jump in here to get the.
Remote.
Oh, yes.
You want to go for a ride?
Yeah, I'm about to, I guess.
I mean, I can let go of S and we can both go for a ride.
All right, let me sit. Okay, I'm ready.
All
I
right.
have the.
See, something tells me we're not going to survive this.
You know, sometimes life just doesn't have a way. And
there you
There
go.
it is. There it is.
but you know what? I think you keeping that momentum and that motion was like the move.
Yeah.
You know?
Those
I think
two
momentum
planks
is
in the
gonna be our
beginning.
friend in this area, which is gonna be
Yeah.
scary.
I think that's
It's
what
just
probably
the
the
last
magma
part
showed
is
us. Yeah.
My wires are fucking me up.
Your wires?
Your
Is that good?
wires?
Yeah, my charger.
Are you okay?
For my
Oh.
laptop. It's like
Gotcha.
almost just pulled, like it got tangled on my chair,
Uh-huh.
and it almost just pulled my laptop straight down.
That's, yeah.
Ugh,
Wire management is very important.
agreed.
My thing is, oh, you gotta read it.
Hey,
this.
Silver! How are you doing? Welcome in. How was your
Welcome,
how was your charity
welcome.
stream, by the way? We were live, so I wasn't able to
So,
join.
Dari, I
How have you
got
been?
Sorry about that. Where's my
Hey,
mouse?
what were you up to?
That's on raid.
Looks like you were doing special events. Oh, special events because of the charity. Yeah. Welcome in, welcome in. We are exploding RVs. I mean, we're driving RVs.
We're fighting for our lives.
Yeah.
Doing our best.
Yeah.
Same.
Like maybe 30 feet. Well, 50 feet.
Oh, first goal in
Hold on,
20 minutes. Let's go. Congrats.
Yo.
What did Dari take off glasses and full model? Okay, sorry Dari, give me 1 second. It
What's the lag? Great
disconnected
time.
from the thing,
Good.
so I had to redo it.
Oh, no worries about the lag. Yeah, stream lag is brutal. So no worries.
Inevitable.
Glasses
Yeah.
is F8.
Let me.
There you go.
Let me. Ooh, doo, doo. Just FYI, Aelarion, you are coming a bit hot on your mic.
Oh, I'm a little super loud all of a sudden?
Mhm. I don't know if it was just a
Sorry.
movement of the microphone. It's fine. I just wanted to let you know. But yeah, no. What did you end up doing for the charity?
What about now?
Better.
Do you want me to go lower?
No, it's fine.
Oh,
it's
no,
it's
that's
good
good.
now.
It's much
That's
better.
good.
It's
okay.
much better.
Okay.
I was almost going to tell you to do it a little bit louder, but I think you're still good.
Oh, I can do it
All right.
louder. I've been like, oh, wrong button.
All right.
Okay, I
You're
got the
so
next one
mad
set
right now.
up.
Really? What did your computer do? What did you do to your computer? Don't tell me that a lot of those charity rewards involve you hurting your computer in some way. Because,
Wild
Not the
rewards.
computer.
yeah.
Okay, is that better, or am I too loud again?
No, you're
No,
good.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You were fine
All right.
before.
Okay.
Are we good to move forward?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got the plank
Great.
set up top. You should be able actually to just floor it until that last spot we were at.
Mother. What's with this backing up?
Did you hurt it? Stop backing up.
I have
my
to back up
God.
to get the right angle, or else we're going to have the same situation as last time.
Repair first before you start flooring it again.
Fine.
What do you mean fine? Bro said
Fine.
Bro said fine.
All right,
He
where's
doesn't
the...
appreciate that I care about all of our well-beings. Kind of
Yeah,
messed
it's-
up.
Kinda-
Somebody has to. Thank you,
Right.
Melon.
Where?
Oh, there it is. Actually, that one would have been bad not to have, which is the rear view mirror.
Oh, that's what I was like. What is that?
I
Hello,
feel
welcome
like
back,
this is gonna
Silver.
be
All right,
The hardest part.
all right.
Okay. Yeah.
We're gonna be moving forward. All
Sorry,
right.
I'll keep that for now. Cause I feel bad.
I didn't hit Aelarion, did I?
No.
Not yet.
he was
Not with
there.
that attitude.
No,
Who's dodging? Yep, dodge.
I keep on
Something-
hitting R to reverse.
Wait,
You
why
got
is
it?
R
You
your
got it?
reverse in general?
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Almost?
No, no, no,
Okay,
no,
I'm
no,
just gonna
no.
I'm gonna
I might need
hold.
you to
I'm gonna
stop
hold.
pressing the
That
accelerator.
might be.
Oh,
No.
I'm not gonna make that. I was
We
gonna
got
use
this.
the
We just need
winch
to-
and then just
yeah,
put it
winch
on
the
a higher
front.
angle.
Yeah, winch the
Yeah.
front further ahead.
Come
Even
back.
on that ladder would have been fine. Plan on
I'm
drawing
dead,
some of my
by the way.
translucies, but we had so much interaction donations to the incentive rewards for 5 hours. Hell yeah! Well, I'll be
That's
sure not to.
amazing.
Obviously, also doing the same charity. We had the command donate,
Melon just walked towards me, just disappointed, like this bitch died again.
but you already showed plenty of love and support for it. So I'll be sure not to push it.
That's what your
But-
character looked like, Melon. You're just like, this guy died again.
Okay.
Trying.
Almost.
Can
Almost.
we repair before?
Oh, I'm trying. No, we're just
Okay,
trying to
okay,
get
we're
the-
good. All right, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
We're-
Do not let go of anything.
Yeah, we are broked. We are
What a
broked. We have
We're broken.
breaking.
What
I am
I think
holding-
one of the wheels.
Pedal-
Ow! You did that on purpose.
loose.
No, I'm trying to
Um,
actually help. What are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Is someone in the RV now?
I am.
Yes.
I'm also in the RV.
Can you open up a window? Can you hand a drill over this way? So I can
Oh
rotate the
shit!
Where's
Green
this way?
fish! Let's go!
cars?
Green fish just donated $50.69
Ah,
for the charity. Boop, boop,
Oh,
boop,
I'm
boop. Thank you so much. Y'all
Where's
are
the other one?
so supportive. Thank you,
I
thank
only saw
you.
that one. I can't
Oh, it's on
see
this
the other
side.
sides.
Which means
I almost
y'all,
fell off.
we have met the mark in which we will be doing a raffle to win the Deltarune game for people to win. So thank you. And if we get any more than this, we're gonna community brainstorm more rewards for y'all.
That's
Melon.
A
awesome.
subscription to critically acclaimed MMORPG. Oh, I
Oh.
died.
Right.
Oh,
Well, thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your support. Very much appreciated. Wonderful having y'all in.
Thanks.
It's going to a great cause.
You fell over in
Don't stop
front
talking
of
to me. Stop talking to me. Stop
Don't
talking
stop talking to you.
No,
Don't
not
stop
you.
talking.
No, you, idealist Melon.
Yeah.
Talk away.
Okay.
Words I love. Aelarion.
Can someone
What could
reset?
I do?
Can someone
Not
reset
so
the
much.
front, please,
Yeah,
for
we're
me?
on our way.
Thank
That's
you.
what
Can
we're
you
check
laughing
Discord?
about.
Look at the group chat. Look at my health
No.
right there.
No, I'm trying. Okay, I'm gonna reset the front.
Okay.
Oh, let me fix your front bumper.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a
Now,
little.
Okay, you're off. Here's your side
You're
window.
alive with
All right.
that?
I'll give you 5 seconds to get out of the way, and then
I'm
I'm
out
gonna
of the
start
way.
going.
Like the second time this is out.
Go, gamer, go!
All right, let's go. What could possibly go wrong?
Why would you say that?
Because
Let's go again.
I like tempting fate.
Jump,
'Cause I'm-
jump up. I can try and pick you
Because I'm clip
I'm okay.
farming.
I didn't die.
Because
Take-
I don't know. Because I felt like it.
yeah?
Melon, your dentist would like a word.
up. No, I'm
Dentist.
going on Monday.
Come here.
No.
I keep on hitting R.
It's not a normal drill. It's a. Why did I almost say extra drill? Oh, do not back up, please. For the love of God.
Back
Oh,
up, back up, back up, back up.
You almost
Okay,
fell
this
off.
seems like a... By the way, it looks like this is a good spot if you guys want to get a hat. Do y'all want to get a hat?
A little hat.
No,
I am
I'm
okay.
gonna go
Catch up.
across safely and not try and jump. And I will
Okay.
turn the hat over.
Oh, okay. So am I fine to move forward then?
Oh, there's a repair spot. There's a repair spot
There
right
is?
here.
At the top,
There's a-
yeah. In the
Yeah, there's a
mid,
welding
kinda.
machine.
Okay. All
Look
right,
at
let's see
you.
here. All right.
Ooh!
Anything I can fix? No.
All right, and then we're gonna go over here. Or we go over here, and then we're gonna go here, and we're gonna go here, and we're gonna go here,
Good.
and we're gonna
Good.
go whoo! Oh, just a little bit more.
I coach him.
All right.
Welcome back.
Okay,
Ugh.
inventory.
Ooh,
You're doing great. You're doing great.
Oh,
You got it.
oh, oh.
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh, golly.
Oh.
Got
We-
the
we repaired it.
first,
We
to the
repaired
left
it.
A little bit.
We got it. We're good.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know why that's going in my actual like
Ooh,
legs.
ooh,
Keep
ooh,
going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh, God. Oh, right there, right there.
Alright.
Stop. In the name of law, stop.
Well, I don't want to stop with a wheel in the holes, which is why I'm correcting it. Okay.
Why can't I use this repair station? Hello? Oh, there.
Okay.
Only that.
Holy.
Woo-wee. That's
Gray
like
hairs
what?
start
That was
miraculously
fun
forming.
drive.
Just. All right. So, am I going to the left there? Is that where I'm
What
going?
The...
Looks like you have to go here.
Yeah, like across this. Also, I
Also,
dropped the
before we-
hat right over there. If anyone wants to equip
Before
it
you
and get
guys go, can all of you just check our group chat for a second?
Oh boy.
No.
Look at my health.
My bad. I thought turning the car off would have made it so that we weren't moving.
Oh, you're so lucky.
Oh, we're
That's
just
actually
we're just
really
moving.
good.
Okay.
I'm looking
How are
at
there
the thing
sparks
you
coming off of you?
I was looking at the thing you posted.
Because
Look it
I'm
up.
just so special.
Oh, you set me on fire. That's why. Stop doing that. Let's use the back wench, maybe.
Let me try backing up and see what happens.
Your wheels
One
are.
wheel and a dream, bro.
Okay, okay,
Oh.
okay, okay. King
Damn, that's
shit.
a-
Termination is key.
Okay.
That's a strong differential. Damn.
Okay, so you're saying we want to go right, right? Where we're at
Yeah,
right
you
now?
wanna
Yes,
be
you
right
want to go across
here.
this pillar
This is the
bridge.
goal. It's over here.
So right where you all are. Okay. So
Yes.
I'm gonna follow you essentially, if that is fine.
Yes. Just you do not want to go past this. It is a fall.
Okay. So
Yeah.
go where you are
Here.
and then stop.
Yeah.
Just keep
If you want to start turning, if you can.
Okay. I
This
want you
is
to know, at
the
least from my
hardest part.
perspective, it is just a steep cliff. So I'm
Yeah,
not.
no,
I will show
just
you. I'm gonna
turn
jump.
right. Sharp
Just
turn
you
right.
cannot go past right here.
Okay.
So if
Gotcha.
you want to back up a little bit to
Yeah.
kind of pivot a turn,
Readjust.
and then maybe off of this right here,
Uh huh.
come over here.
Okay. All right.
That's your
I see
goal.
it. All right. Cool.
Thank you for the
Okay.
lyrics.
You got it. I'm getting out of the way.
All right.
Go, go, go! Yeah!
And then I'm gonna go
Yes.
left.
I dodged.
No, 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 no.
No, right,
You have to go
right,
You have to
right,
go right.
Stop, 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 stop.
That
Shit,
would have
shit,
been.
shit, shit.
Oh,
That would have been good to
Do not
know
For the
before.
love of God.
We're going up. We're not going
we
down.
need an anchor point so that he doesn't fall over. and
I don't
die.
know which way goes up. My frame of view is very different from you. I only saw left and
Yeah,
right.
that's fine. I'm gonna do this and hope to God that.
All right, I'm gonna try to
that
back up.
keeps
Keep
it.
that there just in case.
Yeah,
I
that's why.
would be very careful because both of your one of your back tires is off. Okay.
Wait, 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 wait.
About that.
No, 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 no.
This is why we have the thing. So we're good. We're
winch.
fine. The winch saved
Yeah.
us.
I'm going in to
Does
get
anyone have
the
a
winch
remote?
thing. I'm grabbing it. I'm going in.
Y'all
I
got it.
ahead for the first time.
Oh, I wouldn't have taken that risk if we weren't winched.
Okay. Okay. I'm in. I got the
Now, let's
controller.
just
What
hope it
are we on the
doesn't
front or the back right
explode.
now? Which one?
Front.
This is the front.
Oh, this might This, yeah.
Okay, okay, all right. We are no longer okay.
Right, repair.
Repair!
Yeah,
Everyone
repair.
get your hammers! Everyone get your
I'm
hammers!
in. I got a hammer inside.
I'm also gonna winch the back, just in case this.
What? What? We're just moving forward now. Don't
No,
winch
I think
anything.
We're fine. We don't need that.
You have to reverse a little bit
Don't tell me what to do.
because there's a steep cliff.
That's what I was trying to say earlier, and I said it wrong.
You made it sound.
I made it sound so bad.
You made it
I know,
sound
I know,
so
and I
bad.
didn't mean it like that.
I take no
tried
for an
to-
answer. It's
Hey,
like, what?
I uncoupled the front,
What did
by
you
the
just
way,
say?
So good luck.
No.
All right, please undo the back.
You can't see anything from here. That's so funny.
Okay.
Okay, so your goal
You-
is
It's to-
if you go forward, you're gonna want to go right.
Yeah, I do see the spiral now, so that's good.
Yeah. Just
This
a
is-
titch right.
Are we stuck?
We have no wheels on.
No wheels are making contact. Wait.
There's one, but it's also inside. No, okay.
Give it some
Oh,
pushes.
we're off. We're going down. We can drive in
Alright.
here. Driving
All right.
straight.
Now, can
Okay.
someone pick me up? Hello.
And then you're gonna try to stay close. I'm gonna run.
Oh. Whoop.
You.
Hold on. I guess I turned a little soon.
Yeah, you want to get as close to the wall as possible here.
Uh-oh. Bye.
Oh,
Woo!
no.
Bye, world. Bye. We lived.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
Well, I'm dead, so good luck.
Make it 2. Oh, I have to die next to you. Man.
I see a cool hat.
What? What does that mean?
All right,
What
that's
do you
a wrap,
mean,
boys.
man?
That's a wrap. That's a wrap.
Cool hat. Let's go.
I hate this game.
We're not finished.
Is there any recovering
No.
from this? Actually.
When did this
Should
get
be.
so hard?
There should
Yeah,
be.
no.
We're basically at the bottom, just reset idealist. We're
Yeah.
all dead.
If
Oh.
your friends jumped off a cliff, would you do it too? Okay.
No, but I would restart the checkpoint.
Go back before they even jumped.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Hey.
Hey.
Do not reverse. Do not reverse.
I mean, I have to reverse a little bit.
We always take damage.
Literally don't.
You don't. Why
In
do you
order
have
to-
to reverse?
Because if I don't go at the right angle of that, I get stuck and the wheel disappears.
Ladies,
No,
ladies,
just
you're
go
both pretty.
forward and then reverse. Like give yourself space in the
Yeah,
back.
what the fuck are you talking about?
I don't.
You know what? I have my
understand.
method to my madness.
You
No,
keep crashing.
no more damage.
Okay.
I saw him run over someone.
Yeah, me.
No, of course.
Oh, sorry. Is up there ready yet or no? Sorry.
No.
Okay.
I'm the only one grabbing planks.
I'm grabbing the other one. I was too busy
How you
getting
dead?
run over.
Well, stop.
Mhm.
Now you
Have you
can
tried
reverse.
not being run over?
I'm gonna go
Okay,
fix
well,
it.
while
I
we're
don't know,
prepping, we're
ask
just
the
gonna.
driver.
This
go
is
camping.
insane. Oh my god.
Leaf cutter ants, dude. I swear. Every time. Like, I'm so
Oh, there
strong.
goes Silver. Silver's leaving.
All right. You have a good one, Silver. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the raid. Glad everything worked out for you. Wonderful having you. Thank you.
Congrats on charity.
Yeah.
W.
Big W, truly. All right,
Yeah.
everything's set up top.
Okay. I definitely need to reverse this.
All right, I'm gonna go.
I feel like you didn't reverse. Like, okay. You're about to fall off.
This is why we reverse in the beginning.
No,
Same
no,
spot.
No, you just did it wrong. This is
No,
not
no,
okay.
no.
You just
No, no,
did
no.
it wrong.
This is why.
No,
This is why, because
no.
if you.
You-
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way.
When you reversed,
ladies.
when you reversed, you
Yeah.
made an S.
Let me put it
but
this
you
way.
hit
I
the
can get the angle.
Angle.
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, listen. I can get the angle right if I'm far enough from it. If I pull forward too far, I can't.
Because you have all the room in the world. Why do you need to crash into that little hut?
Because I can't seem to get the angle right. This is why I do
That's
it
a
further
skill
big.
issue.
Yes,
What do you
that's why I
mean?
was advocating for the skill issue. We're moving
What
forward.
else does he say? Ladies. Please.
Oh, I forget the
back
second
up.
part. I just remember
The second part.
Shake
Shake your
Shake
dress!
your dress! That's what I'm trying to. I'm trying to remember it too.
dress!
It, like the way he's so deep with it too. So
Lady.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about. So
It's called TikTok.
yes.
You should check it out.
Yeah, I don't do brain rot.
Well, don't start now.
Buddy, I hate to break it to you.
What?
What am I?
You're
Are
already.
you telling me I already have brain rot? I'm gonna fall
Yeah.
over. Look behind you.
That's the brain rot.
Wait, come back! No!
No, I'm outta here.
I was left to die.
All right. Looks like it is indeed another stuck situation.
I'm coming.
Yeah, I was
I'll give you a
trying
little
I'm also
push.
coming back.
Okay,
Well,
yeah.
actually, where's
I'm
Aelarion?
somehow
Oh, I
sliding
see
down.
you. I see you. I'm coming. Ooh, I almost just
got-
took death damage.
Hopefully,
is
this won't be
happening to
another
me?
wheel situation.
Oh.
What is happening to
Name's
me?
Here.
Who is calling
I
me
see.
right now? I'll be right back, guys.
Are you
Okay.
nudging me? Is that what's happening?
Yes.
Okay. I was like,
I'm
is that the
trying.
game or is that
I fixed Aelarion.
how did you do that exactly?
I stabbed him
Oh, excellent.
with an EpiPen, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
All right, let's see if I can.
That scared me.
Which wheels are off?
The right ones.
Both of them. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh,
Any
back.
other-
I revived you, bud.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's see here. What would be good
My mom
spot
sounded
to?
my mom called and I'm like, I'm a little bit busy right now.
yeah,
Can I
that
call you
pole.
later?
Is
She
that a
didn't
pole?
say anything.
Or is
she
that a
just,
rock?
like,
No, it's just
hung
rock.
up.
I also thought it was
Did
pole.
she tell me you were busy?
I was like,
Maybe.
At least
Yeah.
just to pull you a little.
Yeah, that might work out.
Um,
Are you able to get in, or you want me to do it from in here?
Hey there. Yeah, I can't get in.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna try to do it. It's gonna be a little messy,
Look what I
but
have.
we're gonna do what we can.
Yeah, my mom sounded so sad. I'm like, God, I'm sorry.
Maybe she needed to tell you something important. You just shut her down.
Okay.
Streaming.
Okay. You want me to release or do you want to?
Oh my
Hold
God,
on.
I
Let me get into the thing. Okay, go ahead. All right.
I'm not gonna.
I'm
lie,
gonna give you
actually
5
lost.
seconds to get out of the way, just in case. And then when I get up there, it's gonna
Um,
be a little.
When you're where I am, is where you need to take
Oh.
that hard left.
I have a feeling my front left tire is now off.
I'm looking. Yes.
Let me see if I can back up and fix it.
You should be able to.
Oh wait, I was reversing already. Okay, hold on. All right, I might be flying forward. I would
Okay,
step back.
I'm moving.
Not there. I was wondering where.
Nope.
All right, nope. And then let's see if I can fix it this way. Is my front wheel gone?
Both of your front wheels are off now, and they're not gone. They're just
Okay.
off. I'm gonna
It
grab
feels
my-
like my wheels are, like I'm going forward a lot more than I thought that I feel like it should be. All right, and now that I'll
Do we
pull
need
from.
a flipatronic?
No.
Do I bring
No.
it up there?
Keep going. Keep going.
I
Oh,
got
now we are missing a
rock.
wheel. Okay, stop.
Oh.
I'm
The
releasing.
wheel-
It's no, they're both down here.
No, the front wheel's
They're
gone.
glitched out. No, it's glitched. It's underneath.
Okay, well,
I see it.
we're restarting checkpoint
Okay.
then. See y'all in a
Okay.
second.
Try.
No, maybe it might still work.
Yeah.
Well,
I-
about
I
that.
can see it.
I don't think we have a front wheel, but okay.
No, we do. Like I can see it from the bottom. Cause I'm underneath.
I'm gonna be real. I think this is a
I think
reset.
Yeah, you might have to
reset. I
restart,
think we
yeah.
just reset.
I think this is a reset.
Here we go.
The desyncs make it
I
so that
can
if any one of
really
us is see a
annoy-
desync,
I
I
like
think it
that right
really messes it up.
All
right. I won't
Look,
back
look,
up
check that.
immediately.
And opa.
But I will wait.
Swear to God, if you reverse into the house.
That's why I said I'm not doing it immediately. And we're gonna see what
Let me
happens.
show you how to.
You ain't gonna touch this driving wheel.
Sir, you failed more than me. I don't want to hear.
Oh, you want to give this a shot?
You sabotaged us on purpose. That's why you're not allowed.
I refuse.
No, nope.
Oh,
There's
that's
no proof
unfortunate.
of it. Oh no.
There's no proof.
I
that
will.
Here, I can.
Oh, nice catch.
You have
Hold
to
on.
let go. Yeah.
Oh, ooh,
Nice.
good throw.
Nice.
That was
Okay, well,
sick,
I'm dead.
Melon.
I did watch Aelarion fall to his death. I would be lying if I said that I didn't
Why
enjoy
are
it.
the jumps so annoying?
All right.
Have you ever considered get good?
Yeah, something
Yeah.
about a skill issue. Someone was mentioned to me earlier.
Hey, at least I know
alright,
how to
you're
like
good.
angle
I
my
fucked
cars
up
correctly.
so bad.
You say that.
I need to get good.
Oh, you're over there. I see you. I'm
Oh,
coming.
there's that.
You should be good to go. Idealist. We set it up.
It's so funny. Whoever just walks up to me when I'm dead, they're like, "Oh, this is dead again."
This guy
It's
is
so funny. Actually, can we chuck me up there? Actually, don't.
No. Just
All right,
No.
nicked the wall a
Is this
little.
Melon over here?
Yeah.
Melon, are you over here? I got you, boo.
Hi.
Hi.
How did you?
I'm coming. Why you're like in the dark, dude?
Oh,
I slipped
Yeah,
through a
like-
crack.
how am I doing this
It's so
diagonally?
hard to see you.
You're about
to
to fall off,
wall and
sir.
just make it died.
Oh, you're missing back wheel. Oh, you got it. You got it. You're the greatest. Oh, no, we're off completely. Whoa. Nope, there goes the
Oh,
plank.
golly.
Hold
Okay.
on.
Sometimes you can just get the traction, which is why I'm just moving.
Solicit.
Okay, I'm gonna winch you.
Excuse me.
I
Okay,
wish I
but
could
buy
winch-
me dinner
oh,
first.
No, I
Like,
can winch
damn.
you higher up.
Buy me dinner.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Oopa. Okay, I winched you higher up so I can pull you.
You winch me
Oh.
off.
Wait, hold on.
Up off
Question:
the
Why are you
hobbies
winching my
where
behind
you
instead of the
choose.
front?
I
I want
was
to.
gonna pull you back, but okay.
But
Go
why?
from the front.
Back would mean that we would have to reset everything.
Oh no.
Who just died?
I just fell with the winch in hand. Okay,
Are you swinging?
Dead.
it's
Winch in
set.
hand.
I'm not dead though. You should be
I'm
able to
gonna
press the
reset.
button. I'm under the van.
You're under the van.
Mm-hmm. Beep beep.
Get out! Get out of the horde!
Hongshu, Hongshu.
All right. Is that
No,
so?
not
To
the
front
Hongshu.
winch.
Does someone have the thing, or am I doing it?
Not me.
All right,
I'm way
I'm-
below.
all right,
I gotta
looks like
reset.
I'm doing
the
it.
ladder is gone. Cannot go.
Oh, I died when you get a chance. No rush. No rush.
I have a feeling the wheels are gone
The
again.
wheels are inside.
All right, cool.
And
All right.
that's why I
Yeah.
wanted to pull you
Excuse.
back.
Why did you say that? What do you mean? If that was your intention, why didn't you speak your intention?
Thank you.
I don't know. I don't.
You don't
speak
say
for
after the
people
fact
say
being like, I
don't.
knew this was gonna happen, which is why I did what I did.
People say it. No,
What
no,
do you
no, no.
mean?
Dave
Say
is
I
tearing
did
us apart.
What do you mean?
I don't want to play with this anymore, Grandpa.
That's too damn
Say
bad!
my idea is wrong and I just don't fight for it.
You know what? I think we need.
Do you want to give this a shot?
Little change of pace. I agree. I think we should let Aelarion drive.
Yeah, give it a shot. You seem very confident. So let's see. Let's see if
there.
let's see if you
You're gonna
can back it
try
up.
to
I'm gonna crash it on purpose.
No, you're not. This is
If
just
you
one
do,
redemption
I mean,
race.
if you do, then you will
What do you
never
want?
drive
I
again.
drove last time and I was
You will
fine.
never.
Mm.
Have you gotten a single checkpoint?
Yeah.
Oh.
Really?
I did. What do you mean?
Which one?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, you are known to have bad memory.
Okay.
Wow.
Can say something. I'm like never mean to you. First off. I've
Okay.
never been
Well, I
mean.
mean, I'm gonna have to defend Aelarion a little bit. A
No,
little
I've
bit,
never been
Aelarion.
mean to him, So. All right, you should be good.
All right.
You're good.
Are my wheels good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're fine.
You're able to move.
You're fine.
I was lied to.
Fine. No, you're fine. You're great.
No, there's something wrong.
You're in. Well, you're against the
To
wall. You
Okay.
asked about your wheels. Your wheels are fine. You are against a wall.
I feel like I'm being set up to fail here.
No.
Oh,
literally-
really?
We're setting you up, dude. You look at that. Just killed it. You're the greatest.
I'm being
Hell yeah.
bullied.
oh my god, we're actually being nice to him, and now he thinks he's being bullied.
Right, exactly. This is why we bully you.
Oh my god.
You're on the wall. Okay.
Okay, good luck.
Keep going. Keep going. Full send.
Confidence.
Full send. Full send. Full send. No, stop. That's stopping. That's not full sending.
Well, about confidence.
Someone winch my back. I'm sliding down. Winch my back right now.
Okay. Goddamn. That's, you know.
Oh.
Not even a
And the
please.
front.
All right.
And the
on.
Wow. Well, okay, are we gonna do the sides next? So
Yeah.
is that the plan?
Side wenches. Ooh, I fell. No.
Side winches. Well, that's my nickname in high school.
Please.
Hey, don't worry, we winched you.
Listen.
Okay, unwinch me.
Like
Okay.
that?
Sure. Yeah, 1 second.
What is happening?
There you go. There's your winch again. Just threw the winch to the ground.
My goodness.
What is happening?
Well, you are. Do I live this? Let's see. I do. Listen, we're gonna go down together.
You had a lot
I had a
of
lot of
nicknames in high school.
Damn.
I did have a lot of names in high school. I went to a lot of high schools.
Wow.
Yeah, I moved a lot.
Oh.
Ooh,
I was gonna say someone's not loyal. I'm joking.
Loyal.
how dare you? I'm about to help you here, and yet you doubt my loyalty. I literally said I'm gonna die together with you, and you're like not loyal. Crazy. All right, you're no longer winched.
It's funny because it's like, why am I like a full like? Did I land like straight onto my back? I did.
Yeah, pretty much. So now that you no longer winched, what's the plan?
I thought I was all the way down
No, you're not.
on the ground.
You haven't reached the bottom yet.
Okay, so
So do you want me to re-winch you and then try to?
I didn't
Oh,
know
okay.
that was-
Interesting. Okay.
Hey,
Good to know.
at least I got onto the ramp without needing to reverse. That's all I'm
Oh,
gonna say.
okay. All right. Whatever you say, champ. A crashed RV is a crashed RV. I don't know what to tell you.
But I was set up to fail though.
Oh, you know
feel
you
like that.
externalize blame in a very unhealthy manner.
Oh yeah,
That's how you
someone
meant
pick up
therapy.
Ella. Ugh. All right. Ugh. Come on. Slowly get
Wait,
the.
you know what would be really funny
Whoa!
if we just Spider-Man this? Uh-oh, I just saw.
I made it.
What if we just Spider-Man this? Like, straight up. Oh!
The speed at which it went down.
Melon, no. Oh, thank you. Oh, you saved my life.
Well, gravity was helping it quite a bit.
Where are we?
Where are we?
Where'd I go? I fell and died here. Oh.
Just a bunch of
Alright.
RV parts. This would be
Where's
funny
that
to
music
watch a
from?
mod where it's similar to Peak, where if you see people crash
Wait, am I
like
fixing
in other people's like
something?
games. You're not on the bottom yet, so I would chill 1 sec.
I mean, I hit.
All right,
Oh,
you're
no, I
good.
slipped. Ouch.
Okay, you're good. You're on the bottom now.
Where's the hammer?
Chill right here.
Okay.
Anything about burnout?
Burnout.
That's not power.
You mean the game burnout or the mental fatigue burnout?
Yes.
Yes.
No. The process of holding the throttle and then letting go of the clutch and letting the rears spin the wheels.
The rears have
The
names.
burnout.
Do you think you can just say things to me?
Yeah. How
Think I
dare
understand
you? How
birds?
don't speak to me. All right.
I'm like, oh, what do you mean? Also, somehow the wheels are damaged. I don't know what happened.
I'm working on it. I'm trying.
Exit view.
The engine is hurt, but not to an excessive degree, so I still think it's fine.
Yeah, I would.
Me IRL.
There was one
Oh, oh,
extra
all right, off you go.
motor oil
Yeah, I
here.
think
so
you're actually-
I want to top up just to make sure.
Honestly, let's
It'll
just
be
do it.
fine. The fact that we were able to recover this much from a drop is huge. Okay,
Yeah.
good job.
Hey. we're
I have a
in.
remote. I have a remote control out of there just in case. You know. What are you doing?
Yeah,
Get in the
I was
RV. What are you doing out here? You're the driver. If you're here, then who's driving?
Who's in the?
Yes.
If you're here and I'm like there and you're over there, then
I'm so
who's
glad that
SpongeBob?
he's in there and we're out here.
That. Thank you.
I have no idea what y'all are
Wait, is there
referencing.
an FOV? I have a question. Okay? Hold on. Let me check the. Okay. Well, what's the park button again? I
Yeah.
have a thing I want to try.
I forgot that there was a park button. I'm gonna be so real.
What?
I was holding
What?
down S. I didn't know. Nothing. No. That was
You
just
forgot
between.
about the parking, didn't you?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Um,
No. You're ridiculous.
wait, I can't. I can't press
Sound like a
any.
One Piece character.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
Oh, I can't
Even though
make
they
any
sound
changes.
absolutely
I can't-
ridiculous.
And I love
I think my
them.
game is broken. Can't make any
Uh-oh.
changes.
Yeah, well, you
What?
know.
Like I can't make any changes to the settings.
Like the keybinds?
Yeah.
Oh, we could always take a second if you need to change stuff.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Hey, Melon.
Y'all got
It's
this.
very hard for me to like see right now.
Well, you are in an RV. And it's difficult to see in the RV, period.
Also, how did we get stuck in this situation again? We were like trying to go somewhere.
Oh, he tried to go
Like,
through the narrow
road
path
was
and then
closed.
fell. Because he lacked
Oh.
confidence.
I did.
Yeah.
Have confidence.
Story of
Full
my life.
confidence. You got 2 passengers, so you know, be careful.
I'm noticing you stopping. That's a sign of
no,
not confident.
It's not confidence.
Stopping
I
is in
have
fact
no
the.
confidence.
Then why are you
I
driving?
need a confidence. Ella, go. You have confidence.
Oh my god!
Okay.
I'm gonna lose my mind!
I'm not a confident guy, okay?
On
Oh.
lights. Did you park this? Okay, 1.
Yes.
Dude, what'd you get it stuck on? I can't move it.
Did you
Is
park?
the engine
Did you
on?
release a parking brake?
Don't worry about that. Oh.
Hey guys.
Watch
Oh,
it.
we're gonna do the same thing.
Hey guys.
Yes.
Well, I don't want to alarm you, but your entire left side is dangling.
Watch this.
Yeah, I could feel it. Let me.
What
Sorry.
is-
I think we.
Okay, yeah, I'm on my way down. I'm on my way down.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
Uh,
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Everything's fine.
Wait, how did you flip over?
It's
I'm
What?
the
so
greatest.
cool.
I'm the greatest.
fucking
in the
turtle
game, dude.
style. Like,
Watch
what the
this.
fuck is this?
I'm also on the ground, by the way. I fell out.
Whee!
You dive bombed that.
Well, somebody sent me bits, so I got scared.
Uh-huh.
Hello, hi Rio. Thank you
Uh-huh.
for the biddies.
Uh-huh.
Does anyone want to get me over here in the corner in the dark?
Let's just hard reset.
Want
hard
is a
reset.
strong
If I'm
word.
driving, I want it
Yeah.
fresh.
Yeah.
All right, restart. Okay.
Yeah.
Rio.
Also, I need to
how are
fix
you?
my.
miss
I need
you.
to
Thanks for
suit up
biddies.
again because I was being stripped. So that and that. Wait, why didn't that work?
Excuse me? Like, is this real life or like what's going on?
What? Wait, what's happening?
Dari is a big gooner and she keeps stripping my model.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, and is this a bad thing?
Because you can take.
or-
You could take away the glasses, my vest, and my the blazer,
Mm-hmm.
and so yeah.
Gotcha.
Also, she has. I don't know why I made this bet, but I said if I hit 1,000 followers, she wanted a
A what?
remove shirt
Yeah?
redeem.
Uh-huh.
If I
Are
hit
you
1,000,
afraid to
I'm
show
go-
a little nip on stream, Aelarion?
The-
Come
y-
on.
y-
As long as you
Dude,
label it
I
male nipple,
wanted
like right
my
above it,
model to
it'll be
be
just
male
fine.
nipple.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted my model to be say so, but Dari.
Oh no! Somebody else is making you take your shirt off. It's definitely.
Oh,
not you.
no.
You
You don't understand.
done.
Dari actually keeps saying it too.
Okay, then.
Come here.
Okay,
give
well,
the people what they want, Aelarion.
yeah.
I refuse.
It's called doing things for your community. It's called listening to your community, really.
Melon, I believe in you. It should be set up. I set up the one of them.
Oh, the thing. Where's the other one? Ah!
Why
Get
were
in
you
that.
there?
Let me
I
just stand
was,
in front of a moving RV. That's the greatest thing.
I
we can
was
do.
walking.
Nah.
There's no sidewalks here, unfortunately. Oh, unfortunately, I think you did what I did.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think you did what I did.
Everything's
All
I
right.
may not have the
fine.
confidence.
Fine.
I wish my FOV.
No,
was
yeah, I
higher.
will say you
I'm
did
not
do
gonna
the
lie.
beginning curve very well. I'll give you that much. Hold on, let me.
How do we push again? What was the button to
F.
push?
F.
And you have to be like really up close to push.
I'm gonna push the wheel.
All right, you are hooked. If whoever's not driving wants to grab the remote.
Oh, I'll go back in.
Get in there.
I'm going. All right, front one.
Yep.
We're gonna have that issue. No, we're good.
All right, I
Hey.
see wheel. I see all your wheels. Do you feel like you have
Alright,
all your wheels?
released.
Yep.
All right.
Release.
Okay. Go ahead.
Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on
Oh my
your
god, I haven't heard
skin.
that song in
No
so
one else
long.
can feel it for you. Only you can let it in.
Oh.
No one else.
happened?
No one else.
You did not make it. 1 second.
No. All
Put it
right.
on the ladder. Put it on the ladder. Higher up on the ladder.
There you go.
Who has the winch?
Here we go.
You're fine.
All right, perfect. Let me reset it.
I don't think I can make
Reset.
Okay. I'll get out of your way. Full send. Confidence, 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 confidence.
Pro gamer,
Pro gamer, pro gamer, pro gamer, pro gamer, pro gamer. Let's go!
Let's go.
I'm gonna
Let's
be a long way
go!
around. I'll be back.
Let's go. Back. Oh, hi.
Hi. What? I'm surprised you're not sitting.
Ah.
Okay, what do I do here?
Start
This
left.
Is, I'm gonna get out and I'm gonna show you. So this is as far as you can go. Can you see?
Yeah.
And you're gonna
You
hard
can
left.
move the seat?
As left as you can go.
Oh.
If you need to back up a little bit, I recommend. And then kind of pull towards me. You want to come over here? Yes, yes, yes. Pro gaming.
Oh my God, I'm
Pro Melon.
Oh.
Do the same thing
We
you just
have more
did.
planks
That's as far as
down
you could
here.
go. Ooh, that's as far as you could go. Oh, you're brave. You're brave. Okay.
Hell yeah, Melon.
Hard left. Hard left. Okay, your next back up. You're good. I will tell you when to stop. Just kind of only go straight back. Do not take any left or rights. Just go straight back.
Oh. Oh, I'm
Parking?
Okay, keep going. Stop, stop, stop. Now hard left.
Oh, you're sliding. Whoa.
She got it. She got it. She's the greatest. She's the greatest to ever do it. All right, we're gonna do one last back up, and then you're set. You're just gonna like tap, just gently tap that reverse. Stop, 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 stop. No! Not a gentle tap. Anyways, that was really good.
Hey, you landed here.
Wait.
That's pretty awesome.
Whoa!
Wait, you landed that. Holy shit.
Wait, that
I'm
that
dead,
was.
by the way.
Hold on, let's get some.
yeah.
Let's get a hammer. Let's.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah,
want to
I
repair
literally-
some stuff and
Yeah, I'm gonna.
yeah,
I'll grab Aelarion.
Oh, sorry.
Dead on
You.
the roof. Ow! Who's hitting
Ow.
me? Stop
Oh, we're hitting each other. We're both hitting each other. I was
I'm on
about
the
to.
toilet. Oh, everything's bad. Oh, I'm out. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna go get
It looks
Aelarion.
like one of the wheels may need to be tightened. I don't know if anyone can even reach the
Oh,
wheels
yeah, I
right
see
now.
I see it. I see it.
On the thing.
I'll get the wheel.
Where's the?
I genuinely think we should just Spider-Man
ladder?
this.
We have a clear view. I mean, we have a clear
We
thing
might
to.
have to. Okay. There you are.
Like, put the front, so use the front, get it all the way up there, and then use the rear to flip it around, go up again, like actual Spider-Man.
Okay, first of all, calm down.
What?
we ain't doing all that. What do you mean? If we
That
spin
was
around to a
iconic.
370
First of all,
degrees.
calm down.
First of all, calm
360,
down.
what?
Oh, that was good. That was good.
Where is
Actually,
where's the thing that needs to be healing here? Like where is it? Oh wait, I'm stupid. That's what. I had the
Correct.
I had the power drill instead of the hammer, and I'm just like drilling. Like, where is it? Where do I need to drill?
What does the power pole do again? Do we remember?
It lifts.
Okay.
Is it a slow lift or?
It is a slow lift.
I found one. I found
Check me
one.
out.
I know, I was doing that earlier.
Cause if you do go straight forward,
Wait,
Then we're
what,
stuck.
how does this look
we
like?
could potentially power lift ourselves over.
Oh, is it a
the
front thing?
right?
It is a
Can
front thing.
someone else look with me? I don't want to gauge this
Wait.
wrong.
Huh?
Wait,
Because
before
I
you-
feel
Yeah.
like
before I
left
go,
isn't an option. I
Mel,
feel
what
like,
does this look like?
well, I guess right
Actually,
isn't an option.
surprisingly,
Kinda
left is an option because we can put the thing on the
The
wood
yeah.
up, winch it up there, and then you can pull it,
Mhm.
and it will kind of like belly flop into the bridge that's out, and then you'll be able to just finish your
So-
way up without it being like
The
you're stuck
Spider-Man
behind.
technique.
Yeah, because I feel like if
You
we
and
go
Spider-Man.
right, this huge lip isn't gonna do anyone good.
All I'm saying
And
is,
then if we go this way, then that's where we first. That was kind of our prog point.
we could, yeah, no, I think we should probably do this one here.
Yeah, I think that's our best
Hmm.
We
bet.
could make that like we can go up top and winch all the way at the top, so it like kind of pulls it.
Melon,
Oh
do
no,
you
we're
wanna
gonna
come
we're
over here?
gonna there's a one against the wall there, like a way up there that would be able to do.
Wait, come back. I need to. Okay,
Uh-huh.
so just to make this safer, right?
Yeah.
Right. If we do it, we
There's a lip
winch
right
the
here,
back
just so you
and the
know.
front, and then we let the thing dangle so it doesn't like belly flop and damage it.
But that's
Remember
how
how
we
we did
flipped
it
and
with-
then died that last time was when we did.
Yeah,
front and back.
No.
So I don't
Remember
know.
how
if
we
that's
fell off the
the-
bridge once and we pulled it up? We
Right.
had the back and the top.
I don't
Oh.
want to have to do both unless it is a dire situation in which we are currently not in.
I feel like it's going to get damaged a lot, and then it's going to glitch out, and then it's going to explode. That's why I wanted to.
Well,
take
then
it
let's try.
slow.
Okay. Well, you know what? Well, if that's what you really want to do, then let's do it. Where is the back gonna go?
Do I keep moving forward towards Ella right now?
There's
The
a
back
big
is
lip.
going to be anchored at the edge.
Of
So-
here?
Actually, yeah. Just come here. I think you.
So-
So like one of us pulls the top, and one of us like gives.
Oh,
it
then
slack at the
let's
back.
Yeah,
let's
yeah,
think
yeah.
this through. You're putting your because she's not gonna be able to move forward beyond really this
Come,
middle
keep going.
part. So your recommendation is to put the back in front of her here, and then the front up there, and then
Yep.
is she going to drive off and hope that
No,
it locks?
We pull it.
I'm gonna grab the front.
So she's
bench.
going to be pulled
the-
forward at the same time as the back and the forward at the same time.
No, you can lock the winch. Remember?
I'm
you
aware,
give it
but
slack
that's why I'm
every time.
asking. As far as I'm trying to go step by step here because I think you're skipping steps. The if we have the back in front of her, right? So, at what point are we locking which one? Because from what the way that I'm imagining this is that we're essentially pushing the back to the front, and that's going to cause the explosion happening.
So what I was saying is, right now we have it all lined up, right? So the winch gets pulled right now, right?
Okay.
Until it gets all the way to the edge.
Okay.
Then we winch the back.
'Kay.
Right? And
Like,
then
to hydrate, Regina.
that way it will like
Yeah.
kind of balance with the wire and not fully fall down.
Okay. Well, then
I don't know, like,
you
does-
you
does
call
that
you
make
call
sense?
you call win then.
Can I throw a
Does
wrench
that
in these
make
plans and make a
sense?
suggestion?
Go ahead.
What?
What if we put this thing, power pole, under the van and then do the winch so it's not falling as far?
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah,
then
yeah, yeah.
we can try the back part if we need it. Because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think if we overthink this and we talk about it too much, we're never actually gonna do it.
Yeah, no,
You're
that's
right.
fine. That's fair enough. Do we need
like-
to remove this? Is it automatically like?
Ella, this is boring.
it's-
Just do it.
I want action. No,
If we
as soon
die,
as
we
take it off,
die.
as soon as we take it, as soon as it's put down under the thing, it'll start lifting. So
Oh, okay.
I'm
So I
I'm
guess
here
if
for the
the
ride with you,
winch
Melon.
Hi.
we will see how this
somebody
goes.
needs the winch controller. 'Cause I'm gonna put down
Sure,
this
sure,
power
I'll-
thing,
I'll-
that's
I'll
the
have
only
it.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay, Melon, I'm gonna have you pull up to like right here, Just tap a little forward.
No clue where here is.
Oh, if you just go straight, like tap forward like twice. Okay. Keep going. A little bit more. Perfect. Right there. Okay. And then if I do this under you, let's see if this lifts you up.
It should.
We're gonna find out. Okay. We got motion.
That's about
That
it.
did not go as high as I had hoped.
That was.
Yeah, it doesn't go very high.
Man. Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. At least we tried it.
We might have to, yeah. So can you turn left a little bit?
She doesn't have that much room, bud.
No, like go back and then turn left. That's okay. That's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Wait, you could winch it.
Okay. Now pull a little bit more forward.
And then forward and left. Yeah.
Not too left. She's gonna go off the edge. Stop, stop, stop.
Yeah,
Left,
that's
no,
fine.
No good. No good.
I don't feel it as much.
And then
okay.
we, I guess, pull. Who has the remote?
I think Idealist has the remote, so
I do.
start pulling, see what happens.
Pull
Yeah,
front.
Slowly pull.
'Kay.
Yeah, front.
There's
no
only
rear right
one option.
now. Slowly.
I think you need to go faster.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm waiting for additional instructions.
Okay, so see now,
Uh-huh.
pull the front. Can we lock the
Just
rear?
keep pulling. Just keep pulling. Just keep pulling.
Yeah.
Just keep pulling. Just all the
Is
way.
there a
Full
wheel?
send it. Don't stop. Keep going. Keep
Yeah.
going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. All the way. All right. I'm gonna go back up there and see if I can help. There you go.
Okay.
Oh, I might be dead. Oh.
We survived.
That ladder
How do
doesn't
I-
go anywhere, Aelarion.
Yeah, I was trying to get up here.
All right. I'm gonna release
Okay.
it,
I'm
but just
releasing
careful.
The front. Reset. All right. Full fort.
No, you're still hooked on the back. You're still hooked on the back.
I'm releasing it.
No,
I'm
it's not, it's
releasing
not.
it.
Okay,
it's not,
Okay.
yeah.
alright.
It's done. You're done. You're good.
How the hell do you get
I'm
up
stuck. And someone repair some because I'm.
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
blow
gonna
up if I try and crawl.
repair.
Okay,
I'm
I got you
gonna-
winched.
Ooh.
Go ahead and pull her forward, because the repair thing's right here. Like, literally, if we can just get her over this rock.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like with half health, if I hit a rock wrong, I'll explode.
Let me finish repairing first, and then I'll push it
Flying.
forward.
Hey Ella, can you throw me up there? Actually, can
Yeah.
you?
Oh,
Never mind.
yeah, there's no windows right now. Why is everything in this... everything sounds sexual in this game, like, if I weren't watching just this, I'd be very confused. That's fair. It is
Ow.
a stressful game.
Oh, sorry. I am repairing from the inside. Stay away from me. I don't know what to tell you. All right.
Where is it? Oh, there.
Who's hitting me? Stop
Oh,
hitting me.
you're almost there. That's so funny.
Ow!
That actually does damage.
How am I hitting you?
You were! So don't do it!
But I was like not
Okay,
even
you're actually
in
hitting
front
me.
of you.
Okay, I'm over it.
Okay, I'm gonna start
I'm
pulling the front.
so-
Where is the front actually? Where is it hooked to?
It's attached to a rock.
Okay, so
Sorry, Ella, I wasn't trying to hit you. It was weird because I wasn't near you. Fine, I'm inside now.
well.
Where's that pole thing? Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on.
Wait.
Oh, you
Oh,
got it.
oh, are you defying gravity?
Yes.
Let's go! All right, let's. I'm gonna.
Put it in park.
I'm in park.
All right, now let's get some repairs going. I'm gonna look for those wheels.
Yeah. I don't know where the last piece is.
Last piece of what?
There's a little bit more damage, and I don't know. Oh, there it is. Holy shit!
The last piece is real.
Oh my god, I'm like parkouring this.
Does this not get rid of the blue?
It does.
It
You
does,
need to go.
but you
You
have
need
to
to
go
go
underneath.
underneath it.
Underneath.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, there you
we
go.
That's
Yay!
Don't you love
the
it when
motor oil, is that what fixes the what the hell?
the engine one? Yeah,
Engine, yeah.
but it's
But
an all-in-one
a small
go.
amount. Yeah. It uses
So-
the whole bottle, no matter how much it is. So let's.
Unless we have a crazy amount of it, let's hold off.
Yeah.
we
Okay,
have
so
1.
All right,
I
you
hope we
are.
have more. I swear I put more in.
Melon, do you see me?
Yes.
You're gonna want to try to go all the way to the left here.
Mm-hmm.
So it might take some funky maneuvering. Might be a little back and forth. We gotta wench ya, we will.
The beeping, echoing in this
I
cave
love
is really
it.
funny.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Yeah.
no, I'm okay. I'm okay.
You're fine, you're fine. You're good. You got space to do this right now. And then your goal is to get on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
You're-
you could actually maybe straight forward it right now, but you want to make sure that you're still on this rock.
Yeah, I would be a little
Okay.
confident with it. Yep.
Yeah. Greatest
And
in
then-
the game.
Right.
Greatest
then-
in the game.
Then you're gonna want to go
And then
right,
It's, right. This right.
and you want to hug the wall a little bit.
Oh god.
It's kind of tight. You want to try to get that left wheel. Perfect.
Oh,
Perfect.
good job.
I fell,
Good
I
job.
fell.
All right, I'm here to guide you. It's okay.
You're great. I got
Oh,
perfect
oh,
view.
oh, you got most of your
Back
wheels.
wheel is stuck.
Are you
If you-
alive? Oh no, you're
I'm
dead.
stuck.
No,
Oh, hold on.
it's okay.
Stop.
I'm in park.
Coming.
All right. Let's
Yeah,
just
great
try
view,
here. All right. Is
I'm
anyone
coming.
in there with Melon?
No.
I am
No.
dead.
I'm trying to get Ella.
Okay. Hey, how you doing? It's me.
Hi.
It's me, Idealist.
Mario?
In case you didn't know.
In case you were
Alright.
wondering.
Holy
Okay,
god,
okay.
you are. I'm gonna
Think.
stab
Thank
your butt. You were in
Thank-
this hole, by the way.
I got stuck. I don't know how that. I mean, I'm lucky I got caught, but like, man.
I was like, oh
this
god.
way. I see. Thank you.
Oh boy. Oh man. Okay. Are you like not moving at all?
I'm in park.
Okay, good. I was gonna say.
Oh.
All right.
The
I
good
think
news
you need
is-
to detach and just floor it.
No,
Why can't I
your
open this
wheels
window?
are
Hold on.
off.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, your wheels are off, which is why I need to fix this. Which is why I'm making sure that you are not moving.
Okay.
Ugh.
The good news is we're near the top. We probably
Okay.
I
have.
feel like
Hey.
we should go a
more
little bit
platforming.
higher up.
A little bit higher.
Hey, Idealist.
Yeah.
Question. You want to yeet me up here so we could like pull her up?
From
Or
like
would that be
the,
too much?
the next thing above us.
All right. I am going to release it. Make
The
sure that you're
winch.
in park.
I'm in park.
Okay.
Oh,
Ooh,
Okay.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
Ooh.
You said you want me to throw you? All right. Pick it up.
yeah.
Pick it up.
Grab the
Pick it up.
winch.
Pick it up. If you're gonna pick it up,
Can't
then
pick
pick
it
it up. All right.
Throw me quick. Throw me quick.
Okay.
Nice. Good throw.
All right.
Good punt. Good attach.
Ooh.
You're fine. You're not fine.
No.
Oh god.
Maybe too
Okay.
high.
Slowly let her. How are we
No,
gonna
they're
do this?
underneath.
Yeah,
S-
there's
Yeah,
no
hold
way.
on. Let me quickly do something.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
that's-
start repairing
Let her
on the
down.
side.
Let her down. Let her down. Like slowly winch her
Slowly
down.
lower.
First of all, that's not a
Yeah.
thing. It's either a
Yeah.
full release or not. that's
Yeah, there's no
Oh, it
option.
doesn't
There's no
let
slow.
you like.
no.
You
No.
can reverse which way.
Oh,
it
there is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you not reverse?
Oh, I totally didn't know that there's a reverse. Could be real.
Melon, can you drive backwards?
I will try.
Okay, stop.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay.
I'm in park.
Luckily, you're one up, like by going left. You can go back up to where we were, and of like the repair area.
Okay.
That's where is that?
Feel like
That's
a
essentially where you
terrible
are.
turn. Okay.
I can let's hold on. Let me get down to you and then release the front, because
I'm
it
sure
already.
Fix
locked
ya.
in.
Yeah, I'm
It's
trying
just
to
good-
think
good.
what we can do right now.
No, I mean it's she can drive up from here. It's just
Okay, I've
releasing
repaired
of the
as much as I can.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
here. Now
I-
you're better. There you go.
Let me fit do. Hold on. Oh, you're not. Hold on.
Yeah,
I
you
haven't
gotta release that.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Hard left.
Yeah. It's gonna be difficult, but I believe in you.
You
Keep your
can
hands
do
on the
it.
parking brake just in case.
There you go.
Is my stream lagging? I don't think so.
I mean, mine. What I had to turn down the quality of the game. It was causing overload issues from on my end in the beginning.
Oh.
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know what about it. I don't remember having those issues before.
Yeah, me neither. I might have to. Oh,
There might have been like a update or something.
damn! That's the highest FOV, 110. I hate my life. Okay.
Oh.
Just a titch.
Okay. I think if you do it a little. Yep. You're. Ooh. You're good. You're good. Confidence. Confidence. Confidence.
You're a baddie.
You're a baddie.
You're hella thick.
Hell yeah.
You're wifey.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. All right, all right.
know,
We can
I
repair.
love
We can
that.
repair you. We can repair you. Ooh, careful. Stop. Ooh. Oh, okay.
That's a good stop.
That's it. That's you know what? Yeah,
It was.
you are stopped.
I am gonna look at one of those.
Sorry, I
That
was,
looks
trying
that
to
looks like death if I go down there. So 1 second. Let's see if I can. If I can. Can I like get underneath where it actually?
Here, I repaired.
I can't get a good angle, unfortunately. So we'll need to back you up a bit. Can you back up by yourself, or do you need some wedging?
See.
Okay, nope. All right, I
Nope.
gotcha.
Sorry guys, give me 1 second. I'm like trying not to blow up my stream.
You're good.
Please don't. We need you.
That's kind of.
You're fine without me. You guys are
Never.
fine.
Larry, I'm being nice to you.
Yeah, I know.
Savor
It's
this
I'm
moment.
not used to this.
It's rare. Enjoy it. Savor it. It's not gonna happen that often.
All right. All right, we
Wait,
got you. Are you in
where are we
park?
going again?
Yep.
Wait, my graphics card is only struggling, so why is the stream struggling? I don't understand.
I am opting to do the engine now. Is it? Did it take more
Yeah.
damage?
Yeah.
Or no?
Yeah,
It
no,
did
you did
take
it.
more damage.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was wrong. How do we cook burger? Oh,
Uh,
disposable grill.
Disposable grill.
Yeah.
I was just thinking maybe we eat.
We
something
have
that
a
would help.
bunch of.
Well, actually, we only have one more engine thing. Never mind.
Let's hold off.
Yeah.
If we had two,
We'll hold
I say
off
go
on
for it.
burger.
I thought we had more. I don't know what happened. Oh, we probably
They fell
didn't
out a
grab it
while
till the
ago.
bottom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they probably poofed. All right. All right then. Then it's the same shtick as
Kick it.
before.
Did we unwinch the back?
Oh shit, my bad.
Nope. Nice
I'm
catch.
asking. 'Cause I can do it right now, but
Do it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We're.
All right. Same.
Have you
Second, first,
got
same
it
as the
right.
first. Let's do this.
Back it up.
Hey, random.
random. Oh hey,
Yeah.
You got it. You got it.
what a thing.
Don't go farther than that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
This is RV there yet.
You're the greatest.
It's about an
For
RV
it.
and trying to,
Straight?
well,
Or
Get
or
out.
Do you see
turn?
me? Do you see me? A
Oh,
little
yeah.
to your right. Hi, thank you for the follow.
I think
All
I'm
right.
stuck.
Your boy Doggo. Oh, I got you, boo.
I have the remote, so just tell me when.
Boy, don't go.
I'm just gonna put it here.
Guys.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Actually, that.
Pull her forward.
Oh, sorry. I was on the real, the, boop, wrong one.
Oh, oh.
Keep going. A little bit more. A little bit schmore. A little bit schmore.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we got wheels on. All right, let me release the front. That's me.
Oh,
Oh, that's
sorry,
me.
sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm fine. My bones are shattered.
As long as the RV's okay. We can resurrect
honestly,
Ella.
at this point, who
Gonna
cares?
perish.
Just
We have
I'm with
18
perish so many
EpiPens.
times.
We're
Yeah. We. The only thing that's gonna perish is this.
Oh!
To the window!
No! To the walls!
No.
Ooh!
I kind of called it too.
Oh my
Remember I said the only
God.
thing that's gonna perish is
Mm.
this RV? Yep.
Hey guys, is this a reset to checkpoint moment?
as long as the RV lives, we can make sacrifices at
I'm gonna touch
moment.
my RV.
Let's go!
Oh, catch me!
Call,
Oh.
call,
Oh, you're dead.
I'm dead.
call, call! Ooh!
We all landed on you.
Ow.
Are you all down
Okay,
for
I
trying
wanna
this
try
one more
something since
time?
We're like kind of.
I'm gonna be real. We gotta try one more time. We gotta try
One more time.
One
One
more
last time.
good solid try.
One
The
real
colli-
solid push.
The college try.
Okay. Can we?
And then we exclusively only play Peak or Repo, or we never touch this game again. We'll just everyone in chat, just hear me out. We all collectively agree to gaslight everyone else and say that we beat this game. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey guys, there's a bunch of stuff in here that we probably want.
In here?
Yeah, like 5
Where's
things of
the-
motor oil.
Yeah.
Oh. That would be helpful.
Yeah,
Don't
wouldn't it?
forget to grab the other plank, someone, please.
I'm grabbing the
Well,
motor
throw
oil
this
at the
one at
moment.
me and then grab the other.
No.
I don't think we need the flare anymore, so I'm gonna take the flare out.
No, 9. No, you don't want to lie, Randa.
Throwing some more bergs down.
Can't attach that here. Where could I attach it then?
Beers.
If you're here and I'm there,
Then who's the one flying the plane?
who's driving the
Yeah,
RV?
Autopilot?
Yeah, who's driving the
The
RV?
autopilot?
No, who's at second base?
Oh,
What?
he's trying to get to third base.
Oh shit.
Hey.
Hey, Hey, you know what? Also, for our final run, I'm gonna cook us some burgers, guys. I think we all deserve a little
I
snack.
think we
a little
deserve some
treat.
burg.
I think
Okay.
you just like a little.
Listen,
I'm gonna
listen.
just.
I refuse to eat IRL and I refuse to eat in game.
I
So
hate
here's the
you.
All right.
Nobody is going. I am
Is
going
this
to force feed you.
is this a broken one? It doesn't give me an option to turn it on. I only see pick up. Hold on, let me check the other one.
Don't
Oh
we
yeah,
just
it's
put it
supposed to
on?
automatically turn on. When you
Oh,
run.
does it? Huh.
Yeah, they should be on. Do they not work in here? Oh, fire up! You have to click
If
it.
you-
There you go. I got it.
Oh.
I want to try something and no one can stop me.
Whatever you
Oh.
say.
Oh shit.
We're gonna make burgers. You do whatever you want.
I just want to have a little snack with my guys.
Yeah, cookout.
Being bros. Look at him pop!
We
That's
got
not real
Burger
two
up.
buns and meat. We got Johnny.
Burger up.
We got classic burger,
I
and we
forgot
got
the burgers
dream
are-
I want
burger.
Dream Burger.
I'm gonna do classic
You will all
burger for
perish
me.
with one,
Mm.
with
Nom, nom,
one
nom,
bad
nom,
idea,
nom.
dude. How does this not work? Okay. I'm sorry.
You can't cook it. That's funny. Okay, who is going to drive our final countdown?
I thought.
Final countdown.
I think our best track records.
Ooh.
Whoa!
What just happened?
Not Aelarion.
Yeah.
Just giggles and runs away.
Melon, how are you feeling? I think us two were the farthest.
You two
Ah.
cooked.
Okay, I'll do it.
Real.
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't worry. What will end up happening is like, I got this. I'm full of confidence, and then I'm gonna get stuck in the very first part, and then we're gonna, because I didn't
Gonna
angle
back
it
up on
correctly.
accident. Stop exploding.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get started.
She's running after me. No.
I'm gonna go ahead and whoever's in the way is gonna just be in the way. I'm totally not aiming for anybody.
Get him. Get him. Get his ass.
I somehow go
Through
up the
ground.
ladder. Why is there just an active grill on the runway?
Don't worry about that.
She's trying to kill
Just
me.
full send, full send, full send.
Oh boy. These planks are a little narrow, but we're gonna do our best.
You are going to, I can move them for you, actually. That's bad waiting to happen. Hold on. We're gonna give it a full real college try. Is that better? That looks better.
That looks better.
Oh, let's try, please. PTSD, don't.
Oh, well.
Oh, it's
Nice
okay. You're
grip.
just a little stuck on the corner.
All right.
Got it. You got it.
All right.
Hey,
No,
Alex,
that's...
Wait, no, I don't trust you. You're gonna throw me.
You're
off.
back up. Oh, you're a mad lad. Oh, you're a mad lad. Oh.
Whoop, whoop.
Beautiful.
Greatest to do it.
I'm very good at correcting things that are bad.
What is that supposed to mean?
Well, you put yourself in
That's
that
why we keep telling
situation.
you to go to therapy. Uh-oh.
And it's that simple. It's that easy. You just need
Look at
to
that, look at him
hit
go.
forward and gravity curves to your whim.
Bro, I can barely see what's happening. Hello? There it is.
Put your glasses on.
I am not black.
Get wrecked.
Get fucked.
Goodbye, cool world.
I saw that. Oh, he's fine.
I'm like, I can make this, and then he reversed.
Oh, did I nick you by reversing? My bad.
Yeah. that's
No,
fine.
you did me a favor.
Oh, that'll be... I'll give you my PayPal later. We're good.
Dude, I'm already on.
Damn.
I'm actually adding more to the charity stream. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
Got
God,
you.
Oh, oh, one of your back wheels was off for a second.
I heard you almost say back leg.
Hey, no!
But-
Your back leg.
She didn't say back
Your
leg.
leg.
That was good.
Oh, no.
Listen, random.
Fine.
Oh,
You're
he's
fine.
fine.
Ooh, we're fine.
Yeah, moving. All right.
Wait,
Yeah,
let me
just
let me
take a
grab
hard
the
left. No,
underside.
don't
Whoa,
stop
whoa,
him.
whoa,
He's fine. He's got this. You literally just come right here, my friend.
All right.
Just out.
All
Hello.
better.
Can't run me over if I'm right underneath. Melon!
Ow! I have burns now!
Whoa.
I think.
Oh, thank you for the gifted stub.
Hell yeah, Margo! Let's go.
How are you, bud?
Oh my god.
Yay! Oh, it bit. Whoa! Oh, I missed you too. Goddamn.
All right. Okay.
Thank you for the
Okay.
100 bits.
Sweet,
What the
Swooty,
heck?
swig, swooty, swig,
Push
We
swooty,
both-
swig,
both-
swooty,
What if you
swig,
both push?
swooty,
You?
swig,
Ooh.
swooty,
How much?
swig, swooty,
Swiggity,
swig,
swiggity,
swooty,
push that
swig,
booty. Let's
swooty,
go, let's go,
swig,
let's
swooty,
go.
swig,
Hell
swooty,
yeah,
swig,
go this way.
swooty.
Go to the right. Yeah. Go to the right.
Yeah.
Swig.
Go.
Oh!
Oh, there goes the door.
Oh!
Marco, thank you. I missed you. I hope you've been good. How have you been, bud?
Oh!
We end the stream and everything's crazy and we've lost our brains, but we're doing
sir?
it. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Can he even do it?
Yeah. Yes, he can. And with anything, push. Well, you guys know what to do.
Landed
Survived
it.
though, right?
You broke my fall.
Our feat of today was beating that last map.
Don't
Wait,
worry,
how is he
guys.
alive?
We got
Wait,
this.
whoa, how is he alive?
We don't even need a repair.
Wait.
The armor weighed us down.
Skeleton of an RV.
It weighed us down. This is the light build.
Someone get me.
Hold on. Everyone grab hammers. All the wheels are damaged.
There,
Go.
there's less mass. We're in a dodge build now.
Oh, he's running away. Hey, get out.
Ah.
I'm going.
Y'all are gonna have to find
Girls'
me.
stubby legs can only go so
No,
fast.
no, no.
I'm working
I'm
on
stuck. No. It's
Everything's
like the
fine.
opposite of doing damage. They're healing me and I don't want it. Ooh!
Ow.
Oh, I'm hitting
Ow.
someone.
Ow.
Let's pay back. Actually, you stay there.
I'm gonna back up.
Just get the
Ugh.
monkey out of the way. Thank you. I was gone and now I'm back.
Ugh.
I missed y'all. Thank you.
All right. Now all I need to do is just move forward and we're good to go.
Listen, as a
The lights
family.
are like, ow.
Oh, no, I just repaired that.
Oh my god.
Hey guys, do you want to see what
No.
an eagle looks like when they hunt for prey? Cause
Yeah.
yeah. Oh no, all the armor's weighing me down.
No, we need this so we don't explode.
Ah, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, I know exactly what the problem is. The lights were not on high. That's what it was.
Dude, what the heck?
Ah. All right. Well, let's go ahead and
I think I've done all I can in here.
reset.
360. What do you mean reset?
How am I? How am I like
you-
not?
Are we
Falling.
wedged in the
wheels
back?
are underneath.
You.
No.
No,
That
you
is
can't protect me
back
from
wheels
myself.
Stuck.
Hold on, can I do this? That would be really funny if I can. Hold on, let's see. Oh, I can't unwinch it from the inside.
Ooh, so- okay, don't go out the door first off.
So things going. I can do the project of editing. Listen, all you need to know is that I am swiggity swooting it up to the top.
Oh, thank you.
They're trying to make sure I don't die, and
It's our last run.
they
Oh, I'm dead.
they won. They win this round.
Look at that. Look at that almost.
I
full
didn't.
healed.
Holy fuck, I'm dead.
No.
Everyone hydrate.
Hydrate
Better hydrate or
before you
dehydrate.
dehydrate.
The clap was really good.
All right, let's see.
All right.
Ooh.
Whoa!
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Sitting.
Let's do that again.
No, no, no.
And the-
So,
How
Melon.
did that happen?
Hey, are we on something?
I don't think our back
Drugs?
wheel
Yeah.
is. Let me check. No.
Wee! Oh,
Oh my god.
wee!
I'll
Well.
get the hammer.
Guys, about reviving.
Actually, that.
Yeah, no, I think that's
might
it.
be
Yeah, that's
I
it.
think That might be it.
That's it. Yeah.
Let's just raise it up.
I like how in 3
Raise it up.
We cleared the last one.
We went through one area.
That was on.
We raise it up. Where my heart.
No, watch this
Raise
thing
you
happen, all the armor disappears.
up.
I think you're right, Marco. I think you were right.
Hey, I think someone's taking me to the lava.
Fine. Actually, can you just release it right now?
No!
Just right now, let go. It's
I
gonna be
turned it
No, I'm
around.
definitely not
throwing the
landing.
I'm actually surprised you're alive.
No, let it go.
Good on you.
No, no,
Yeah, don't
no.
move.
Oh,
Hey.
thank you. You saved my life. I appreciate it. All right, let's go see what the boys are causing problems. Oh.
I was. there was an
Enjoy the little
attempted
power you
murder.
have. Ooh, a hat.
Why is he?
There was an attempted murder.
I got
You
him.
took me to the lava.
Wait.
What do you mean I'm the bad
Wait.
person?
Hey,
Oh, oh.
get me.
There we go. There we go.
Alright, ready?
Whoever-
Everyone launch each other.
3, 2, 1. Yeet.
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 Wow,
Whee!
You got
Holy
anger.
shit!
Hey guys, how you doing?
Gotcha.
Oh my god!
This fucking game, man. Alright, it's fair. Here we go.
I'm playing catch with you now. Oh. I said,
Don't worry.
Use all the winches.
get up there.
Use all the winches.
I'm driving.
Not my witches. Or. Hang on.
I'm just gonna take a seat.
Hey
Don't
guys.
pick me up. No.
Hey. Hey, how you doing?
I'm trying. Jump one more time.
Yeah, you need to get some hops, my guy.
Jump again.
Woo!
Under, right under. Jump right under.
What?
No, I can't grab you. Too short.
I
and
can literally
puny.
grab you.
You're so small.
You're repairing. Ow! 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 Ow!
No.
Ow! 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 Ow!
All right, I think throw in the towel there.
Yeah, you think? I don't know. Yeah.
That was
Oh! Ow!
a time well spent with friends.
Yeah, that was fun. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Thanks for
uh,
streaming.
Re-upstream. Appreciate y'all for
Yeah.
the lava, Aelarion. I'm fine.
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
Oh, now I'm fire. Now I'm dead. Okay.
Okay,
Dead.
you walked into it.
Try jumping out of it. Whatever.
Hey.
Get me out of here.
Oh. That's what I thought.
Yeah, you and me both.
Oh no.
Yep.
I still survived. Get
So,
wrecked, nerd.
how did you survive? You're in there with me.
You want to see? You want to see my health?
Your health is like
I
nothing, I
trapped
bet.
myself in here by repairing
I'll
it.
put it on Discord.
I can't get out
keep
of any
doing
of,
it.
like,
No.
the...
All right. It's
All
up
right.
to list. Free us
Wait,
from
wait.
the chain.
Do I...
He's dead.
No, the game. The actual game.
All right.
Oh.
You ready, Melon?
Oh, no. Yeah.
Okay.
What? Oh.
Oh my.
All right. We accomplished a single task, and I'm proud of us for that.
In
We got past the
3.5
lava.
We got
hours.
back. Yeah. Single task. Let's go.
Wait, hold on.
Check if anything
Hold
is
on.
up there.
Scratch that. We're
Nothing.
writing the books, guys. I can't believe we beat RV there yet.
Oh yeah, that's
It
crazy.
took so long.
Yeah.
That was the greatest. We beat the game.
We got home.
Look at that. Quit to main menu. Yes, I beat the game, except.
Yeah.
Yay.
Oh, I was gonna blow up the RV.
We did it.
Yeah, look at that. We beat it. This is the beaten screen. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my
I need
goodness.
it here.
Of course not. Of course not,
so
Bappy.
hard.
Yeah, that was
Hi, Bappy.
that other level was crazy. That's like, how are we supposed to
So
get up
hard.
that? It was very hard.
My idea was, like I said, Spider-Manning it.
Yeah, it was. It didn't. No.
There
It's
was
just
a lot of words in
just
that
no.
moment, and I was
Just
like,
no.
Just go. Just go.
Yeah, I was like, we didn't even wedge where I wanted to
We didn't
wedge.
even
It was
get
a
to
whole
that
thing.
part.
I didn't. Yeah, no. All right.
Time
So,
well spent.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you all for joining. Indeed.
Yeah. And thanks
was good
again for
stuff.
your support for the charity. Very much appreciated.
Yeah.
And I'll be streaming pretty much the
Yeah.
rest of the week.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you have the ability, click the pinned link for the charity We Can Trans Love. If you have the ability, donate. If not, share the link.
Yeah.
Anything helps.
Yeah. More eyes on it, the
And-
better.
Exactly. And if you get the chance, if you're not already doing it, follow everyone here. We're
Yeah.
always streaming. We're always doing fun stuff. You're gonna see more of us. So
Yes,
You know,
we
check
love
out-
doing
check out
collabs.
gamers.
But also everyone streams really good stuff on their own.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you for the shout out.
yeah,
Oh, I'm slow. Why is Ella not in here? Hello?
I've been here. Oh,
What?
there we go. Thank you.
Confused?
I
You know what? I'll also
was
do
like,
the
I've
same.
been here for 4 hours. What are you talking
Does
about?
my does my thing work? Let's see.
Idealist,
Beat the game,
your
no
name.
official menu, just main menu.
Look it up
Listen.
every time.
Also,
Boom.
everyone else plug themselves. Whoa, redeemed cool melon, hell yeah.
Boom.
Most of us have Discords.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
I don't, because there's no need for me to have Discord.
So many shout outs.
Yeah, why isn't Ella showing up for me either? What the hell?
I should be.
Because she's not in the chat. She hasn't typed anything yet. That's why.
Oh, type something. Type.
You could still write their name.
Oh.
Their name fully. Because Idealist, you weren't
we
in
go.
there too. I had to like.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. All right. Yes.
I wrote in my chat.
Question: are we raiding out, or what are we doing?
I'm gonna try to raid. I think. I'm ending stream personally. Is anyone else going to continue?
No, I'm
No.
I'm done, so.
Going
Okay,
to be
just
ending
wanted to
too.
make sure.
There. So because we're playing RV there, yeah, there is another group that's playing RV there.
Ooh.
You guys want to raid them. I'm going to link it if you guys want to check them out. They're doing a debut,
Oh,
like a 2.0 debut. So
nice.
if you guys
Yeah.
want to do it, go ahead.
Okay.
Heck yeah, thank
I'm
you. Good
okay.
idea.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wrap up and say bye to stream, but then I'll raid them if you link them in the Discord chat.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
I
I'm
did.
going to do the same thing.
I'm gonna do the same thing.
Hell yeah.
All
Hell yeah.
right.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
guys. Thanks
We'll
for
do it
joining
again soon,
us.
but not this fucking game.
All right.
Well,
Bye,
No, do it
guys.
again.
Night.
No,
Right.
bye.
Bye. How do I...
I have too many things open.
There we go. Okay. So, what? How am I in, but I'm not in? Oh, I get it. I see what's going on. I did it on here. Gotcha. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining me here today. It was wonderful having y'all again. Thank you so much for y'all's support, for y'all's. It was a fun time. A little heated here and there, but I could do better with that. Hopefully, it was at least enjoyable nonetheless. And I hope you. We're gonna raid. What hopefully he's gonna put in the thing in the chat for us to do it. But have a wonderful day, wonderful evening. Hope to see y'all tomorrow for. Hold on. Oh my gosh, what is tomorrow? Tomorrow is Monday, right? I believe Monday is Helldivers. We're gonna be doing some Helldivers with Clown, with I believe is Aelarion joining. I think Aelarion's joining us, and Happy. So we're gonna nothing like love for your own country to show for the love of this week as well. So Helldivers 2, it's gonna be a lot of fun, and I am looking forward to it. I wish he would just send us the message, or did he send us the message? I don't see the message of him showing it. For democracy, indeed. So tune in tomorrow around the same time for the same deal, 1 to 5 Eastern. So, all right. I will switch over to the thing if it takes a little too long for us to see the next raid thing. Then then we won't. But we'll set up for the raid. I will see y'all later. Wonderful having you. I hope you have a wonderful day, wonderful evening. See y'all tomorrow. Okay, bye-bye.